Chapter 1. He'd come for her in the middle of the night. Footsteps sounded down the hallway of the eerily quiet prison, where Vasa could not hear even the waves. It had been like that for weeks. A veil of midnight draping every inch of space in front of her, the biting cold eating at her skin and muscles and soul. Nothing to hear, or see, or taste, or want. They had torn the wanting from her. Screams pierced the silence, the final wails of sentinels as one after the other fell to the dirty ground. Vasa pushed to her hands first, dragging her scraped knees beneath her as her bones ached from the cold. She couldn't stand upright. "Reed," she choked out in a hoarse whisper. "Reed." Weeks. She had been trapped here for weeks, listening to pleas and moans of other prisoners that she hadn't been certain were real. Echoes behind iron and stone could have been people, or just figments of her isolated imagination. All she had were empty, disconnected details, no semblance of a schedule, the randomization of each day preventing her body from knowing the time. She was sure this prison had been constructed to bring her to the brink. The piercing chill, the silence, the darkness. The dark was not an unfamiliar sensation to Vasa. A long time ago she had made a home of it, had found a way to see shadow as a place to hide. But this dark was frigid, empty, infinite. The door to Vasa's cell screeched open, and a figure stood in the gray-washed glow. Broad shoulders, long mahogany hair, orange and black eyes that finally met her own. This moment was both salvation and dying, heartbreak and healing. It was everything. Everything. "Reed," she choked once more, her elbows wobbling and then giving out beneath her. Her chin smacked against the ground as her weight toppled forward. "Here!" His deep voice boomed. "She's here!" Reed was alive. He had come for her. Tears washed down Vasa's face as he rushed forward to her. She lurched, using the last of her energy to throw her body against his, to let him take her in his arms and steal her away from this wretched place. His warmth enveloped her, his body feeling so much bigger than hers, as his arms wound around her waist and lifted her to her feet. Her torn slippers caught traction beneath her, but it was he who held her up, who carried the weight of her broken body. "I have you," he whispered against her blood-smeared cheek, his nose pressed to the spot just behind her ear. "I'm never letting you go again." Hot tears slipped down her cheeks. "I'm in love with you," she whispered back, her voice only capable of that much. "I should have told you every day." Reed's arm hooked behind her back as he gently helped her to the door of her cell. "You can, wild one. You will." They turned the corner and then Vasa was falling through the floor. She wrenched her eyes open and saw nothing but black. The mist. It covered her vision, cloaked her entire face. Spinning around her in a glittering black void, Viraji magic stuffed itself down her throat and up her nose, muffling her screams. Strings of it tangled within her body, wrapped around her organs and pulled. She tossed her body to the right with as much power as she could muster, but her wrists were bound to the table. Vasa screamed and pulled as hard as she could. "Damn it!" A familiar voice swore. The straps on her left wrist snapped with a hiss as her body spun off the side of the table. A hard, cold surface collided with her cheek, something slick coating her skin as the bone splintered in pain. The sensation exploded behind her right eye where she'd landed. Her shoulder felt as if it had been jerked right from its socket. The magic before her eyes extinguished, and her vision readjusted. Her right wrist was still bound to the table, and she hung from it. the rest of her body on the grimy floor while her cheek lay against the sturdy wooden leg of the table they'd bound her to. Blood trickled down her limbs in small streams from the thin hairline cuts carved into her thighs and upper arms. Small inflictions of pain that, when added together, became excruciating, though never enough to kill. She opened her eyes and saw him, Lord Vlasic, staring down at her with his lip curled in disgust. Vasa struck. Magic shot from her hands toward his icy blonde head, a tendril of darkness flying forward like a thrown blade. Shit! He cursed as he leapt to the side. Chain her! Metal touched the skin of her neck, and she hissed in pain. Her magic winked out. Hands held her in place and forced an iron collar around her neck, clinking it closed. She bared her teeth and launched herself forward at the Lord, but the sharp metal collar dug into her neck, secured to the table by an iron chain. She cried out as her body ricocheted backward. Get her back on the table, Vlasic commanded. Bile crawled up her throat, and she began to heave, hoisting herself on her side. There was nothing left in her, yet it came over and over. Slick black waste, just like what she'd vomited up in Dara before Reed found her. She'd been on the verge of death then, and as she expelled unused Viraji magic now, Vasa was certain she was closer to dying than she'd ever been. This metal collar, it extinguished every breath of magic within her, a smothering leash. Once they had it on her, there was no escape. She was chained to the table, powerless. I said get her back on the table, Lord Vlasic's voice snapped. And secure the straps tighter this time. Instinctual fear knotted in Vasa's stomach, as her vision spun from the floor to the wall to the ceiling. A blonde-haired man in a royal blue Asterian uniform stood beside the table that held her, and she was on her back again, too tired to fight, too confused. A door opened. Ozik's voice floated through the air. Enough! Sir, I said enough! Ozik repeated. Through the haze of her pain and adrenaline, Vasa realized where she was. Or more precisely, where she wasn't. She wasn't in Marae, or Dara. She wasn't in Ikuria at all, and Reed wasn't here. Tears welled in her eyes. He wasn't coming to find her. His footsteps had never sounded down this hall. It was just a place Vasa retreated to in her mind when she couldn't handle the reality around her. Vasa released the tension in her neck and let her head fall to the side, pounding cheek finding a semblance of relief on the cold iron table. Around her was a dimly lit chamber in the bowels of the prison, filled with exactly 5 other people. Ozik and 2 sentinels, whose names she didn't know, stood by the door, iron keys hanging off their hips. Lord Vlasic stood to the right next to a wrinkled clergyman who sat at a metal countertop, hunched over a notebook as he scribbled observations. On that countertop were sharp objects, thumbscrews, pronged forks, iron hoops with protruding spikes, all sat waiting for the Lord's terrible touch. They gleamed in the candlelight. Vasa's body recoiled at the memory of each of those tools against her flesh. They did this almost daily. It had taken only once for Vasa to realize that Lord Vlasic was working with the Asterian clergy to uncover the secrets of Viraji magic, seeking answers Vasa herself didn't know. Where did this magic come from? What caused it to manifest in a person? And Lord Vlasic's personal mission? How could it be weaponized? Vasa was a mouse, the sacrificial subject of their experiments. Unless you want what we know, Lord Vlasic started, but Ozik cut him off. Careful with your words, my lord, or you will find yourself as dead as your father. The room went silent. Vasa and Ozik's connection came and went like the tides since she had ceded her powers to him to save Reed. Some moments Ozik was silent to her. Others, his oily, slick magic was all she could feel in her veins. Whatever linked them was shaky and unpredictable. Each day Lord Vlasic did this to her. She lasted longer and felt more of Ozik's magic tangling with her own. There were moments she swore it fueled the manifestations of her magic that Vlasic pried out of her. Ozik never intervened until she was at the edge of her tolerance, tipping over the side of a cliff. As if, while the Lord tried to uncover what caused the magic to manifest, Ozik was building her endurance. The treacherous advisor stepped forward to loom above her. Since the election, the traces of black in Ozik's veins had disappeared, leaving only pale porcelain skin and a cunning smile with far too straight teeth. His white hair brushed his shoulders, trimmed neatly and in direct contrast to the tangles of greasy black hair upon her own head. Ozik appeared stronger, healthier, perhaps even younger. His appearance was far closer to how she remembered it in her youth. By linking her magic to his, he had regained something that had been lost since her mother's death. His menacing gold eyes caught upon her cheek. Perhaps a bruise had already started to form.
"She has lasted longer than any of the other witches,"
the Lord muttered to the clergyman, who nodded in agreement.
"Of course she has,"
Ozik said.
"She is her mother's daughter."
Vasa closed her eyes again. It all weighed on her weary mind, that Ozik had loved her mother, and that they'd been having an affair when he'd served as their family's closest advisor, yet he'd killed her. Vina Kozar had made some kind of twisted bargain with Ozik to murder Vasa's father, but instead of then handing Ozik the throne, she sent Vasa into the safety of a betrothal abroad and helped Dominic become ruler of Asteria. And Ozik had murdered her for it. Every day Vasa spent in this prison, she wondered what her mother had been through, what she had faced alone while Vasa's resentment of her only grew. It was not lost on Vasa that her mother was a relative stranger to her. She knew little of the truth.
"Did you do this to her, too?"
Vasa croaked out.
"To the woman you loved?"
Ozik stared at her, lips drawn. Just as Vasa's magic had at the Icarian election, it wrenched from her insides in a terrible tug. Each time he returned her magic to her, it burrowed into her bones and muscles, as if hiding itself from him. Yet without even a flick of his hands or a shuddering of his eyes, Ozik took the power from her again in an instant. Vasa groaned in pain, throat hoarse from the screaming she had already done.
"We're making progress,"
Lord Vlasic insisted.
"Let me continue."
"No," Ozik replied, staring into Vasa's eyes.
"Your time is up."
"Ozik, I said your time is up!" Ozik snarled, composure slipping.
"I agreed to 6 weeks. No more, no less."
6 weeks. That was how long she had been in this prison then. Vasa filed away the detail, wondering why Ozik had let such a thing slip. Did he want her to know how much time had passed?
"We have spent more time trying to keep her contained than we have learning anything,"
Lord Vlasic argued.
"Between her attempts to escape and her striking, I fail to see how any of this is my problem."
Ozik interrupted.
"You were promised 6 weeks, and 6 weeks have passed."
Vasa watched him as he walked to the door. He looked back over his shoulder once, eyes lingering on her for only a moment, before landing on the 2 sentinels waiting dutifully for a command.
"Take her back to her cell."
Lord Vlasic stormed out the door after Ozik, and Vasa was left with the 2 sentinels and quiet clergyman who continued to jot down notes without bothering to look at her again. The sentinels undid the collar around her neck. It didn't make a difference. Ozic had once again taken away her access to magic, leaving her empty and powerless. Vass's wrist came free, and she let her arms sag against the table. Soon they hauled her up and out of the room, but each step she took was a strain, knees wobbling. She fought to keep upright, but lost, tripping over her own dragging feet, and the sentinels barely caught her. She came face to face with the iron keys at their belts, studying them, locking away every detail she could. Now wasn't the time to hatch an escape, but that time would come. They carried her into a dark, narrow stairwell and up 2 flights of stairs until they stopped in front of her cell's wooden door. She stared at the small window of iron bars upon it as one of the sentinels used his set of dangling keys to open it.
Witch,
He sneered at her. He threw her in, and Vassa slammed into the dirty floor. When she looked up, both sentinels had disappeared into the unquiet tomb. Within this cell, all she could feel was the biting cold, the musty air, and the strange sense that, though she was by herself, she wasn't alone. Chapter 2. Something rattled the iron lock of Vassa's cell. Faintly, she recognized the sound as a key turning. Her vision only registered the hands, cold and harsh, and far sturdier than her own, coming toward her as they found her. A sentinel gripped her forearm and neck, slamming her already injured cheek into the grimy floor so she was face down and unable to move. She thrashed, but his grip was too tight. Another sentinel took a fistful of her dirty hair and tugged, her scalp screaming as he forced her to look up. Her wrists were bound in front of her, and once again, she felt an ache in her body where her magic used to be. Footsteps echoed against the floor. Slow and menacing, someone appeared at the entrance to her cell, stepping through the doorway into her small confinement. Lord Vlasic wore a royal blue Asterian uniform that winked with iron brooches. None of them earned in war, all inherited from his late father. With a well-kept blonde beard and beady, icy blue eyes, he looked as frightening as he had every other time Vassa had seen him. He was only about 10 years her senior, but she remembered the way he'd circled her like a shark the moment she had come of age. She wanted to lift her head and spit in his face, but she couldn't muster the strength. As it was, it would take all she had to pull herself from the floor. Fear curled in her gut. The cuts along her upper arms and thighs stung.
cover her,
Lord Vlasic commanded, eyes raking over her torn woolen pants and shirt. Someone draped a cloak over her shoulders, the warmth of it almost useless with how cold she had become.
on your feet,
He said. Strength wavering, Vassa struggled to stand. Harsh hands dug into her upper arms as a sentinel dragged her upright, forcing her to balance on wobbly legs. Lord Vlasic looked disgusted at her weakness. His upper lip curled and his nose scrunched at the undeniable smell of piss and blood that permeated the prison. He turned on his heel and started back down the hallway. The sentinels holding her ropes tugged, and she had no choice but to follow. They led her across the slick floor, out of the cell and down a cold, dark walkway lined on either side with wood and iron doors, much like the ones that had held her captive. They plunged into the narrow stairwell and dragged her down a set of steep stairs, then through a set of double doors, bathing the hallway in bright white. Light reflecting off snow could be beautiful, but it could also be blinding. She squinted, and her eyes watered. Bitter coldness assaulted her uncovered face as she stumbled onto one of the many iron platforms that wrapped around the prison of Mechas. Wind lifted her knotted, greasy hair in tendrils, salt stinging her lips. Different from the salt she had known, the Icarian scent she had come to love. The smell and taste of this salt was acrid, fishy, without a hint of warmth. Her eyes adjusted as they pushed her forward. Sprawled on the horizon was Mekis' shoreline, the trade port a full and bustling thing, separated from her by the frigid ocean, which churned angrily in the wind. The prison was built upon an elevated island in the Iron Bay. Only reachable by boat, it was as inescapable as the cold itself. The east side of the prison held the cells, 3 enormous towers surrounded by steep cliffs, the tops of the stone structures covered in iron spires. The west side of the prison held the offices where the prison guards, the higher-ranking sentinels, and the warden gazed over the bleak scene from a tall watchtower that jutted into the sky like an angry index finger. Today, the prison appeared empty. Only Vlasic and his trusted sentinels were privy to her movements, she presumed. 4 of those sentinels led her over an arching bridge that connected the 2 sides of the prison. The last crossing, people called it. Jumping from this very bridge was a rite of passage for the fortress and city guards. To dive into the water and survive was one of the ways they proved themselves to their peers. Vasa peered over the edge, a sentinel muttering a warning to her in Asterian. She wondered if she could even escape the Iron Bay, if she somehow survived the jump. Likely not. She was already too starved, too cold. That swim would leave her as nothing more than fodder for the sharks. But she could see all of Mekis from here. The granite and iron city covered the mountainside. The enormous trade port led into winding streets covered in snow. The city hugged the coastline of the Iron Bay, all the way to the entrance to the Lorsabane Gap, the untenable river route winding through the Iron Peaks. After ascending the throne, Dominic had gone to Moray under the guise of building ships that could navigate that canyon. That would grant water access to the entirety of northern Asteria. As it stood, only pirates ever dared enter the canyon. Vasa's eye caught on a single iron statue depicting her late grandfather, who had conquered this very bay and relocated Asteria's capital here. The view from this bridge was both a beauty and a tragedy, because prisoners that crossed it were said to stand here and stare at the expanse of the city, knowing it was the last time they would ever see sunlight casting its colorful rays upon the smooth granite buildings of Mekis. A sentinel pulled on her ropes again, and Vasa stumbled after him. They plunged through a stone archway that led into the western courtyard, which was entirely empty of sentinels. The prison felt like a graveyard, ghosts dancing in the walkways, sounds echoing off the walls. Ozic must have removed any prying eyes. Every hallway or turn they took came up just as empty as the last. They emerged on the opposite side of the administrative building, facing the ocean once more. Soon Vasa was on the pathway that led directly to the ocean. Waiting at the bottom was an Asterian ship. Flurries of snow fell from the sky, cloaking the air in front of her and blurring her sight. Her legs burned as they walked. At the bottom of the pathway, she tried to halt, digging her heels into the ground to keep from going any further. A sentinel's hands slammed between her shoulder blades and sent her careening down the last few steps of the stone pathway, knees cracking against the stone. Her chin followed suit, jaw thrumming with pain. She thought herself no different than a sheep being herded into a pen. "Enough!" a voice snapped, the edges of it sharp, the tenor of it so frighteningly familiar. Ozic. She looked up through her lashes to see him glowering at the sentinel who had struck her. "She is to be your empress," Ozic snarled, taking a step forward. Vasa heard shuffling behind her and wondered if the sentinel had retreated. Ozic reached for her, but she ground out, "Fuck you." Vasa put her hands beneath her and pushed herself to a kneel. Ozic stood in front of her, wearing a snow-white cloak clasped with an iron brooch depicting Asteria's sigil. a single mountain with a sword plunging through it. He wore the emblem with the same pride that Vasa's father had. His chin lifted and an ease washed over his features. He reached for her, rings of every color decorating his fingers. Red rubies and green emeralds, even a dark black stone that didn't shine like the others. Vasa recoiled. Panic sprung to life in her chest. Memories of the recent week's torture flooded her mind, and the way Ozic was watching her, it was like he could see them too. Rage lit within her. There was nothing else to cling to, and Vasa nursed that heat, because everywhere else was cold. Ozic lifted his hands, palms forward. I only want to help you to your feet. The oily, slick strings between them tugged lightly, as if to say, cooperate. Whatever magic linked them, he was stronger than her right now. His fingers curled around her arm, and he lifted her to her feet, bearing her weight for a moment until she found her balance. He immediately started to undo the ropes around her wrists. The moment they slid to the floor, Vasa took 2 steps away from Ozic. Across the small distance she'd created, he assessed her with keen, golden eyes. No doubt he took in her tattered prison attire, which had torn at her left collarbone and down her right arm. She must have been covered in dirt and blood, a wreck compared to his royal blue finery with stark iron buttons that gleamed, catching the sun. Ozic turned to face Lord Vlasic, who narrowed his icy eyes at Vasa as he marched down the pathway to meet them on the dock. A group of men followed him, their steps out of cadence. These guards were less refined than Vasa remembered of the men who earned the rank of sentinel. She shook her head so her hair would unstick from her cheeks, and forced her expression into a soft, bored apathy. Every bone in her body weighed like a ton of bricks, but she squared her shoulders anyway. The Lord didn't mutter a word, but the 2 sentinels who had helped Vlasic torture her day in and day out stepped back when they realized she was no longer tied up. You can go now, Ozic told the Lord, dipping his head in a small gesture of respect. We'll see you when the others arrive. The others? Ozic gripped just above her elbow and started to guide her to the waiting ship. She wanted to frighten, to clamp her teeth down on his hand and rip through his skin. Fury burned in her chest at his audacity in touching her. He had taken everything from her. What did she have to lose? Using the last reserves of her strength, Vasa wrapped her fingers around a knife at Ozic's belt and pulled. She slashed it across his cheek. He loosed a pained hiss and stumbled away from her. Before she could turn and strike again, the sentinels were on her, and she hit the dock with a guttural grunt. She screamed in fury as they wrenched her arms behind her and pried her fingers from the knife. A curse ripped through the air as Ozic's boot landed just next to her face. She struggled against the hold the sentinels had on her, but they held firm. Up, he told them, and suddenly she was hauled to her feet once more. She panted, her ribs screaming with each breath she took. Yet she curled her lip back in a defiant snarl. Ozic dipped to bring them eye to eye, anger rippling across his normally calm features. Gone was the gentleness she was certain had only been an illusion for the sentinels, who did not know the truth of Vasa's confinement. Blood trickled down the deep scratch in his cheek. You're going to cooperate, he said, his face within inches of hers, and his voice quietly menacing. Do you want to know why? Vasa only stared as her exhales came out as steam, refusing to answer him. Because I have someone you'd rather see unharmed, he whispered. Her vision faltered as his words sank in. Who could he possibly mean? But Vasa knew better than to give herself away. Even a single word, a single expression he could use against her. He tisked in disappointment at her lack of emotion. His hand whipped out, fingers grasping her chin, and yanked her head to the side. Her eyes settled on the pathway that led to the prison, on a figure being hauled down it to meet them. There were at least 10 sentinels surrounding the prisoner. Iron chains clanged together as they grew closer and closer. Vasa tried to suppress her adrenaline. Her fingers twitched at her side as if yearning to use magic she didn't have. She started to shake, with the cold, with the fear. The sentinels emptied out onto the flat stone walkway and revealed Ozik's second hostage, shackled more tightly than Vasa had ever been. Amelie, Vasa breathed. Every ounce of hope drained from Vasa as she watched a sentinel kick at the back of Amelie's knees, sending her careening forward onto the ground. Vasa instinctively tugged at the hands that held her. She broke away and threw herself off the dock onto the stone pathway, tripping and falling to her knees before her friend. The sharp stone of the walkway stung even through the fabric she wore. Amelie looked up. "Vasa," she whispered. Her face was gaunt, shadowed. Her eye was bruised. A carrion fell from her lips. "Don't give them anything they want. Let me die. Let me." Someone grabbed a hold of Vasa's waist and dragged her backward. She screamed and thrashed, causing the sentinel to stumble, but not enough to be set free. The sentinel behind Amelie placed a knife at the witch's throat, one of the very men who had tortured Vasa, his striking green eyes alight with violence. "Stop!" Vasa screamed. Amelie, her closest friend, was supposed to be safe. Vasa had killed for it, had slaughtered her own brother to ensure it. How were they right back in this place? "Ozik, let her go. Please," Vasa begged, throwing all her weight against the sentinel to turn and face Ozik. The man's grip was so tight, but he faltered just a step, and it was enough. Ozik must have known everything Dominic had done in Icuria, right down to whom he had used for leverage against Vasa. Of course Ozik knew. Vengeance, thick and angry, flowed onto her tongue. Her words came sharp, the Asterian consonants catching on the roof of her mouth as she pierced him with her indigo gaze. "You have just signed your death warrant, as Dominic did." Ozik looked down at her, a small smile at watching her struggle against a second sentinel who'd started to dig his toe into Vasa's calf. "Behave, and in time you will see her freed," Ozik said. Vasa stopped struggling as the sentinels pulled her away. Her limbs went slack. She only stared at her closest friend, her first true friend, who was barely still within sight. Dirt was smeared over Amelie's face, and her expression seemed lost, broken. Then it shifted. All the warmth Vasa knew disappeared. Amelie raised her chin, locked eyes with Vasa, and smiled. Through her tears, Vasa saw something that made her tremble. Her friend wore a wicked, vengeful expression, completely unlike the woman Vasa knew. And for a moment, Vasa swore Amelie's eyes flashed moonlight white. Just like the snake, just like the wolf that Vasa had summoned to kill her own brother. She recalled a faint memory of the moments just before Reed's mother, Melusina, had found them both beneath that Colosseum, before Vasa had murdered her brother to save all their lives. Hadn't Amelie's eyes flashed white then, too? Ozik grabbed Vasa's face, fingers tight on her jaw, and forced her to turn and look at him again. His other hand wrapped sternly around her throat. Vasa bucked like a wild animal, but Ozik remained unmoved. He tightened his grip until her air almost ceased. Desperation struck Vasa like lightning, but she did not move. She forced herself to calm, to not utter a word or strike Ozik again. She needed to survive this moment first. "And now you know," he warned in Icurian, low and deadly, "that if you make one wrong move, Vasilisa,
I will forfeit that girl's life quicker than I took your father's. I will slaughter her the way you did your brother, without mercy. So you will cooperate. Have I made myself clear?
He didn't want anyone else to hear those words. The truth of who and what Ozic was would be his unraveling. Vasa would kill him. And afterward, she would bury his body so deep in the ground that not even the dogs would find him. She nodded. Good, he said, releasing her throat as she fell to her knees, gasping for air. As he stood there like a malevolent god looking down on her, Vasa's rage melded with powerlessness. She might as well have been bowing to him. A simple grin played upon his lips. Hands grabbed her arms again, dragging her away from Amelie. And though she fought hard, it was no use. Cold, salt-ridden air filled her nostrils as Vasa was hauled onto the waiting ship. Chapter 3. They loaded Vasa onto the Asterian vessel, nothing like the fortified transfer boats built for the sole purpose of towing prisoners to and from. This was decorative, elegant, meant for show. She sat in an enclosed glass cabin, windows wrapped around the entirety of their space and revealing the oncoming city. A boat like this was never meant for long journeys. It was one her father had commissioned, only ever used to sail around the Iron Bay. Waves rocked them as they crossed the water in silence. Vasa pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders, silently grateful for the warmth. Ozic sat at a bolted-down wooden table, hands intertwined atop it. Vasa watched him from where she stood, her back pressed against the single wooden wall. They were entirely alone. "Why am I alive?" she asked plainly, her voice barely loud enough to carry across the cabin. Away from Vlasic and the other prying ears, Vasa wondered if she would finally get something real from Ozic. He was brilliant in front of a crowd, entirely convincing of whatever story he wanted to spin. Ozic cocked his head, his brows threading together. "You are the last remaining Khazar, Vasilisa. By law, you are to be our empress." Disbelief wove through her nerves. For 6 weeks, she had been in that cell, certain that if Ozic wanted her dead, he'd have killed her already. She never would have guessed this was the reason. "You murdered my father for his throne and his wife, and now you want to place me upon it." Ozic crossed his arms and leaned back, resting against the bench. "I killed your father because he was a vindictive fool who took 15 years to realize his wife was in love with someone else. He could conquer a continent, but he couldn't smell the things right under his nose. And that is what happens when someone fails to mind the four walls of their home." 15 years. Ozic had been having an affair with Vasa's mother for 15 years. "I thought you made a bargain with my mother, too." "I said we made a trade. You must begin listening closely to words. They matter. I did not need to be convinced to kill your father. But your mother and I had 1,000 bargains, Vasilisa, and she broke one. I hope you do not make the same mistake." "Did you need her magic the way you need mine?" Vasa asked bluntly. Ozic seemed to ruminate on her words for a moment. He ran his tongue along his front teeth, looking smug, but impressed. "Most of the nobles have denied invitations since your brother's death was announced." "You aren't going to answer my question?"
You haven't earned an answer yet.
Vasa grunted, her body aching as the ship tilted, and she tried to remain upright.
Court has not been held since Dominic left for Icaria,
Ozick continued, ignoring her inquiry about her mother. What mattered was the direction the soldiers pointed their steel, and steel was only an extension of coin. So, while the fortress itself had a robust system of guards, and the city a coordinated force, the throne had no army without Asteria's nobles. If Ozick didn't have the support of the upper echelon, then he had nothing at all. Likely they were all lying in wait, wondering if one of them could make a viable claim for the throne.
That is because you are not a Khazar,
Vasa finally said. Ozick chuckled.
Obviously. But their empress has returned. All will go back to the way it's meant to be.
Vasa crossed her arms.
A woman has never taken the throne in Asteria. Neither has a witch. Yet you and I are the only people still standing. Do they know what you are?
She dared ask.
Only as much as they know what you are.
Clearly Lord Vlasic did, and members of the clergy. How much had her own father known? Whispers of magic had always spread about Icaria alongside its reputation for unflinching brutality. But since no one made it alive past Rultho or Hazut, the only source of information Asterians had was their own church. According to the Asterian clergy, witches were agents of the devil. Vasa's own father had claimed to be a God-fearing man, had bowed his head in prayer and worked in tandem with the Asterian clergy. Yet it was possible everything her father had conquered had been the result of bargains made with the man sitting at the table before her, of the very magic he had claimed to despise.
Is the Archbishop in support of the experiments Lord Vlasic conducts?
Vasa asked. Ozick scoffed.
If the Archbishop knew half of what happened in this city, he would burst into flames.
Mekis was the center jewel of a bloody crown. While her father had made the city seem one of pure grandeur, Vasa knew the maker of most livelihoods lay in the seedy underbelly of an empire. The city's slums, brothels, and gambling houses were always full, even if the streets seemed clean. Vasa shifted her weight, her legs still weary beneath her.
So if you reveal what we are, they will hunt us down for it. The clergy will make examples of us both. The worst part about being an emperor is that everyone knows you are an emperor.
Ozick agreed. Frowning, Vasa realized what he intended to use her for. Her eyes flicked to the approaching city, all sparkling granite and sharp iron.
You're going to make me a figurehead. That's what you did to my father, wasn't it?
Ozick chuckled.
It's truly a relief to be back in the presence of someone worth partnering with. Your brother had half your potential.
Frustration curled in her stomach at the mention of her late brother. Thoughts of Dominic washed over her, and Vasa tried to shake the image of his severed head in her hand. She looked back to Ozick.
The nobility will never agree. If you place me on the throne, you're handing Asteria to the Icarians.
That's the law. Ozick shook his head.
The Archbishop has already signed and delivered the dissolution. You are no longer married to Reed of Icaria.
Vasa froze. She hadn't been prepared for what the sound of Reed's name would do to her. What it would be like to hear an entire nation attached to him now. No longer of Marae, but of Icaria. He had been elected head man. What? She managed through her tight throat.
He breached his side of the marriage agreement when he attacked Asteria.
Ozick spoke as if it were obvious. A wicked pulse skipped in her chest. Reed had attacked the border. Ice threaded in Vass's tone. Who gave you such authority? Any moment she let herself think of Reed, the wider the pit in her stomach grew. She felt it deep in her bones. There was no piece of paper that could nullify the choice she had made to be his wife. Even if it had taken her longer than it should have to decide such a thing. Still, Ozick wouldn't tell her this information unless he wanted her to know it. They were at war. Ozick had used Reed's aggression to his advantage. But it also meant Reed had crossed the border. Was he coming for her? Could he even survive a full-scale invasion of Asteria? Confidence rode the upturn of Ozick's lips.
The thing about authority is that it cannot be given, only taken.
Yet you do not take it. You plan to hide behind me. Vassa countered.
A future that is better than any of the options you previously had. Your father would have sold you off. Your brother would have murdered you. And that Icarian would have cast you aside the moment he got his hands on your throne.
You're wrong, Vassa snapped, her harsh Asterian consonants making her sound so much like her father. It's bold of you to quote the authority of an archbishop who worships a singular fictitious god, while you sit there with my magic running through your veins. Ozick's smile only widened at her show of anger.
Believers give deities their power, not the other way around.
With this legal dissolution, Ozick himself was free to marry her. Politically, it made the most sense. If he wanted to assure his own rise to the Asterian throne, he would silence any naysayers if he invoked a law that already existed. If marrying you is your suggestion, I will die first. Ozick's nose scrunched in disgust, and he shook his head, his white hair brushing his shoulders.
I helped raise you, Vasilisa. There are certain evils I would never think to commit. You will have a choice. The lords will come, and we will remind them that you are the only legitimate path to the throne, and you will pick. Which useless son can we most easily bring to heel?
Her arms went rigid at her sides. Resentment washed over her at this box she had been relegated to. You're going to marry me off. Again. Once more, then. She was to be nothing but a political pawn for the Khazar name. Ozick shook his head in frustration, his jaw tightening.
You see the world as a chain of events that have happened to you. It's time you start looking at those events as opportunities.
She glared at him, her untamable anger rising to the surface even though she could barely breathe. The audacity of him, to claim her subjugation as a gift. I won't do this, Vassa said. Ozick raised a brow.
Perhaps you would rather marry Lord Vlasic. He's kindly submitted himself as an option.
Vassa involuntarily pressed herself into the wall behind her. Her voice dropped to a croak. How dare you?
He's the last living inheritor of his title, Ozick said. And given that his first wife died before they could have children, you two could be of great use to each other.
Vassa sealed her lips in an attempt to fight off the bile rising in her throat. She worried her legs might give out beneath her. In silence, they passed in front of the city, no doubt gathering the attention of anyone at the port, especially as their boat sailed into one of the largest public docks. Ozick stood from the table with grace, his white cloak falling over his shoulders.
The Archbishop is waiting.
Vassa tightened her jaw. What do you mean? Ozick crossed the cabin to stand in front of her.
With your marriage to Reed and the subsequent trade of salt, The floodgate between nations was opened. Along that trade route, the secrets of Western Icaria spread through both nations. You did far too good of a job convincing the Icarians of your power, Vasilisa. Now everyone in this city believes you're a witch. It is your job to convince them you aren't. To convince them it was Reed who cursed you.
Vasa gaped at him. I won't. Wretched pain tore through her abdomen, and Vasa gasped. Through the blur of her vision and the tearing deep in her body, she stumbled forward, but Ozic used his free hand to hold her steady. That singular tangled cord in her body pulled her up, as if she were a puppet on strings. Vasa choked down a sob of pain.
With our bargain, I do not need any other access point to magic. I own your power. With you as a source, my abilities can be called upon whenever I want.
Vasa grit her teeth until hurt threaded her jaw. That meant escape was impossible. She couldn't outfight a witch who wielded her own power. Fuck you. The burning ceased. Disdain coiled across his mouth.
If we're to have a chance, you must be willing to work with me. In time, you will understand that everything I am doing has a purpose.
Vasa took a breath. Ozic needed more than just her magic. He wanted to rule Asteria without the title. And she had to admit there was a layer of brilliance to his strategy. He would make all the decisions, take little accountability, and become as rich as an emperor. Possibly more so. Now that he stood so near to her, she studied his middle-aged features. He still looked youthful and alive, thanks to her powers. His skin held far more color than it had that day in Icaria, as if he had been healed from something wicked. She rolled her shoulders back, tilted her chin up, and met his eyes, narrowing her gaze. Ozic didn't seem intimidated.
It's good to know your spirit wasn't dimmed by a prison cell. Now come.
He turned and walked toward the cabin's exit, taking each step with grace, his white cloak billowing out behind him as he gestured to the doors. Vasa stared at him for a moment, the thread of magic between them still running strong. She followed, cloak wrapped tightly around her, thankful for the winter sun poking through the clouds. A sentinel took her hand and guided her off the ship, a look of awe on his features that Vasa didn't understand. Eris. He tipped his head in reverence. When the panels of her cloak parted, and he saw the tattered clothes beneath, he sucked in a breath. Vasa covered herself again, though from the corner of her eye, Ozic smirked. The dock led them right into one of the city squares, which sat upon the edge of the water. The winter sun beat down on the open area, the granite of the surrounding buildings shimmering in the rays of light. The sanctum spanned one side, a large structure that held the chancery and treasury, along with other offices for influential members of the Asterian court. The entire back half was under construction, iron scaffolding along the outer walls. On the opposite side of the square stood the cathedral, with a single spire so tall it seemed to tear right through the sky, coupled with a slightly smaller one that held a behemoth clock. The granite exterior of the cathedral was studded with statues of disciples, fishermen who acted as prophets for their Asterian god, each one maintaining their own portion of the building. In between those two grand structures, the ocean churning as a backdrop, was a stark iron pole. Beneath it, a drain. It was here, witnessed by the church and the state, that criminals were tied to a post and slaughtered. Some were kept there for days or weeks, freezing to death. The energy of the place hummed around them, the feeling of death palpable in the air. Vasa had never considered herself superstitious, but it was as if she could feel them, each and every life that had been taken in this spot. She'd felt it since she was a little girl, as if the plaza itself held memory in the divots between its cobblestones, where blood had run.
Keep your eyes down,
Ozek instructed as they walked her into the crowded city square. The city guard surrounded her, lines on both sides fending off the hordes of people who yelled and tried to push past them. Their screams and accusations poured over her. The words settled on her skin, but never sank their teeth in. Whore, wasted, impure, cursed. It was only the last one that gave her pause. To all of them, she was inhuman, a public being, open entirely to their criticism. They didn't care how loudly they spoke, or whether they conversed about her and her family like she wasn't there. Vasa stumbled with Ozek as guards pushed through the swarms of people to create a path. The bellowing screams died down as word of her gaunt appearance spread through the crowd. The insults transitioned to new words: dirty, injured, hurt. These people had no idea she had been kept in their own prison. Ozek wanted them to think the Icurians had done this to her, that Reed had done this to her. Her eyes caught on the iron pole again, and the members of the clergy who stood beside it. Vasa stumbled backward in an attempt to break from Ozek, but the guards flanking them crowded in closer, containing her. Standing among the clergy was the Archbishop, who watched with his beady eyes as Ozek led Vasa up onto the platform with the pole. He looked over her in assessment with cloudy gray eyes. A man in his early 7th decade, he had a wise air about him, further solidified by his silver hair and long, brushed beard. He stepped forward, black robes flowing around him, a jewel-encrusted blade held in his right hand. Before she could scurry back, 2 other members of the clergy stepped into Vasa's space. They tore the cloak from her shoulders, revealing her tattered clothing and dirt-caked skin. Vasa shivered immediately, her body no longer listening to her mind. The crowd began to roar, and the Archbishop placed a hand over his mouth. Ozek gripped her wrist and yanked her arm forward.
"Prove to this city she is no witch,"
Ozek said.
"Her curse has been cleansed."
Vasa fought the urge to bare her clattering teeth. This was a useless test, entirely misguided. Her eyes landed upon the clergyman who had scribbled notes at Lord Vlasik's behest just the day prior. He knew this would prove nothing. Witches bled the same color as anyone. But the Archbishop dug the knife into her palm and slashed. Vasa grit her teeth to contain a pained cry. Red blood ran over her palm and through her fingers, dripping to the stone platform below. A cut that deep would take weeks to heal.
"There is no curse here,"
the Archbishop bellowed into the crowd.
"After what she has endured, we should welcome our heiress home with open arms. It takes great strength to look the devil in the eyes and refuse him."
Home. This was not home. Roaring applause and screams filled the square, but Vasa didn't hear them at all. Bells rang out from the cathedral, the sound echoing in her weary mind. In the haze of the onlookers and the flurry of the guard around her, Vasa's gaze wandered across the square until it reached the sanctum, her eye catching the topmost room, which belonged to the Emperor and his family. She remembered being 19 and watching from that room as they executed a notorious pirate. As the executioner sharpened his blade, every pair of eyes clung to the promise of carnage. That evening, when the nobles and her father celebrated their retribution, Vasa had slipped into one of the servants' halls with Roman Katyev, the sentinel she had loved for perhaps her entire youth.
"I wonder if justice is ever that simple,"
Roman had whispered in Vasa's ear. She had wrung her hands, trying to forget the taste of her father's violence and disappointment. It wasn't reserved for only criminals. She had been no stranger to his cruel discipline, nor to Dominic's. But Roman's question had fueled the part of her that had been exposed to enough stories and learned to begin questioning the cruelty of the men around her. Now, as she stared upon that building, shivering in the cold, she retreated to that tiny sliver of light and warmth, escaped into the teenage memory of Roman out of habit. After all, taking refuge in that boy had once been an unbreakable pattern. She'd tried so many times to quit, but every time he had pulled her back in, until her father's simple justice had ended in Roman's death.
Walk,
Ozick hissed in Vasa's ear, pulling her back into the present. She stumbled down the platform, the city guard forming a wall around her as the crowd pushed and trampled to get closer. Ozick's narrative was an easy one to believe, and Vasa heard it whispered in the crowd. He had rescued her from Ikeria, from the man who had murdered Dominic Gazar. What a brutal, terrible marriage he had saved her from. Now she was nothing but a damaged, broken victim, harmless in their eyes, not a witch. Ozick knew something profound about human nature. In order to be considered a threat, power was a prerequisite. To convince these people she wasn't a danger, he had to strip her of it. So here she was, their poor, beloved heiress, bruised and bleeding in the snow, her clothing torn, dirt smeared across every visible inch of her. Never mind that the freshness of her bruises didn't line up with the time it would take to journey from Ikeria to Mechas. That he could have bathed her at any point along such a journey, could have let her keep her cloak to cover it all up. No, these people didn't care. They wanted to be fed fiction. Behind her, the Archbishop and his clergy were led into an open-top carriage, pulled by 2 chestnut horses. Ozick remained at her side. He paraded her through the streets, forced her to walk from the public port all the way to the looming iron fortress. Every painful step she took, the crowd screamed in performative sympathy. Their voices closed in on her. Instead of listening to them, she went somewhere else in her mind. A new refuge, an escape from this city. The witch's tower in the sodality of Sitar, vines hanging from swaying pots, and the smell of parchment permeating every inch of the room. In her mind's eye, she gazed at each shining face of her coven. Suma's salt and pepper hair, her graceful smile. Romana and Mariana, the twins that never were. Mischievous glances shared between them. Amelie, alive and well, her softness a strength. Melusina, her amber eyes and deep-carved wisdom. The calmness of her voice as she guided Vasa toward healing. And then it was a white willow tree, the Icarian breeze passing over the veranda outside Reed's villa. Her villa. The home her own great-grandmother Freya, the very founder of the Viraji coven, had once lived in. Vasa sank into that vision, pretended she could feel the wind on her skin. The rancid smell of ocean salt turned Icarian sweet. It threaded with amber. In her mind, she wasn't alone. Arms wrapped around her waist from behind and pressed her into the low stone wall that lined the veranda, surface warm from the sun. Her midriff was bare, loose breeches tied at her belly button. Her inky hair lifted in the breeze. Reed placed his chin on her shoulder. As they neared the fortress, she was still there in another time, another place, another world. And in that vision, she turned her head and laid her cheek against Reed's, neither of them having anything pressing to do, but stay right where they were. Chapter 4. Reed spun, thrusting his polearm between the plates of an enemy soldier's armor. A hook at the end of the weapon caught in the man's gut, tangling his intestines. Reed yanked the weapon back. A scream tore from his opponent's throat before the man fell to his knees and then onto his face in the viscous mud that coated the edge of the Innisjor riverbank. If people ran, they lived. If they stayed in their homes, they lived. If they fought, they died. The first village that Reed's forces took left a crimson stain upon the Asterian map. It had taken weeks to cross the continent this way, though his initial descent into northern Asteria had lasted only days. Civilians had been displaced, the northern provinces of Asteria studded with the bodies of Asterian mercenaries. Reed would carry that choice until the day he died. The shared border between Asteria and Icuria was now blurred, having been stretched to the point of snapping. A scream sounded to the right. One of his men's fire lances ignited, sending flames directly into the face of an Innisjor soldier. Another man darted at Reed from the left. He turned, driving the blade into the man's gut. Sweat dripped down Reed's forehead. He'd been blinking it from his eyes and wiping mud from his face for weeks now. Asterians functioned on organized assaults. Icurians did not fight that way. It was madness the way Reed's men broke through the Asterian lines all around him, weaving and turning in formations that, to someone with inferior training, might appear random. To his left, men fell into the water to put out the flames from the fire lances, but fights raged from vessels upon the river, too. The dam built in Innisjor by Vass's father had choked the water supply to eastern Icuria. It had been the key to the late Emperor Khazar's strategy. To cut Icuria off from the water was to cut the east off from its agriculture. The resulting drought and famine had left the region in shambles, and given rise to the rebellion that had almost ruined Reed's claim to head man. At the election, Ton of Rultho had conspired with Reed's own advisor to stage a coup. Both of those men were now at the bottom of the Satara, the salt lake Reed had called home his entire life. The fissure between Icurian territories was still wide, which meant that if Reed wanted to gather an army large enough to conquer Asteria's capital, he needed more than their central forces and their navy. He needed militias. And there were no better militias than the ones trained in Rultho and Hazut. He needed to make amends with those cities, which meant Innisjor's dam would need to fall. And fall it would. There was a singular thrill that coursed in Reed's veins as he moved, sinking his weapon into the side of another man. Adrenaline beating, heart thudding against his own breastplate, mud and blood spraying upon his face. Violence was easy, dancing in tandem with his anger and fear. It took energy to be gentle. Most of the time, Reed thought it worth the effort. Not now. Not with his wife halfway across the continent, locked in his greatest enemy's capital. The thought of Vass's raven hair, her indigo eyes alight with fear, blood smeared across her cheeks and hands, fueled each thrust of his weapon. 2 more men fell. A third. Reed could practically hear his father's voice in his ear as he fought, guiding him, warning him, providing him the sixth sense that told him to spin and lift his polearm. The axe blade settled beneath the protruding, deadly hook at the end of the spear, slicing through the arm of a soldier with a raised sword. With each enemy vanquished, he wondered if it was enough. If anything would ever be enough to sate his rage. Body after body approached, and each one fell. Reed left a trail of them as Innisjor shook with his force's descent. And then whispers threaded the air, turning to a billowing white flag as the young lord of Innisjor instructed his men to retreat. Weary and battle-worn, Reed approached Lord Rezik of Innisjor outside the grounds of his estate. The young man could only be at the start of his 3rd decade, his inexperience only serving to make him seem younger. Fear washed over the lord's soft features, his clean, bloodless, untouched face. Lord Rezik wore clothing Reed recognized as classically Asterian, similar to the ones Vasa had arrived at Moray in. The long pants and threaded cloaks like her brother and Ozic had donned when they visited. Pristine, expensive, entirely kempt. This lord had not fought today. He had hidden in his estate upon the river, protecting his wealth instead of the lives of his people. Reed gestured his forces forward as the sky turned shades of red and orange, the day transitioning into night. The young lord protested in frantic Asterian as Reed's men pulled at his arms and kicked him to his knees before the iron gate that protected his gray stone manor. Now kneeling, the man stained the front of his pants dark with urine. Reed towered over Rezik, unmoved by his whines. "Take what you need. Give every servant quarter," he instructed his men, who marched through the iron gates. "I have a message for you," Lord Rezik said in shaky Asterian, Cohen translating quietly beside Reed. "You cannot kill me." Reed was too tired to play games. His arms felt heavy, his weapon even more so. "Speak, or your head will roll." Cohen translated again, and the Lord's eyes went wide. "I have papers," he rushed. "In my coat pocket. A delivery from Mekis itself. I was instructed to give these to you. I was told it would save my life." Reed froze as Cohen translated the words. The Lord had waited until his city crumbled, until the riverbank had turned red from all the spilled blood, before playing his final card. Reed waited wordlessly as one of his men pulled the documents from the Lord's pocket, handing them to Cohen. Cohen scanned them, worrying his lip as he did so. Cohen was Reed's dearest friend, the closest thing he had to a brother, and would now serve as a counselor during Reed's tenure as head man. Cohen's face was entirely readable at this point in their camaraderie, and it was a mixture of anguish and worry that lived in the pull of his mouth. "What is it?" Reed demanded, barely mustering the energy to speak. "They are papers of dissolution," Cohen said in Icarian, meeting Reed's eyes. "Ozic has annulled your marriage to Vasilisa. He claims you have broken your original agreement by marching upon Asteria." Reed stayed utterly silent. His fingers twitched around his weapon, which sat starkly in his closed fist. This didn't matter the way Ozic wanted it to matter. Ozic had no claim over Icarian law, and they had been married in Icaria. He was still Vasa's husband, and she still his wife. "These papers mean nothing," Reed said. "They are signed by their archbishop. This eliminates any lawful claim you have to the Asterian throne," Cohen argued. Reed grit his teeth. Fury tore through him like a knife. Flicking his eyes to the young lord, he wondered why Ozic would send this in an attempt to save the man's life. It would only serve to anger Reed. And that's when he realized that Ozic wanted this man dead. "I never said I would take this empire lawfully." Reed stepped forward until his boot almost hit the knee of the young lord. "What do you know of my wife?" he demanded. Some men might have argued, or stayed silent, or displayed a modicum of courage with their words. The young Lord Rezik was not one of those men. Cohen translated every desperate word the man blubbered. "She is alive, walking the fortress of Mekis as we speak. All of the unmarried lords and heirs have been summoned to the castle. She is said to be in pursuit of a husband." Reed crumpled the papers in his hands. Turning to the general who helped lead their descent upon Innisjor, he commanded, "Demolish the dam." The general nodded, her stern eyes holding his for only a moment, before she turned to bellow commands at the soldiers waiting for her instructions. "And the Lord?" Cohen asked quietly. Reed once again tightened his fist around his polearm. The young lord had surrendered, yet Reed couldn't think past the red tinge of his vision or the roaring in his ears. Reed's father had raised him in the light of many values, not the least of which was that a leader was ultimately responsible for the instructions they gave to their forces. "The rest of his men will live," Reed told Cohen. And then Reed turned, driving the wicked blade of his polearm through the lord's gut, before the young man even realized he was going to die. Chapter 5. Guards crawled all around the inner ward of the Iron Fortress, their eyes fixed on Vasa and Ozick as the two higher-ranked sentinels outside their carriage pulled her gingerly to unsteady feet. Suddenly, they were gentle with her. The other fortress guards watched, and Vasa got the feeling this was the new story. It was unlikely anyone knew where she'd been these past 6 weeks. This entire fortress believed precisely what Ozick had spun in the city square. She had been rescued from the clutches of Ikuria, saved by Asterian forces, cleansed of the curse Reed of Moray had placed upon her. Most of the fortress staff kept straight-faced, but a few whispered to each other, and others just dropped their jaws in awe. Ozick extended her an arm. Amelie's face flashed behind Vasa's eyes, and fear made a home in her gut. She took Ozick's extended arm and hated herself for it. The iron fortress jutted from the mountainside like claws reaching into the frostbitten air. 10 black spires grew to unprecedented heights, with dangerous iron-coated points that had graced the tops since her grandfather built the monument. It was he who had mined the deep mountains others called unworkable. He who had forged iron into steel and conquered the snow-bound bay. The iron fortress was a testament to her grandfather's strength, something her father had inherited, something Vasa and Dominic were meant to inherit too. Stained glass windows reflected light in a rainbow of color, snow blanketing the patios and exterior walkways. All the towers were connected by stone pathways, arching over a garden or courtyard. Yet within the sturdy mountain rock were carved tunnels, effectively creating a system of travel around the fortress for servants and secrets. Her eyes caught upon the far side. A greenhouse loomed, seemingly built into the mountain itself, and behind it, the valley between peaks created a natural game park where they hunted their food. They plunged into an empty hallway with no windows and no open air. Vasa put one foot in front of the other. Eventually, the pathway wound to the western side of the fortress, and they passed one of the hidden entrances into the servants' hallways, which were a maze of dingy, connected pass-throughs that gave the servants access to most parts of the fortress at any given time. Various tucked-away doors marked their entrances and exits. Some were entirely secret, built behind bookcases or tapestries. She'd snuck through those corridors more and more as she'd gotten older, avoiding Dominic, avoiding her father, or sneaking around to meet Roman. Each inch of space here was a memory, her body recognizing every step she took. She couldn't breathe, not as the air of the fortress closed around her. There was so much death, so much grief and darkness splattered along these wicked halls. She forced herself to pull deep, calming breaths the way the Coven had taught her, a desperate attempt to dismiss the onslaught of memories so vivid they could have been carved into the walls as relics. "Is there a lead sentinel?" she asked, her voice shaking. A vice captain, one of the highest ranks for a soldier in this fortress, and the person who would command her own personal guard. There was normally one assigned per member of the royal family, and they reported only to the captain of the guard. When Dominic took the throne, he likely instituted his own men instead of their father's. Ozick confirmed with a sharp nod. "There is." "And where is he?" Out, one of the guards said. She glanced at his brooches. A lower-ranking sentinel, but not cannon fodder. Vasa sighed, but didn't pry further. She didn't have the energy, especially as they came upon familiar double doors. Her parents' old wing of the fortress. While this particular hallway led to a variety of necessities, like their private kitchen and game rooms, it was the door at the end that they dragged her toward. The Emperor and Empress's private quarters. The very rooms where she had found her mother's body, drained of color and life. Panic flared in her chest. She couldn't go in there. She skidded to a stop, backing up, and the sentinel who escorted them blocked her path. In moments, he had her hands behind her back, restrained. "No!" she bleated, trying to fight his grip. She struggled like a toddler, throwing her body to the floor, only to be caught harshly and pulled back up. "It'll be all right," Ozick told her, in such calm tones. "You'll readjust." "Please," she begged, her voice a choked whisper so low she wasn't certain anyone could hear it. She looked to the sentinels, and could tell by their drawn expressions that they would offer her no reprieve. They likely saw her reaction as nothing more than a consequence of her time in Icaria. There were so few sentinels at the prison compared to the fortress, so few people who knew the truth. Ozick needed it that way. To them, she was broken. "You will be the Empress of Asteria," Ozick told her, as if he were soothing some wild animal. "This wing belongs to you." Ozick touched her arm gently, but she flinched. "Please, don't make me do this," she whispered, and she wished they were alone. With anyone else around, every reaction he had would be measured, intentional, and planned. He and her father had taught her that very mechanism. He tilted his head as if he were speaking to a child. "In time, you will have a better understanding of the strength that can be gained from remembering." Every inch of her body was a cavern, a place where love and hope and magic had until recently resided, but no longer. That space was filled with adrenaline, agony, terror, all familiar friends. Ozick turned away from her and wandered back down the hall. He disappeared around the corner, not bothering to stay to make sure she entered the rooms. He knew perfectly well that she would, that she had no choice, because Amelie was dead if she refused. As the sentinels opened the doors, movement caught her eye. At the end of the hall was the familiar frame of someone speaking to Ozick, but they disappeared before she could catch sight of them in full. Then she was thrown into her parents' quarters, the door slamming loudly behind her. Vasa did not move from the foyer. She stared down the hallway, her back pressed to the entrance door, and slid down to the marble floor. All the doors down the right hallway belonged to her mother, all the ones down the left to her father. No matter which direction she went, the outcome was the same. Vasa saw herself, young and afraid, hiding in her mother's closet while Dominic ran around the fortress like a malevolent king. Her mother's coolness flashed behind Vasa's eyes. "Come out from there," she had said. "You are too old for this childish game." Dead. Everyone who once lived in these rooms was dead. Vasa did not move. Fear was unwilling to release her from its clawed grasp, its talons curled around her heart. "You will die here too." Vasa squeezed her eyes shut. It all crusted over her then. Mathkin's voice as it cracked on grandfather. Amelie's screams. Her brother's head severed from his body. Reed's lifeless weight in her lap. Ozick's snarling lip as he stole her magic. The gold of the prison. The cut of Lord Vlasik's blade. Vasa tried to stand. She searched for courage, or strength, or rationality, but could find none of them. The only thing left in her was the faint trickle of magic that seemed to wind around her abdomen. Ozic was there on the other side. It was a simmering power just below the surface, like a thin layer of gauze over a wound curdled with infection. Vasa shook. She rocked back and forth. Every time she thought she was ready to stand, her body simply wouldn't. At some point, she rested her cheek upon the cold stone floor. At some point, her body gave out completely. At some point, she slept. Vasa had no taste for sunlight, or crisp air, or the way snow glistened when it fell. She had once known these as a reprieve, a moment of peace cut through the violence of her surroundings. But she did not long for peace anymore. She craved blood and steel cutting through skin, and a cry so piercing it would bring the snow on the mountains plummeting down. She stared at Ozic across the dinner table. For a week now, he had forced her to hold court at the sanctum like a pathetic stand-in for her father. She had met with the other members of her father's advisory council and judicial body. For hours, she listened to their placating compliments and slimy reaches for power, all of them wondering if they would keep their positions when she took a husband, if there was a path to the salt. Half of them looked to Ozic for answers, the other half to her. This was uncharted territory. Vasa wasn't the emperor, but she was the closest thing to it, and they likely assumed she would have her eventual husband's ear. Yet Ozic was a man. For many of them, that mattered more. "Eat," Ozic commanded, forcing Vasa back into the present. His golden eyes didn't budge from her, like a hawk's focused on prey. "Take advantage of the quiet meals before the rest of the nobility arrives." Stained glass windows covered the perimeter of the room and soaked the table in a treacherous orange and red, the sunset bleeding through the patterns that overlooked the angry, churning ocean. A small feast was sprawled across the oak table. A mild white fish drenched in a steaming broth made from golden leeks and blood-red beetroot, potatoes swimming alongside it, and a loaf of warm bread. Vasa picked up the fork. She speared a potato and brought it to her mouth, fighting against the urge to gag. But the taste of food made her want to vomit on the pretty plates and streaks of gold woven into the tablecloth. She did not deserve to eat so richly while her friend rotted in a dungeon. "Have you reviewed the correspondence your brother left?" Ozic asked. Vasa kept her eyes on her food. She hadn't set foot in her father's office, and she wasn't sure she intended to. She had no interest in this nation, no care for what became of it. Her only hope was that Reed would manage to get an army through the Lorsavane Gap and obliterate any chance Asteria had of holding its territories. And that she and Amelie would still be alive when he did. A disbelieving tisk rolled off Ozic's tongue. "If you aren't going to cooperate, perhaps I should give Lord Vlasic what he wants and marry you to him now." She narrowed her eyes, lifting her goblet to her mouth and taking a long drink as she considered her options. The simple truth was that she would slaughter Lord Vlasic and mark herself a traitor before she spent a single moment in his wedding bed. The act might condemn both Amelie and herself to death. But if their roles were reversed, Vasa would willingly go to a burning stake before Amelie spent one night beholden to the lust of a man like that. "If the Lord is your choice, then so be it," she muttered obstinately, standing from the table. Without warning, her abdomen lit on fire, and magic was wrenched from wherever it hid within her. She choked on her wine and tried to move her hands, but they were caught, weighed down on the table by some invisible force. Slickness ran over her skin, the feel of Ozik's raw magic slippery and wet. Breath pushed from her lips in harsh bursts, memories of her time in the prison sliding back into place and stealing her calm. Her hands began to shake, and the absence of her power hit her like losing air. Something in her body clawed for it, nails sinking into the sides of her stomach and digging deeper and deeper to find that magic. But as she delved into herself, what she found wasn't the hissing of a snake, or the waves of the Sitara, or the wolf with bright white eyes. It was just that single shimmering cord that tied her to Ozik. Everywhere she searched in her own body, she found the remnant of him there, attached to her, woven into the threads of her muscles and wrapped around her bones. One long string tangled in so many places it had become a spider web. The deeper she pushed, the more of them there were. He had taken over the spaces where her magic used to reside and had replaced them with these things. She found that she could run her own fingers upon them, pluck the threads like an instrument, and create the wails of high and low notes, music in her mind and body. And as she did, she felt the ties between them tighten. There was something there on the other side. She reached for it. Something glowed crimson behind her eyes, and then pain splintered down her spine. She was being ripped in two. Vasa choked, and her hands slammed against the table. "Enough!" Ozik yelled. Vasa's eyes flew open as she gasped in a breath. "What was that?" she demanded through the haze of her pain. Ozik's anger crawled across the connection, his emotions so clear to her, so easily perceptible. A large, three-pronged serving fork that rested against the platter of meat in front of her slid off the plate. Horror sliced into her. The fork turned itself over in midair, prongs pointing downward. And then it dropped with terrifying speed and stabbed straight through Vasa's hand, exiting through her palm as muscles severed and bones cracked. Vasa screamed, and Ozik's chair hissed against the ground as he stood. Vasa breathed heavily through her nose, trying to will the pain away without moving further. "I raised you to be an active participant in the schemes around you," Ozik said. "I know you are capable." His measured footsteps echoed on the rug-covered floor until he was just in front of her. Hands landing on the table, he leaned into her space. His eyes inspected the stream of blood pouring down Vasa's fingers, catching his gaze upon the place where the utensil stuck out of her mangled hand. Tears welled in Vasa's eyes, and one escaped in a droplet that ran down her cheek. A carnal smile crossed Ozik's lips. "You are not strong enough to burrow that deep into our connection. Remember the consequence of breaking a bargain with a Zeter witch." Death. Vasa winced, looking down at the table again, eyes focusing on the rings upon Ozik's fingers. The jewels glared back brightly at her, and it was all she could do to keep her eyes open. In her mind, she began to count the gems on each one. Every number was a piece of her sanity, every breath a reminder she was alive. Ozik's fingers flexed. Her eyes caught upon one ring in particular, a black stone ring with raw edges that made the stone look like it had been broken off a larger piece. There was a subtle churning in the vast darkness of it, and despite herself, Vasa committed it to memory. Ozik tisked again, and the fork slid further into her hand, causing Vasa to cry out in pain as the metal prongs dug deeper into the table beneath her palm. Her breath came out as a hiss between her teeth. She didn't say anything. She focused on her breathing instead, her eyes watering from the sharp tremors shooting up her hand. She swallowed back more tears, but Lord Vlasic's sharp blue eyes appeared in her mind. The feel of iron scraped over her throat, of blinding pain in her hands and feet.
"Brace yourself,"
Ozek said. He tore the fork from her hand, and Vasa let out a strangled scream. Magic reared up in her stomach, immediately responding to the pain, to the pounding of her heart. Vasa gasped as power flooded her body, her stomach, her veins, her chest. It tingled on her hands. The spider's web in her body turned to writhing serpents, hisses echoing in her ear and mind. Black mist leaked from Vasa's fingers, coasting over the table around her dinner napkin. It morphed in front of her, soft sibilations growing louder with each second, until snakes slithered across the table. Ozek had given her magic back. She tried to hold it within her, to temper the rage of the power with the calmness she needed to master. But she couldn't. Her magic was a waterfall, returning angry and unstoppable. The pain in her stomach almost matched the fork that had been in her hand. Black snakes trailed along the table in scurrying waves. They rose and rose and rose.
"Strike me and I will strike back,"
Ozek warned. Vasa snapped her eyes to meet his. Her hands squeezed shut, blood running through her fingers. The serpents on the table halted. They moved their heads back and forth in agitated S's, waiting, craving the violence brewing within Vasa. Ozek straightened. He reached for her hand, eyes catching on the blood that stained the white tablecloth. Vasa recoiled.
"Sit still,"
Ozek commanded. His fingers snapped around her hand. Power pulsed forth from him, and the cords between them pulled taut. "You are in control," she whispered in her own mind. Her fingers dug into the tablecloth, and she took note of the feel of the fabric against her skin. It was a poor excuse for grounding, but it was the best she could do. The feeling of his magic crawling through her body was almost too much to bear, but Vasa forced herself to breathe through it, to remember everything Melusina had taught her. Like he was a Zuhia witch all on his own, the wound on her hand sewed itself back together. Vasa gasped, heart thudding against her chest. She stared at the result of his unrestrained magic. A smooth, scarless hand, absent of even the remnant of the cut the Archbishop had dealt. It all made a mess of her mind. How? Vasa managed through the burning in her gut. He only lifted his golden eyes, though there was a tinge of something there. A redness creeping into his irises, an exhaustion overtaking his frown.
"You have 2 days before the lords arrive. Read your brother's correspondence, and perhaps I will show you."
He pulled at her magic like it was a noose around her neck. The black mist within her rushed down whatever bound her to Ozek, entering those cords and draining away as if on a whim. She was empty. Ozek stepped away from the table, sauntering wordlessly to the door. She almost got up to follow him, almost gave in to her younger self, who reached for whatever information he could offer. Answers were a refuge Vasa desperately wanted. She stood from the table and began toward her family's chambers, determination steeling her spine. Chapter 6. Vasa stood at the edge of the left hallway, eyes fixed on the wooden door she knew led into her father's study. This side of the quarters was far less panic-inducing. When her father had died in his own bed, it had looked like illness. A fever, strange nightmares, thrashing at night. Then his body had simply stopped. But Vasa knew that wasn't the truth, that Ozek had done it. Vasa thought of the Sitara, of the cool water and the way magic had felt in her abdomen. She took one step, then another. Dread filled her chest. Still, She pretended that she walked along that shoreline, thought only of that and the door. Urgency, this desperate instinct to run, assaulted her. It felt as if someone stood behind her, knife in hand, ready to plunge it through her back. Like at any moment, her life would be claimed. She broke into a sprint down the long hallway, heaving down breath. It was irrational. There was no one chasing her. There was no real danger. But her body did not believe her mind. She gripped the handle and threw herself into the office. Vasa pressed her back to the door, taking deep breaths in and out. When she opened her eyes, her hands fell from the door behind her. Bookshelves lined 3 of the 4 walls in the ample-sized office, a sliding ladder able to travel across them all. Black archways carved the center shelves and drew her eye, rows and rows of books studding the scene. A large russet leather chair sat next to the fireplace. The firebox had been well tended. With a flint and steel, Vasa stoked a fire. She stood from her crouch and gazed around again, eventually staring at the dark wooden desk in the center of the room. Her late brother hadn't changed a thing. Vasa wondered if Dominic had silently wanted to be more like their father than he'd let on. He'd had the opportunity to make this study anything he wanted it to be. Yet, her father's golden hourglass still sat in the very left corner of the desk, like a beacon to a life that no longer drew breath. Vasa ran her fingers over the cool surface, remembering a time when she had sat on the other side of this desk and spent hours translating correspondence her father's soldiers had recovered from the once unconquered center of Asteria. The correspondence had been written in code, making the dialect even more difficult for Vasa to recognize, but the root language had been enough to uncover at least the purpose of the letters. That same civilization had been reduced to ruins, and now the Karev family oversaw the territory from the castle her father had built for them upon those grasslands. Lord Karev was one of many contenders who would be on his way, the smell of blood in the water bringing every shark to their shore. Her hand grazed the bookshelf on the far left side of the room, hand landing on an iron-hewn statue of an owl. She gripped its head and pulled, and like a lever, it cranked forward. Vasa pushed the shelf. It opened into a sinister tunnel, pitch black. Her heart started to race again. Just as quickly as she'd opened it, Vasa closed the entrance to one of the fortress's escape routes. When her father had built this new wing and abandoned the old emperor's quarters on the far side of the fortress, he'd demanded this exit be built. Should they ever be attacked and unable to hold the fortress, the passageway would grant their family a way out, and eventually into a secret apartment they kept in the main city. As a teenager, Vasa had abused the presence of the tunnel, knowing when her father wasn't here and sneaking through it to meet Roman and his friends, disguised as anyone but herself. Her heart lurched into her throat. They were all dead now. Sitting in the oversized black leather chair just behind the oak desk, Vasa began to thumb through each of the drawers. They contained various papers and notes on the happenings in each of Asteria's provinces, including financial logs and the reports of their supplies. Despite herself, the gathering of information was a grounding of sorts. Her foolishness sank its teeth into her. She would need to commit this all to memory by the time the Lords arrived if she had any hope of navigating the new political landscape. Most of it was boring, but she was already at a disadvantage. Given she couldn't take the throne without marrying one of them, she would have to cling to any ounce of power she could wield. She didn't know what would become of Asteria, but she couldn't let it swallow her whole. She took her own diligent notes, resorting to a notebook that felt foreign in her hands. She briefly thought of her own notebook, the one Melusina had helped her find that still wove her and Reed together. But the memory was too sharp, too jagged. She forced down a deep breath, then another, then another. She could do this. She tucked each piece of information about Asteria away, as if it would save her. She had always found solace in knowledge. Knowledge was where power lay. Tiptoeing out of the office, Vasa peered into the hallway to check for any remaining attendants. There were none. They must have retired for the evening. She slipped back into the office and sat in the chair, taking in a calming breath. Quiet as a mouse, she used her fingers to delicately trace over the lines on the bottom of the desk. They caught upon the faintest groove. Vasa dug her nail into the slit opening, and with a little prying, the false bottom of the desk unlatched. There was nothing except a dark brown leather journal tied together with a golden string. Her father had kept his most valuable notes here, another secret between her and him. He had never shared this much with Dominic, paranoid that his own son would come to claim the throne before he was ready to release it. Andrzej Kazar had not seen Vasa as a threat, so he didn't realize when he'd turned her into one. Seemingly, Dominic had found this drawer. He had replaced the contents with something of his own, unsuspecting and unlabeled. If the journal hadn't been hidden in this secret compartment, she would easily have passed over it. Softness pressed to her fingertips, and she knew the notebook had been well worn, its leather soft and supple. Tentatively, she opened the first page, eyes scanning over the worn parchment. She knew the bold lines of her brother's handwriting, had looked upon it more times than she cared to count during their shared tutelage. But his notes were accompanied by detailed charcoal sketches, somewhat of a signature of his. Art. It began with flora and fauna found around the fortress, proof of a young boy's hand and imagination. Notes turned to fantasy. The pages were littered with things Vasa had never seen but had read in the folklore she'd acquired from the territories her father eventually conquered. Rabbits with horns, deer with the tails of a fish, even a wolf with wings jutting from its shoulders like a mighty god. "Keep your head in the clouds," her father once hissed at a 12-year-old Dominic, "and you'll lose it." Their mother had glared at Vasa then, at the place she'd perched on the edge of her father's desk, Dominic narrowing his eyes along with her. Pride had coursed through Vasa at being the one who made their father proud. Now it just made her feel ashamed. With the journal in her hands, every memory Vasa had of Dominic became tinged with something else. He'd been much like their great-grandmother Freya, hadn't he? The paintings on the second floor of the Viraji Witch's tower flashed behind Vasa's eyes. The white willow tree Freya had illustrated in every season, a mark of Vasa's heritage in Icaria. In Moray, the place Vasa had traced her maternal bloodline to. Vasa lowered her eyes. This entire time, Vasa had seen her mother's discovered lineage as her own, as belonging to only her. But Dominic shared her blood. What was hers was his, too, down to the bloody legacy of their father and the death of their mother. And in all that darkness, he'd once been a boy who loved to draw. And she had murdered him, severed his head and thrown it into a crowd. Vasa's hands shook, and she debated closing the notebook. She wasn't certain she had any right to look upon it. What she had done had been the only way to save her life, she reminded herself. He'd intended to kill her. Hero or villain? Hero or villain? Her mind whispered. It was a two-faced coin, and she didn't know which side she had landed on. Vasa forced herself to turn the page. The further she went, the more menacing the subjects became. Where the playful lines of a boy entranced with fiction once thrived, there were now depictions of death and mindless scribbles. Angry strokes cut through sketches like jagged scars, marking the things Dominic did not like. labeling his own work as intolerable. Vasa turned another page. Her breath caught in her throat and swelled. The Miro dug. The creature of oil and darkness stained the paper in a perfect rendition of each curve, every snag of its wings placed precisely where they belonged. She ran her fingertips over the spikes on both of the wings that served as replacements for where arms should have been. Along the curling horns that ripped mercilessly from the top of its head and stroked downward to its waist with one flick of Dominic's wrist. Ribs poking out from broken skin like prisoners dying to escape. The drawing she looked upon was technically perfect and frightening in its accuracy. And beneath it, one word: Zeter. She immediately turned the page again and found scribbled numbers in the harsh lines of Dominic's handwriting. There was a list of them, little scratches in sequential order. Vasa turned to the bound files behind her, stacked upon bookshelves that covered the back wall and two side walls. She turned back to the numbers. It took a moment for it to click, but this was simply a code their father had taught them once upon a time, a way to mask his notes from wandering eyes. Vasa got to work translating the numbers into letters, falling into a somewhat cathartic routine of solving a puzzle. Standing and perusing the shelves, she plucked out the first notebook indicated in Dominic's journal. She began to flip through it, her heart pounding as she read, bile rising in her throat. Vasa's hands started to shake. It was a detailed account of the torture and execution of a woman her father's men had taken from one of the inland territories, written by the late Lord Vlasic, the dead father of the very man who had tortured Vasa in the prison, who now vied for the Asterian throne through a betrothal to her. This woman they tortured had been a witch, a Zuhar witch, Vasa remembered, given the woman could manipulate water. All Melusina's teachings came pouring back to her. The secrets of the covens, how Icarian unification had decimated the witch population to few, if any, per coven. That was the true limiter of their magic, to only inherit it after a parent's death, to only ever have one witch per generation within a family. It made weaponizing magic difficult, and understanding it even more so. Witches weren't usually young people. They were men and women in the second half of their lives who had already put down roots and had entire families to lose if they fought. With a heavy heart, Vasa closed the bound notebook and moved on to the next one noted in Dominic's journal, finding a similar result. It was another notebook littered in entries from the late Lord Vlasic, but this time the victim was a witch who could heal her own wounds. Zuhia, the goddess of healing, who could be traced back to Rultho. They had pushed and prodded the older woman, injuring her just to see if she was capable of mending the damage. The last entry described a rope they had rubbed in a processed form of iron, and then sealed. When placed upon the witch, she could no longer heal herself. She had not survived the torture. They had discovered beyond a shadow of a doubt that the processed iron was capable of cutting off whatever connection the witch had to her power. A shiver crawled down Vasa's spine. Had that been the type of rope Dominic had used to tie Vasa up under the Colosseum in Dira? In the prison, iron chains had cut off her magic, even when Ozic had granted her access to it. They must have been coated in the same processed metal. Vasa read 7 more accounts, each from a different territory that Vasa's father had conquered, 5 of them contributed by the late Lord Vlasic. The 2 accounts at the end were done by the current Lord Vlasic, and Vasa recognized Dominic's handwriting. There was another contributor, a clergyman, which indicated the beginning of the Asterian Church's involvement. It had been under Dominic's reign. Her father had been trying to contain witches' magic, but by the time Dominic was involved, the goal of the torture had changed. It became about manifesting it. Vasa reopened Dominic's notebook, flipping through the pages and scanning his drawings of the Miro dog once more. There were no more mentions of Zeter, but Dominic had known of the god Ozic gained his powers from, the god of bargains and souls. She kept turning, until something slipped out of the pages in the back. Folded in the notebook was a small parchment envelope that had been torn open, her mother's wax seal broken. Vasa gently lifted the seal, the envelope's parchment dry and covered in finger marks. This had been looked at more than once. Inside was a small letter. As it unfolded, Vasa's breath left her body. Vasilisa, her mother's handwriting began. A wedding present. There is so little I can pass down to you, other than pain. But I can give you this. It is the only thing that will protect you from him. Whatever you do, stay in Murray, and do not unite the other pieces. The price is far too great. Vasa stared at the writing. She reread it again and again, her mind churning, her body feeling suddenly heavy and weightless at once. Who was he? What other pieces? And what was the price? The only person she could think of was Ozic. Vena Khazar had arranged Vasa's marriage the summer before she died, when she'd visited Murray and trained with Melusina. This had apparently been paired with a wedding gift, one Dominic had never delivered. As she looked at the page where the note had been hidden, she saw exactly what item her mother had been speaking of, drawn with Dominic's expert shading and strokes. Woven iron links fastened irrevocably to a small, ominous black stone. Her mother's necklace. She sucked in a breath. The obsidian piece on the necklace looked just like Ozic's black stone ring. How had she not made the connection before? She couldn't recall exactly when her mother had started wearing the necklace, but it had been a decorative fixture on Vena Khazar for years. Vasa ran her fingers over the drawing, realizing something. The necklace was missing. She started to paw through the hidden compartment of the desk, but it was empty. She opened every drawer. No necklace. It was gone. Her final conversation with Dominic played on a loop in her head. I want to understand. To know why she gave you the one thing she knew would be a threat to me. Vasa had assumed he'd meant her marriage to Reed, that their mother had negotiated Vasa's arrival in Murray, her access to the Viraji coven, and an ability to overcome what he believed to be a curse. But what if it was actually this? What if he had found the necklace and known something she didn't about what it was capable of? The him Vena Khazar had written about. Was it her lover? Or her own son? Vasa closed Dominic's notebook, unable to look at it further. She wasn't certain she could ever bring herself to open it again. But one thing was definite. Her mother had sent her away from this place for a reason. She'd wanted to protect Vasa from whatever Dominic and Lord Vlasic were doing. Her mother had known she was in danger. And Ozic had sent Vasa into this office, knowing precisely what she would find. Chapter 7. Water sloshed against the side of the boat, frozen and unforgiving, as Reed's footsteps echoed on pitted wood. He gazed out at a ship in the distance that seemed to be gaining on them. Cold wind whipped through his hair. Running his hands along the banister, he took note of each imperfection on the Asterian vessel that guided them through the narrow passageway, separating Asteria and the sheets. The short, clumsy thing would probably sink before they ever reached the other side. The dilapidated merchant's boat could very well crack open at the next sharp curve, plunging them into the frozen depths. He felt the ice of it in his bones, the water in his lungs, the darkness of drowning. Reed shivered. All he had done for days now was shake in this cold. His hands felt like stone, numb and painful. Yet, as it stood, this was the only way forward. The story the rest of the continent would hear was clear. Reed of Moray had been injured in a battle on the far side of the Iron Peaks just a few days ago. News of his retreat would arrive in Mekis in no time, and so his lack of appearance wouldn't raise any red flags to the Asterians. They would mark him a coward and likely have a laugh. Reed, on the other hand, would slip in under their noses. He'd taken a branch of the Sanguine that emptied into the icy ocean on the eastern side of the continent, on the trade route between Asteria and Zatar. This particular sea was littered with cays and infested with pirates, but this had been their only hope. Meanwhile, Kasana moved their forces to strategic locations throughout northern Asteria, ready at the drop of a hat to resume the carnage and plunge into the Lorsavain Gap. He was certain the Icurian vessels could navigate it, or at least that his forces were skilled enough sailors to make it through. All they would fight were the pirates, but Kasana had assured him it was a task she could handle. All Reed saw was raven hair, and eyes a darker shade of indigo than the midnight water he had sailed across to get to her. Vasa had told him she loved him, had chosen him, and now she would be no one else's so long as she wished it. He was going to find her. The captain of their ship rattled something off in Asterian as the vessel in the distance grew even closer. It was gaining on them. Each moment it seemed to come nearer and nearer and nearer. Red sails whipped in the wind, no insignia upon them to mark who they sailed for. The vessel had speed, more so than this ship, and something about the look of it caused Reed to furrow his brows. Oars broke the surface and then plunged below. An Icurian vessel? Reed turned to find the merchant dipping below deck. Hiding, he realized, and as Reed gazed around, the mood of the crew shifted. Apprehension threaded the deck. Reed followed the merchant down the steep ladder to the cramped crew quarters, where the man spat off rapid-fire commands at people as if the crew had no real meaning to him. Reed's mother sat with Cohen at the only bolted-down bench, wrapped tightly in what little fabric the stingy merchant had to spare. It was too cold here for his mother. Her older bones were born and raised in the Icurian heat. Cohen's lips were a perpetual shade of blue as he eyed the desperate merchant who sat on the edge of the bench. The warm merchant. His beady gaze never shifted to Reed's. The man's proximity itself was a warning. He usually didn't come near them. Only Reed's payment, salt by the pound, was going to save the boat beneath their feet. It was the reason the man had discreetly let their group board. Reed's ailing mother another part of their disguise. So far, it seemed the merchant hadn't pinpointed who they really were. Their considerable resources depicted them as wealthy and lucky, someone with enough money and reason to travel to Mekis, and desperate, given his mother's supposed illness and the fresh border war. But their accents, and Reed's lack of language, revealed them to be anything but Asterian, so the only hope was that the merchant believed them victims of the war Reed himself had started, rather than a high witch, a counselor-elect, and the man who would be Icuria's head man in a matter of months. The boat came to a halt. Scurrying footsteps sounded on the main deck, and then thud after thud after thud followed. Most of the crew members still in the hull raced toward the deck, only 3 staying, locking the hatch behind them. That was when the screaming began. Reed's mother rose to her feet. Reed started forward, but Cohen gave one sharp shake of his head. He pushed his spectacles up his nose, his hand shaking slightly. The merchant sat uselessly upon the bench and made no effort to stand. He only rocked back and forth. Reed reached for a dagger at his waist. He would have given anything to be on one of his own ships, with compartmentalized spaces he knew like the back of his hand. To be wearing warmer clothes that prevented this ache with each movement. His ear bent to the sound of voices, muffled, and speaking a language he didn't understand. Asterian. Another thud against the deck caused everyone below to go quiet. The snapping of wood broke the silence. The lock on the hatch. Boots appeared and slammed against the crew deck floor, carrying someone with them. A body unfurled of medium size and feminine build, and Reed was met with an audacious smile. A woman stood in front of them, light red hair braided over both shoulders, and sharp eyes the color of moss. She tilted her head. She wore animal furs and leather armor, looking warmer than all of them. Sharp blades, long and small, settled into sheaths on her thighs, waist, and arms. Full lips pursed as she looked them over, gaze landing mercilessly on the merchant. Raising her sword and pointing it at him, she spoke in Asterian, a slight accent riding her words. The merchant began to shake. He looked their way, then back at her. Desperation flooded the merchant's response, and Reed didn't need to speak the same language to know the tone of it. He picked up on a few key words, debt being the most notable. Cohen stepped in front of Reed's mother. Reed edged just slightly closer to Cohen. The red-haired woman snorted at the merchant, sliding her green eyes to them in what Reed thought might be disappointment. Cohen, who knew enough Asterian to get them by, began to speak, and the moment he did, the woman furrowed her brow. She gestured her sword at the merchant, speaking in the common tongue of Icaria, sending shock into the pit of Reed's stomach. "Did you know he would sell you out so quickly? He's just offered to let me have your entire party in exchange for me leaving his wares on his ship. A shame. I've been chasing this fool for months. He owes me a debt." Reed stepped forward. "Who are you?" "A pirate?" Cohen ventured. The woman grinned with the sharpness of a dagger. "Call it what you will." "One who speaks Icurian?" Reed asked. "Apparently." Behind him, his mother shuffled. Out of options, Reed felt himself being backed into a corner. He turned, gripping the merchant on his shoulder and spinning so he was behind him. He placed his dagger at the hollow of the merchant's throat. The remaining men around them began to react, but before they could counter Reed, something hummed. Rattled, Reed realized. The vessel vibrated beneath his feet. A dozen or so rusted nails pulled from the wood making up the hull of the ship, lifted by some invisible force. The boards to his left shifted. Panic seared through Reed as the nails turned all at once, sharp edges pointing at them, and his eyes widened when he realized what had moved them. Or who. The pirate stood with her hands raised, the iron nails at her command. She said something in Asterian, and the merchant shook uncontrollably in Reed's arms, seemingly more afraid of her than he was of the knife at his throat. He began to blubber in Asterian, and Reed pressed his knife harder into skin. "You're a witch," Reed said in Icarian. "An Imros witch." Hailing from Seguth, Imros was the goddess of ore. Reed had met a few of the Imros coven in his life, but none as powerful as this woman seemed. To manipulate metal with such precision was more than magic. It was a gift. The woman narrowed her eyes at him. "And you are?" Reed's mind ticked like a clock. He had two options: stay and die, or find a way off the ship. Without another word, Reed sliced his knife across the merchant's throat. The man sank to the ground with a wretched gurgling sound. Blood oozed along the rickety wood at Reed's feet. The three men around them began to react, but before their screams could fill the air, black mist covered their noses and throats, plunging down their airways until the remaining crew fell wordlessly, lifelessly to the deck. The only person Melusina spared was the Imros witch. The confidence in the pirate's green eyes stuttered for only a moment. but the flash of fear had been there. She did not release the rusted nails, her fingers growing wider in what Reed thought was an attempt to contain the magic. He realized she shook with the effort. Untrained, then.
"Who are you?"
she demanded. This time, there was an edge to her voice. "Icurians," Melusina said, stepping out from behind Reed and raising her chin with pride. Mist still danced along her wrists and arms, spreading to the floor below and coating it like fog. The two women filled every crevice in the space, their magic pulsing around the vessel like music whirling through the air. It was a sight to behold. Reed had scarcely seen Viraji magic intertwine with that of another coven. Only the witches of Una, and that was a rarity. "Drop the nails, or we all drown," Melusina said. The witch paused, but within 2 breaths, the nails clanged onto the floor. "You pays him souls. She wields Viraji magic. Moraians." Reed nodded, but didn't expand any further. Piracy was a wicked game, and he knew better than to reveal himself to someone who only honored a code among their crew. "Well, best of luck," the pirate said casually. Then she swung with one arm back onto the ladder and climbed. Reed's jaw dropped, and Cohen burst forward, hollering for her to wait. Reed followed him up onto the main deck, eyes widening as multiple people pilfered through anything available. Reed scanned his surroundings until he finally found the red-haired pirate. She swung from rope to rope like the ship was nothing but a playground, preparing to leap to her boat. Behind Reed, his mother emerged, hands grasping the bags of salt that Reed had given the merchant for his discretion. Blood was smeared on the outside of the canvas, but Melusina didn't seem to mind. "Hey! You want this?" she called to the pirate. The woman turned over her shoulder, dangling from one of the ropes, her braids flying in the wind. She swung loosely for a moment, as if unsure, but then turned her body and swung her weight back, the rope propelling her toward them. She landed and uncurled to her full height. "What exactly is your proposal?" "Take us into the Iron Bay," Cohen said. "And this salt is yours." The pirate lifted her brow. "I'm not a guide." The boat tipped, and Reed had to grip a stanchion in order to stay upright. Urgency stole his better senses. "What do you want?" Reed said, stepping forward. "If you get us there safely, whatever it is, it's yours." Scrutiny seemed to come easy to the witch. She looked Reed up and down, the telltale signs of plotting swirling in the green of her eyes. "What sort of person makes a promise like that to the likes of me?" "Someone who can make good on it." A slow smile spread across her face. Deliberation didn't stain it, though, her eyes catching again on the bags of salt. "Why don't you come aboard and we can discuss terms?" Gripping the rope, she swung with more grace and agility than Reed had ever seen across the gap separating their boats, not bothering to wait for further words. Her boots thumped on the boat opposite them. She sauntered across the deck, weaving through the swath of people darting this way and that. "You know she'll likely kill us and keep the salt, right?" Cohen said. Reed only pursed his lips. He finally got a good look at the pirate's vessel across from theirs. It was Icurian by design, no doubt fabricated in Seguth like the rest of their ships. He was familiar with the hull and oars bank, his fingers itching to get a hold of one of the oars that would help propel the ship forward. At least 50 stuck out, half in each direction. Except it wasn't exactly the same. There were mechanisms on it that he'd never seen before. Metal fixtures on the oars that attached them to the ship. Furrowing his brows, he inspected each inch he could see, making a note of the iron hinges.
I'll go first, then,
Reed said.
Reed,
His mother tried.
stay here.
She huffed, muttering something under her breath. Reed avoided the body of the dead captain and grabbed a hold of the same ropes the pirate had used. In one graceful jump, he swung onto the opposite deck, his shoulders burning with the familiar motion, his numb hands scraping on the rough texture. He kept his eyes to himself, but a few of the pirate's crewmates whispered something at his arrival. He'd grown up on ships, had sailed them through the rivers in Icaria with his father, but this striking cold lent to a different kind of endurance. His body ached. He needed new clothing. Cohen and his mother waited across the platform the pirates were using to offload the ship. The pirate was nowhere in sight. People moved in every direction. Men and women both worked the vessel, so un-Asterian in nature, and added further to the confounding puzzle in Reed's mind. A man with sharp onyx eyes and broad shoulders sauntered over to them. He had dark brown skin and a sturdy build, seemingly honed from his work on the ship. Others moved out of his way as he approached. He gestured toward the hatch.
Captain says you'll stay down there,
he said in Icarian, and Reed almost sighed in relief. He'd felt out of place listening to the indistinguishable Asterian earlier, and had an even greater appreciation for Vasa. He was grateful to be back in the company of a language he understood. The man placed his hand on Reed's shoulder.
The captain will see you in her quarters.
Reed turned to where Cohen and his mother stood.
We don't kill without reason,
the man said.
Especially not another witch.
Reed met the man's eyes. He extended an arm, an Icarian gesture, and Reed thought the show of it was pointless if he didn't mean it.
Will you help my mother across?
Reed asked, taking the man's arm and giving one strong shake. He nodded, as if he truly meant it.
I will.
Reed turned, gesturing for Cohen to start the journey across the narrow board. Reed walked the main deck and climbed until he found the low entrance to the captain's quarters. Heat wafted through the air, emanating from a firebox next to the desk. Reed almost sank to his knees in relief. Warmth. He wanted to walk up and hold his hands to it, but instead, he surveyed the room. Inside was anything but simple. Ornate silk curtains hung along stained glass windows, and oak furniture stood bold with carvings of leaves and roses in each piece. The lushly dressed bed boasted bright pinks and yellows. Cheery was the word that came to mind, so at odds with Reed's predetermined image of a pirate. But it was ostentatious, and he realized that whatever price this woman demanded would be large enough to make him blink. Covering the opposite wall, there was artwork made entirely of iron, except as he gazed closer upon it, he realized it was a map. It depicted the entire coast and the Lorsavane Gap, and then every river in Asteria and Icaria. It was the most accurate rendering he had ever seen, the offshoots perfectly scaled, the Sanguine curving until it hit the Satara and opened to the salt lake he had called home his entire life. Whoever these people were, they had sailed the entirety of this side of the continent, had successfully navigated both warring nations, and made it out alive. The pirate sat behind a redwood desk, her knife out and spinning along the flat surface. She looked up, white teeth flashing as she asked, "So tell me, Reed of Moray, do you have a plan for seizing the Iron Fortress, or are you just going in blind?" Chapter 8. When the lords arrived, Vasa did not curtsy or shake hands like the men. She lifted her chin and waited for them to bend at the waist. Only one did not, Lord Vlasic. He reigned over Previsk, a region not far from Mekis, that wore its arrogance like a badge of honor. His family maintained access to the mines along the coastline that delivered much of Asteria's construction resources, and they were gifted Barcan Palace, the old capital of Asteria before her grandfather had built this fortress on the Iron Bay. They'd held favor with the Khazar family for generations. There had been a time she was worried about being married off to the Previsk estate, but Ozic had assured her of the impossibility. "We do not want them to grow any bolder," he'd told her years prior. Now, as she gazed upon Lord Vlasic, she fought a shiver. His father was dead, and his younger sister had already borne an heir, making her and her husband a threat to Vlasic. He needed to marry, and quickly. Given what Vasa had learned from Dominic's notes, that Vlasic's late father had been studying magic with her own father, that Vlasic and Dominic had carried on the tradition, he was a prime candidate. Of all outcomes, a marriage to him was possibly the worst. He stepped away from the dais, chin raised, and took his familial seat. It was one of the closest to the throne. They were surrounded by the other families just like them. Old Asterians, they called themselves, a designation those families swung like hammers in a war room. They were one of two major political factions, always opposite the new Asterians, the younger families who governed the northern territories her father had conquered. The new Asterian families had been powerful merchants and sentinels, people who had not inherited their land, but instead had been given it in exchange for their assistance in her father's endeavors. The Asterian throne felt as sturdy as sand beneath her feet. Vasa ran her hands over the wooden armrests, the tips of which were dipped in iron. Now cold, sharp. This had been what everything revolved around. This seat had been the catalyst to the learning of 6 languages, the purpose of her schemes and the tarnishing of her soul. The very reason her brother set out to kill her. The reason she had been sent into an enemy country and left there for dead. It was only a chair. She pictured her magic curling over the edges in tendrils of smoke, yet the power wouldn't stir within her. One after the other, local nobles and wealthier members of the middle class filed into the sanctum while Vasa sat and listened to them complain. Once upon a time, she'd had a taste for this sort of afternoon, one where the wine flowed and she sat near her father, taking diligent mental notes to better understand every predicament. Be useful, she would tell herself. You must always be useful. She would review it all with her father afterward, some twisted consolation prize where he turned her into both the son of his dreams and the daughter of his nightmares. What a waste that you are a woman. What a tragedy that you will never rule. For a moment, she felt horribly stupid for ever believing she could change his mind. Ozic stood just one step down from her, dressed in his royal blue coat and black breeches. He analyzed the room just as closely as she did, weighing the tension between families that seemed to fill the room to bursting. Vasa looked to the rings upon his fingers, catching upon the black stone that seemed to beckon her gaze. The similarity to her mother's necklace was uncanny. Filing that detail away in her mind, she plastered a smile on her face to greet the next family. They approached, and the next, and the next. It was a parade of young sons, one after the other, cattle brought to slaughter, none of them any wiser. While they all maintained the same title, some lords had more land, more people and merchants and armies than others. Those lords sat closest to the throne and seemed to draw the attention of the entire room. Old Asterians and new Asterians split the gallery like borders on a map. But as one lord entered, the entire room leaned forward. Lord Karev, whose footsteps echoed all the way to the throne as he approached the dais. Thick black hair curled around his ears and fell just to the base of his neck, an equally plentiful beard framing his jawline. He was midway through his 30s, but looked more like a man in his 20s, 6 years older than Vasa. There was no denying that Lord Karev was handsome. His thunderstorm eyes coolly assessed everyone in the room with no particular care for their approval or thoughts, a sort of confidence that Vasa believed was genetic. Some people were born with it, and others simply weren't. While the room watched his smooth gait and broad, drawn-back shoulders, Vasa couldn't help but think to herself, I've seen broader, felt broader, dug my nails into broader. His gray gaze locked onto her, then raked up and down the throne with approval. He dipped deeply at the waist. Ares, he said by way of greeting, her title rolling off his tongue with such ease. She wondered if he'd practiced this in the mirror. Lord Karev, she responded, keeping her tone as demure as she could manage. It was precisely what these men expected. He looked up through his eyelashes, still bent at the waist, and gave a knowing, haughty smile. Vasa held her weight comfortably in the chair. Stepping forward, Ozik extended a hand to Lord Karev, who readily took it. All feigned signs of respect as the gaggle of old Astarians looked on like vultures. Yet behind them, the new Astarians thrummed with approval. It was then Vasa realized that what this entire choice boiled down to was a battle between the old kingdom of Asteria and the more modern lifestyle of a young empire. And that was something Vasa could play off of. If I may be so bold, Lord Karev said, it is a gift to see you back in this city, where you belong. Vasa tilted her head. He'd come with intention, that much was clear in the strategic lift of his lips. But bold wasn't quite enough of a word to categorize him. It was outright brazen to make his perspective so obvious on a dais in front of every single one of his enemies. If Lord Karev kept this up, she wouldn't have to sow discord herself. He would do it for her. Her eyes flicked to Lord Vlasic, who watched the interaction with a deep scowl. How charming, Vasa said, talking like the chameleon she'd been raised to be. Her eyes trailed back to Lord Karev. She gave a graceful lift of her lips that didn't leave the impression she was thinking much at all. He bowed deeply once again and sauntered off to his family's seats. Peculiarly, she noticed, he sat alone. No wife, no heirs, no cousins. She knew he had extended family, but why hadn't they come with him? He struck her as capricious, which was perhaps more dangerous than his competition. At least Vlasic's violence was predictable. The formal welcome took all the patience she had, and by the time dinner arrived, Vasa had little interest in conversation. Still, she let her smoothest Astarian out to play. These lords only spoke her native language. The languages of the areas her father had conquered had since become a rarity. With each smile and bat of her lashes, she felt the slick of her skin as if she had shed it. This grimy pandering made her feel exactly like her father. She cared for half of what she said, and meant none of it. Her responses were shallow and predictable, just as these men expected her to be. She couldn't present herself as a threat. She needed to win some allies before she became an enemy. A violin wept notes from the corner, music filling the room as the master of strings plucked and pulled. Wives and daughters of wealthy merchants cascaded about, their hungry eyes taking in the possibilities. Vasa thought that maybe, for some of them, this was the opportunity they'd waited their entire lives for. It wasn't just her hand in marriage that would be dangled like a carrot. Any of these women held the potential to find themselves a match, particularly from the crop of men who did not leave this city with a throne. Vasa waited in her seat for a few minutes past appropriate. She itched to be anywhere else. It felt a betrayal to sit here and drink and dance while Amelie was trapped in the prison. while a war waged just past the snow-capped mountains, when she had no idea where Reed was. Vasa's heart beat loudly in her chest. She swallowed another mouthful of water from the silver goblet in her hands. No one knew it wasn't wine. Another small detail that would work to her advantage. Sobriety was the only option in the center of a lion's den. She stood and stepped down from the raised platform, pausing at the front of the room while everyone seemed to watch the dancing couples in the center. One lord stepped closer and invited her to dance. Vasa swallowed the urge to run. Hands met her waist, and the music drawled in a slow embrace. And at first, Vasa kept her breath, but the more she moved her feet, the quicker the music played, the further the ground seemed to slip from beneath her. If she closed her eyes, she was right back in Reed's arms, back in the lower garden with the steel drums and every pair of eyes on her and her foreman. She closed her eyes and swore she could hear Reed's voice, his rolling Icarian. "Dance with me, like lovers do." Vasa's heart twisted. How could she have ever thought this world of pandering would be enough? That some ambassadorship would fulfill her? Gut empty, magic just out of her reach. She wasn't certain she'd be able to keep her dinner down. She wanted her husband. She wanted Murray. She wanted community, and the witches, and the lower garden, and the smell of salt in the air. Vasa forced herself to take in a breath. She wouldn't survive this if she didn't get it together. She could not break Amelie out of this prison, couldn't return to Reed and the place she wanted so desperately to call home if she couldn't make it through one dinner. She considered every person in the room. She had been raised to do this, to predict every intention, every need, every action of those around her. She settled her eyes on Lord Vlasic. He wielded far too much power in this space, seeming to maintain a gravity all his own. People circled around him, rotating like stars, or moths to a flame. Vasa hovered by the wall. As she kept tabs on the Lord, a man slithered to the space next to her. His presence pulsed around her, and her body picked up on its own instinct. She fought the urge to tighten her jaw or slink away. "Lord Karev?" she greeted without removing herself from the wall.
"Eris?"
He greeted her back, pulling his fingers through his dark tresses.
"Not a fan of dancing."
Vasa schooled her expression, refusing to allow her face to give any of her thoughts away. "I'm not particularly good at it."
"Strange."
He leaned back against the same wall as her, turning his dark head to peer down.
"I vividly remember you dancing into the last song when we were younger."
A map of their continent unrolled in Vasa's mind, and she located his territory upon it, just below Inistur, and a key stretch of valleys that Reed would inevitably have to bring armies across. To unsettle Lord Karev's territory would make that task a whole lot easier. He had one of the largest mercenary armies in Asteria, and to unravel that strength would clear the path for the Icarian Central Forces to reach the Lorsavain Gap. And he might well be the only person in the room capable of remitting Lord Vlasic. "I didn't realize you were paying attention," she said, turning just slightly to face him. She looked up and down his tall frame like she couldn't help herself, then down at her feet for a moment as if to hide her bashfulness. Lord Karev's mouth curled up at the edges. He turned to face her completely.
"It would have been difficult not to notice you. The Emperor's only daughter."
She met his intense gaze then, twisting her expression into one of pure delight.
"Perhaps I could change your mind," he said. "About dancing."
Vasa sighed with a softness she had never once possessed. "Perhaps." He extended her a hand, and Vasa took it, uncalloused, smooth. He didn't touch rough things, so his hands should burn when he touched her. As the music hummed, Vasa focused on the role she played. It was the only thing that kept her from falling apart. Everyone watched them, none more so than Lord Vlasic, who stood on the edge of the room like he had no need to dance or socialize or impress. Vasa fought the compulsion to shiver once more.
He's rather assuming, isn't he?
Lord Karev asked. Vasa snapped her attention to him. He? Lord Karev smiled. He subtly gestured with his head to where Lord Vlasic looked on, dropping his voice to a whisper.
I hear his bed is already plenty warm. Surely you aren't considering him as a candidate for your hand?
Vasa met the bold lord's gaze. Sheep's clothing, she reminded herself, though her father's voice played in her ears.
To make an ally, all you must give someone is a common enemy.
Dropping her voice to a thrilled whisper, she said, That's quite the rumor.
I don't speak rumors, only truths,
he maintained.
Most of the nobles know about his frequent visits to the Lady Fortune.
Vasa lifted a brow. It was the single most upscale brothel in the city, though for most, it functioned as much more than a house of pleasure. She'd been there many times, and knew the owner. The Lady Fortune was known for the discretion of its staff, only made more secure by the requirement that all visitors don both a mask and costume while in the common areas. And those areas were popular. Some came for the company alone, never sneaking away to private rooms or terraces. Others employed those rooms for a variety of things. Sometimes it was their own desires. Other times it was a more formal, if not more legal, sort of business. To meet there had once been a game between her and Roman. She distinctly remembered sneaking out with him and his friends. She'd loved the thrill of blending in with every other debauched soul in Megas. Vasa asked, if the reputation of that establishment is true, then no one could know for certain, correct? Lord Karev grinned like the devil.
Men like him are easy to spot. The pompousness gives them away.
Vasa let out a small chuckle, making it seem like she couldn't help herself. It took only one song for Lord Karev to ask for another. He struck her as the sort of man who got his thrill in the chase, and he likely believed the luxuries of his life hadn't come easily, even if they had. So she flashed him the same mindless, dazzling grin he'd given her at the start, politely declined, and set her eyes on another eligible bachelor. Competition only made men work harder. The next lord, while relatively young, was already in control of his territory, his father having died sometime under Dominic's reign. The man was kind and easy to speak to, and a good enough dancer. It was the same pattern for the next hour, the entire room watching each man who touched her, while she felt like a fish being circled by sharks. Especially when Lord Vlasic approached and extended his hand. If she'd had access to a blade, it would have taken a monumental show of restraint not to reach for it. As she accepted the gesture, she fought her own nerves, which might make her shake if she didn't keep them in check. But it all came rushing back against her will. The cut of her skin, the agony of her magic overused, the cool sting of that iron collar. Lord Vlasic pulled her into a dance, their bodies too close and the song too slow. He looked down his nose at her. Pompous had been a keen word choice from Lord Karev. Lord Vlasic held himself with the sort of confidence only generational power could muster. And everywhere his hands rested upon her felt like ice. Images of him looming above her in the prison, of him dragging a blade down her arm and her writhing in pain on the table as Ozic used her own magic to heal her, played mercilessly behind her eyes. Lord Vlasic spun Vasa, forcing her out of her own mind and bringing her right back to where she stood. They moved around each other as if they were on a battlefield, the very air around them shifting with tension.
"Tell me,"
Lord Vlasic said as they turned.
"how long have you known the little witch?"
Vasa swallowed. He was speaking about Amelie. "Talking is not a requirement of dancing," she said.
"And here I thought you would want to know how she is faring,"
he said. Vasa met his gaze, eyes narrowing. He grinned wickedly, knowing he had her. All teeth. His voice dripped venom.
"She is alive. Ozic won't let me play anymore, though. Pity, considering he isn't the Emperor of Asteria. I'm confused why he's giving me orders at all."
Lord Vlasic was well aware of why Ozic had control. He had watched the man use Vasa's power for weeks in that prison. Undoubtedly, the Lord knew more of magic than anyone else in their proximity. His hands tightened on her waist.
"I'm sure Ozic has told you about my proposal. Wouldn't all of this just be easier if I were the Emperor? I'd take you to see your little friend as often as you like, and no one would know the truth of what you are."
Vasa's breathing quickened. He couldn't tell the world of her magic without facing the wrath of Ozic. In fact, it seemed Ozic was the only thing keeping Lord Vlasic at bay. This poor excuse for blackmail was simply that. A failure. But he was a man with far too much access, far too much information. Dominic had spent so much time worrying about Vasa, while a threat like this had been sitting right beneath his nose. Their father would have had a man like Lord Vlasic killed. She couldn't help herself from hissing. "I will die before I marry you." He scoffed at her words, loud enough for people to hear, loud enough to draw attention. His breath coasted over her ear as he whispered,
"I don't need an Icurian brute's whore to get what I want."
Something fisted in Vasa's stomach. Insult, or rage, or some terrible combination of them both. Loud enough for everyone around them to hear, Lord Vlasic said,
"Oh, son, do you intend to squish beneath your feet, then?"
Vasa slowed to a stop, and the music screeched to silence. Their conversation was no longer meant for only their ears. "Excuse me."
"Oh, don't play dumb, Vasilisa,"
Lord Vlasic crooned. Every pair of eyes and ears focused on them, stares like hot iron on her back. "Heiress," she corrected. This level of disrespect was an inexcusable choice on his part, and no matter how unthreatening she needed to seem, she had been born to the continent's most ruthless conqueror. It would only be expected that she correct him. She tried to pull away. Lord Vlasic sneered, still holding her hand and her waist firmly. He turned to the rest of the room and lifted his arm, displaying her for the crowd to perceive, practically crushing her hand within his.
"It will take more than dinner and dancing to convince me of this woman's intentions."
Lord Karev pulled himself from the wall, and Ozic lifted his chin, watching the interaction closely. A guard at the edge of the room started forward, hand on his sword, eyes moving between where Lord Karev approached and where Lord Vlasic touched her. Vasa ripped her hand from Vlasic's, stepping back from him as if she'd been burned.
"Ungrateful,"
one of the other old Asterian lords hissed from his position on the side of the room. The man's eyes met Lord Vlasic's, seeking approval. This display of outrage was fabricated, she realized. Vlasic meant to gain favor, to look strong and immovable in the face of all these families. Perception was the only thing that really fueled them. The truth had always come second to the way they could tell it. Vlasic looked down his nose at her.
"Tell us, why should any of our men be forced to marry you for a throne we could take for ourselves. A woman who has already been ruined by an Icurian."
Ozick stood from his chair abruptly, insult carved into the lines of his face. As she peered around the room, it seemed that plenty in the crowd agreed. To them, it was blasphemous to have to work so hard for a woman. In their eyes, the throne should go to one of their men by default, regardless of the law, regardless of who deserved it. Vasa took note of their faces. She categorized each one, considered their threat levels and where their territories lie. She had escaped this. She had fought for a life worth living. Yet in the absence of anything else, this instinct was as natural as breathing. Every expression painted a picture in her mind of what they thought, what they felt, what they were capable of. She could practically feel every single thing in the room, some innate instinct. Anger, fear, pride, lust, ambition. Her eyes met Ozick's for the briefest of moments, and the cords in her body tangled and tightened. "Do something," he seemed to say. Ikeria had shown her a new path, but as she gazed around the room, she found herself entirely capable of becoming what Reed had once called her. The most insincere woman he'd ever met. They were trying to put her in a cage, and she was going to make them pay. So despite it all, Vasa fought a smile. This was familiar. This was a landscape she had been raised in. Each of these men was about to be ruined, too. Her eyes met Lord Vlasik's with the most ridiculous sadness, false tears springing at her command. One slipped down her cheek. She visibly swallowed. He wanted to make himself seem powerful, but in that moment, she knew he was being perceived as cruel, impolite. Astarians were nothing if not politically correct, and Ozick had already sold them a story of some desperate rescue, their heiress saved from the clutches of a violent warmonger. They already believed her a victim. "If you'll excuse me," she said flatly, not bothering to snap back. Let them think her meek, easily offended. That was their mistake to make. She always had been a snake in the grass. Vasa fled the room through double doors, stumbling into the stone hallway beyond. She didn't look back at the dining hall. She slammed into a body, stumbling backward, and forced her eyes up. Vasa gasped. Before her stood a phantom. She stared into the face of a boy who had grown into a man. Hair that had once been golden, but had darkened into a burnt honey. A sparse beard that had filled to frame a sharper, wiser mouth. And though he had grown taller and certainly more handsome than the young soldier she'd known, his eyes remained exactly the same, like the sharpest edges of a cliff, a brown so layered with yellow it had seared itself into her mind the first time she'd seen him. She had memorized him. There was a time when she could have drawn his every last feature with her eyes closed. And now, those phantom eyes flashed with fear. "Eris," a voice called, and warning bells chimed in her head. Vasa spun back toward the ballroom, contorting her features into the overwhelmed, insulted Eris she had just pretended to be. Her heart was still pounding hard in her chest as she looked upon Lord Karev, his handsome face soft and concerned. Vasa looked back over her shoulder to find the hallway empty. No one was there where the phantom had been. "Eris?" came Karev's voice again, closer now. Vasa pivoted. She lowered her eyes, played the embarrassed lamb, and pretended to wipe a tear. The moment of covering her face allowed her to contort her expression back into what she needed it to be. Lord Karev took a few steps toward her, but stopped at a healthy distance. "He never should have spoken to you like that." "He is impolite," Vasa said, her voice cracking just a touch. Lord Karev stepped closer.
You have not been ruined,
he said. Something conspiratorial marked the way he smiled, the way he lowered his voice to secrets whispered just between them.
I would argue you know more about our enemy than any of them could dare guess. Given the right partner, you could be a brilliant weapon against Ikaria.
Inauthenticity dripped from each of his words, so carefully positioning himself as the natural choice for that partnership. Yet it was the slightest of openings. Despite the way she could never underestimate Lord Karev, he was a far safer choice than Lord Vlasic. So she lifted her eyes to meet his, and curved her lips into a small grin. He tilted his head, peering around to check that they were still alone. It took every ounce of her control to stay focused on Lord Karev. He said,
Would you like to see the little scheme Lord Vlasic thought up while your brother reigned?
That was all it took to get her full attention. Vasa's breath swelled in her chest as she silently nodded.
Then I'll send word in a few days. Join me for an evening out.
Where will we be going?
And here I thought you liked surprises, heiress.
She became the vision of rebellious excitement, just a vapid little heiress who was in over her head. A surprise it is, then. Lord Karev dipped at the waist, sketching a well-practiced bow, and then started back to the doors of the dining room. As he opened them, he looked over his shoulder at her.
I'll send word,
he promised. This was precarious. The closer she allowed Karev to get, the more capable he was of turning on her. She was under no illusions that he intended to be her partner in anything. He was the sort of man who took what he wanted, even if he made the exchange feel like a sound deal. Yet what better choice did she have? At least for now. I'll be waiting, Vasa agreed, and Lord Karev gave her a dazzling smile. Through the pounding of her heart, the doors clicked shut. Vasa turned in a full circle, gazing around the empty hallway of the sanctum. Not a soul in sight. Where had the guard gone? Had she hallucinated a ghost? The door opened again, and this time it was Ozic.
Brilliantly done, Vasilisa,
he cooed, patting her elbow.
I think that's enough for tonight, don't you?
He led her through the sanctum, and Vasa didn't have the wherewithal to argue. She scanned each hall they went down, every turn they took. Even as they plunged into the night air and loaded into a carriage, she searched. She knew she had seen him. Roman. The soldier she had loved when she was only a girl. And the first thing Dominic had ever taken from her. Chapter 9. Sleep was a futile endeavor. Vasa tossed and turned on the couch, the fire raging in front of her. It thawed her frozen limbs. Still, her body twitched with restlessness. She swore she had seen Roman. Had it just been some figment of her lonely imagination, some cruel twist of Ozic's control over her? This is useless, she hissed to herself, sitting up and throwing the blankets off the side of the couch. All the attendants had retired for the evening. Why should she sleep? These were the only hours she was truly alone. For a moment, she thought about entering her mother's room, but the idea immediately summoned a wave of panic. And then she wondered, who guarded her door at night? During the day, there was a rotation of guards she had already memorized, but she hadn't yet gotten the nerve to explore the fortress under the cover of darkness. To look for the necklace her mother had left for her in other parts of the castle. Perhaps now she would have the freedom to. Vasa pulled herself to her feet and quickly changed into a warm wool dress and boots that wouldn't make noise on the blue runners situated throughout every major hallway in the fortress. She tucked a dagger into her belt and threw her cloak over her shoulders. Silent as she had ever been, she slipped out her door and gazed down the dark hallway of the Emperor's wing. A body stood up straight.
"Eris?"
the guard said. So she was being watched. The insignia he wore identified him as a higher-ranking guard, though not quite the lead sentinel she had yet to meet. I can't sleep. I'm going to the kitchens, she told him, sauntering past him.
"What do you need? I'll have it brought to—"
Please, she said, tilting her head innocently. There's no need to wake anyone up. I'll fetch it myself. I just need a walk.
"Eris,
Is the fortress unsafe?" she asked. Have the rest of our guards left their posts? The man immediately shifted his tone from concern to defensiveness, just as she assumed he would.
they are right where they should be."
Then I'm safe, unless you doubt the competence of the men you work with. The sentinel bristled at her insinuation.
"Of course not."
She smiled sweetly. Good. Vasa turned on her heel and strode to the end of the hallway. She exited the Emperor's wing of the fortress and plunged into the main rotunda, taking the stairs to the second floor. Everything was exactly as it had been before she left. She knew each inch of this fortress like the back of her hands. Yet it was an assurance she couldn't rest upon. Predictability was not a guarantee. Faintly, she heard the footsteps of the sentinel behind her. Others were placed throughout, though none of them stopped her. The one who had been posted outside her door kept a healthy distance, but dutifully followed her down each corridor. Vasa approached one of the older wings of the fortress, the one her grandfather had lived in before her father had demanded a new, larger wing be built. She placed her hand on the knob, turning to face the sentinel and leaning back against the door. This wing was my grandfather's, she reminded him. It's private. Please wait out here. He pursed his lips, but then said,
"I thought you were going to the kitchens."
Vasa sharpened her tone. I've changed my mind. The sentinel nodded, taking a step back.
"I'll wait out here."
Frustration grew within her. He was too suspicious. She lowered her eyes and swallowed. I'm going to read some of his old books. It makes it easier to be here without the rest of my family. I may fall asleep. Please don't disturb me. The sentinel's expression turned sympathetic at the mention of her late parents and brother. He handed her his oil lamp.
"Of course, Eris. I'll move my post here for the time being. Would you like me to send an attendant in the morning?"
Vasa tightened her grip around the handle of the lamp and shook her head. I'll return to my rooms when I'm ready. Thank you, though. Your compassion is appreciated. The man nodded. Vasa slipped through the doors, closing them behind her, finally alone again. If the necklace was hidden somewhere other than the Emperor's wing, this was her next best guess. So she scurried to the end of the hall, a fugitive under the cover of night, her entire body thrumming. None of the sconces were lit. She entered one of the conversation rooms. Everything was exactly as she'd remembered it. Untouched, unsullied. In here, art hung on the walls, covered now by fabric sheets in order to maintain their exact state, as if someone was afraid of allowing a single day to pass where what used to be could end up tarnished. Settees gathered around each other in the center of the room, all facing a hearth that she pictured raging with warmth. There were still blankets folded neatly in the corner, still end tables prepared to hold wine, still a fluffy white rug sprawled in the center, tying everything together. She set down her lamp, eyes landing on the books settled atop the mantel of the fireplace. Her father had grown up in warmth like this, and he had chosen differently for Dominic and her. Resentment tingled in her veins.
"You came,"
a voice said from the doorway, and Vasa practically jumped out of her skin. Instinctually, her hand curled around the knife strapped beneath her cloak. She could just see the outline of him, of trousered legs and a coat. Formal, especially given the time of night. And then he stepped into the light, and it felt for a moment like time had stopped. Vasa lowered the dagger. "Roman," she breathed. The corner of his lips turned up. "Vasa," he said. She threw herself across the room, something desperate overtaking her better senses. His arms caught her and scooped her up against his body, no longer sculpted like in youth, but hard and corded like that of a man. He held her so tightly she thought it might keep her together. She breathed him in, adrenaline rushing through her veins. Was there anything left of her to break? She'd watched as Roman left, cried when she pictured him at the front lines, followed each and every battle with a meticulous scorn, waiting, knowing, and when the news had come that his entire squadron had been killed, she had mourned in silence, raged in the shadows. It was the first true moment she'd thought herself a chameleon, because to hide the way her heart broke had felt like learning an entirely new language. It took practice and an extraordinary amount of thought to translate every move of her body. She'd sworn to herself then that her father was right. Love was a useless thing. Yet here Roman was, alive, and Vasa broke from him, realization pummeling her with a ruthless edge. She stumbled away until her back hit the wall, her hand snapping to her knife again. Instinct pulsed. This was too convenient, too coincidental. Roman was not here by accident. No matter which way she considered it, Ozic had his hand in this moment. And yet she couldn't bring herself to run. "Vasa, you're alive," she demanded. Roman nodded, though something that looked an awful lot like pain flashed in his eyes. "I wanted to give you more time, to let you settle in before I sprung this on you. But then you saw me earlier, and I just thought that if you were going to look for me anywhere, it would be here." Her palms pressed against the wall with the same force as her back, like if she tried hard enough she could push right through it and disappear. He was mere feet from her. She could feel the proximity as if it were a living thing. Stolen moments hung in the space between their bodies. Memories it seemed they were both conscious of. The first time she'd ever noticed him in the inner ward. How he had whispered to her in the abandoned servants' kitchen over a piece of cake. The string of nights she had met him there afterward. The moment he had finally backed her into the counter and put his mouth on hers. It had been hot, on fire, the way young things were, fueled by the firsts of it all. The nights they had snuck into these very rooms, had slept tangled with each other in one of the many beds in this part of the fortress. Breath didn't come easily to Vasa, and as she tried to take a deep inhale through her nose, her heart beat faster. "Why are you here? Why are you dressed like a sentinel?" she asked. She scanned his attire again, and her eyes caught on a set of iron keys dangling off his hip. What did Roman have access to? His smile deepened. "Because I am a sentinel. Your lead sentinel, actually." Vasa's lips parted. She forced her gaze to stay up instead of looking at those iron keys. This meant he had control of her guards, her schedule, her transportation, her rooms. Everything. Suspicion flooded her. What had he done to be put in charge of her personal guard? Her pained whisper cut the quiet air. "I thought you were dead." His shoulders softened, and carefully he stepped forward. "Until Dominic's death, I had to be." I'm so sorry. The words she had never gotten the chance to say built upon her tongue, but she choked them down, her eyes stinging. Alive. Roman Kotyev was alive. She slid down the wall, further away from him. He paused and tilted his head, yet no hair fell into his eyes the way it would have years ago. It was cut short now. Not a strand moved out of place. Perhaps she would have once thought such a style clean. Now it seemed restricted. There was something so different about him, the rebellious glint of youth hidden behind the stoicism of his gaze. He didn't dare come closer. Instead, he plucked a few candles off the wall, bringing them to the lantern and lighting them himself. She watched each step he took. He lit the room until even the cobwebs in the corners glittered when the candle light hit them just so. All the while, she breathed, grounding herself with the feeling of the wall against her palms, practicing every subtle breathing technique Melusina had ever taught her. The hearth has been tended, Roman said as he inspected the firebox. He gestured to the pile of fresh wood that had likely been replaced sometime within the week. The attendants are keeping it usable. Light it, Vasa said, gaining control of her voice again. He pursed his lips. Are you sure? There's a fire in every room. Roman bit his cheek, but then nodded. In minutes, warmth and light spilled through the space, coating it with more life than it had likely seen in years. Vasa stood up straight and squared her shoulders, careful of her composure. How are you alive when the rest of your squadron is dead? She asked him. His hands rested on his knees as he knelt next to the hearth. Still so direct, he muttered. It held a tenor it hadn't before, of either age or pain, even as he used a metal poker to shift the logs in the hearth. Fluidly, he pulled himself to standing and gestured for her to sit upon the couch. Vasa shook her head. Roman sat upon the arm anyway, crossing one ankle over the other, but he accepted her refusal. His eyes met hers across the minimal space. I never got along with my commander. He insisted we take one of the boats into the fighting, but I refused. You abandoned post. I was warned not to enter the rivers, so I didn't. They were all killed, and I was assumed to be on the boat. Pride bloomed in Vasa. Of course, the Icarians bested them on the water. But it was also a testament to Roman's cunning and perception. He had known better than to put himself at the disadvantage. When did you resurface? She asked, turning her body more to face him. Roman waited to speak, perhaps gathering his thoughts. But when he did, his voice came shaky. I was a prisoner. Rounded up like cattle and forced to work in the outskirts of Rultho. Vasa sucked in a breath and fisted her hands into her dress. Her heart ached for him, truly, as she thought about the life he must have faced. All because he had loved her. It seemed to be a pattern. She looked down at the floor, trying to come to terms with the renewed guilt of it all. The prison there is built under the ground. It's within a set of twisting catacombs that spreads beneath the city like roots. Prisoners run into those catacombs, and no one stops them. If you escape, you live freely. Very few have ever escaped. Roman continued. Vasa couldn't quite breathe. But you did. She picked at a thread on her dress, desperately trying to focus on the little knot. Vasa, would you please look at me? Shit. Vasa held her breath as she lifted her eyes. His gaze was tentative, searching, and if she wanted to, the look might have made her trust him. She breathed out heavily. Grief carved tightly into his jaw. You're looking at me like I'm a stranger. She contemplated the right words. In many ways, you are. And in many ways, I'm not. Biting her lower lip, Vasa returned to the semblance of honesty they'd always shared before, thinking that in the ounce of familiarity she might win his truth. Who do you report to? Ozik or me? You, he clarified. And then whoever is emperor next. Vasa looked squarely at him, leveling her tone. Lie to me some more, Roman. Lips pursed. His shoulders drooped. All right. I escaped Rultho a year ago and made my way down the Sanguine. News of your marriage spread and I just had to leave Icuria. I worked for a merchant who traveled all the way to Mechis. When I heard Dominic was dead, I returned, and Ozik showed me mercy. He's asked that I make sure you're safe and comfortable. That I keep you entertained. If she'd been in a mood for humor, Vasa would have tilted her head back and laughed. Ozik had sent Roman as a carrot to dangle in front of her, something to take a bite out of that might give her reason enough to cooperate. He's going to force me into another marriage, so he's given me a lover to soften the blow. Roman rubbed the back of his neck, redness crawling up his skin. I believe he's given you an old friend, and a lead sentinel whom you can trust. Vasa stepped away from the wall, slowly regaining her sense of self. Was he loyal to Ozik, or simply naive? You believe I trust you? No. He watched as she walked closer and dropped his hand into his lap. Not yet. I know it will take time. But I hope you come to realize that I did come here to keep you safe. That I serve at your word beyond all others. Time was one of the many things she didn't have. If there was an opportunity to search the fortress and surrounding city for her mother's necklace, it was here with Roman. He was in control of everything. She walked past him and to the opposite side of the couch, sinking into the cushions. What do you make of this? The visiting lords and my impending marriage. Though Vasa was careful with her body, he wasn't careful with his. He didn't seem to mind the space he took up, or the way it created a palpable proximity between them. He leaned against the arm of the couch, lifting a leg until he was seated casually and could rest his elbow against his knee. I can't seem to see another way forward. If you don't marry someone, the lords will plunge Asteria into a civil war as they fight for the throne. It'll destabilize the entire empire. Precisely. But that was the first time the gravity of the situation plummeted down her spine. There was only so much time before she ended up walking down another aisle, before she was back in the same position she'd been in after her mother's death, except far worse. Yet, without a doubt, there was room to pit the old Asterians against the new. The brimming tug-of-war between Vlasic and Karev was enough to do most of the work for her. Could Vasa survive a world in which she was forced to stand opposite Reed on a battlefield? She had originally hoped she could free Amelie and somehow make it out of this city before Asteria could work through this transition of power. But if she was strategic, she might be able to win this war from the inside. She could say none of this to Roman, though. Vasa sighed. Then, I suppose I'm left with no choice. Roman took a deep breath, as if he was gathering courage.
There is a reason I have tried to keep my distance.
Vasa lifted a brow.
I have heard things about you. About magic. That Reed of Moray cursed you.
Her ear couldn't help but bend to that name. Reed of Moray. What would it sound like to hear it fall from a nation's lips, and not just her own? To hear his new title on full display. Reed of Icuria. Yearning flooded her body, but she pressed it down and tried to focus on the details of what he'd said. He did no such thing.
So it wasn't him. The wolf.
Vasa scoffed, folding her arms over her chest and trying not to twitch at that nickname. The wolf. Her wolf. The man who reflected the very creature her magic had become. He does not possess magic.
Do you?
Tilting her head, she asked, "Would it scare you if I did?"
Yes.
Roman admitted. Holding his gaze, Vasa pieced together his level of knowledge as she did with every opponent. Yet she wasn't certain he was an opponent. Not yet. It was my mother, she said, spinning a half-truth to gauge his reaction. Her curse passed down to me when I found her dead. Ozic has ways of keeping it hidden. Roman moved ever so slightly away. It was fear, she knew.
It's under control now.
She couldn't explain why hurt threaded up her spine and around her chest, but it felt like a ribbon had been tied in knots throughout her. For now. Lord Vlasic wants to weaponize it. That's why he and Ozic tortured me. Roman sat up straight.
They what?
If he was questioning Ozic, he didn't do so out loud. Vasa wasn't certain what to say next. What could she? Yes, she finally managed.
Vasa,
You didn't know?
I didn't know. I swear it.
Roman leaned forward again and took her hand. Looking at her now with new understanding, that touch sent awareness down every nerve she possessed. But she didn't let go. Not yet. He scanned every inch of her with his brown eyes, probably looking for signs of injury. Those had all healed, or were hidden beneath her heavy wool dress. Even the marks on her face had disappeared. He seemed satisfied with what he found. And then she realized that perhaps he was looking for traces of the curse. If what he said about Rultho was true, he'd likely witnessed magic in some form. What had they done to him to make him so afraid?
I knew you'd been kept in one of the cells,
Roman said.
But Ozic assured me it was to keep you and everyone else safe as you fought the curse. You have to believe me. If I'd known what they were doing to you...
What would you have done? She asked candidly. Roman paused. Then,
I would have figured something out.
A lackluster response, she thought, but scolded herself. What could Roman have done, truly? He'd have risked his own life, and maybe the lives of others in order to do... what? Send her back to Icuria.
Tell me you believe me,
He pressed, tightening his grip on her hand.
Please.
Vasa didn't know if it was truth or fiction that fell from her lips when she said, I believe you. It was simply what he wanted to hear. Warmth returned to the depths of his brown eyes, like a lamp had filled them with light. He stayed close to her, and the proximity confused her, caused her stomach to turn over on itself with an unexpected anxiety. She pulled her hand back, running it through her hair. but she couldn't bring herself to scoot away. This was Roman. He was alive. Not once did she believe she would ever get the chance to see him again, to look upon him in adulthood and know he was safe. A smile split his face.
We have all the time in the world tonight.
He leaned his side against the back of the couch, again hitching a leg beneath his other one, and settling in like no time had passed since he'd last sat here. Their knees almost touched.
Please don't go yet. I want to know about you. Tell me everything that has happened since I last saw you.
There was far too much to tell, too much life that had passed by. Yet her emotions stirred at the sound of a voice she had thought with certainty she would never hear again. She had spent a decade wondering how his features would have shifted. She had thought the sight impossible, and now she wasn't quite ready to give it up.
Love is a useless thing.
Her father's voice floated in her mind. But it's not, her own whispered back. It's worth it to care for someone. Tell me a story first, she requested. With a small chuckle, Roman obliged. He relayed the days after he'd been assigned to Inistor. Some memories were painful, others lighthearted. Most, he insisted, were absent of anything worthwhile. She told him of the months after he'd left, of the new languages she had learned and the books she'd read. She did not tell him of Icaria or Reed, or the life she had chosen in another nation. Something about his eyes told her he couldn't bear it, and it made her wonder what pieces of his life he was leaving out too. Because if she had strategically chosen what to tell him, certainly he'd done the same.
You're afraid of him,
Roman said eventually, referring to Ozik. The light outside began to chase away the moon, bathing the carpet in a red glow and signaling the end of their time. The fire had long died. She rebelled against that fact, wondering how much more of the night she could squeeze from this very moment.
But you do not need to be afraid of me. He may have brought me here, but he's not the reason I'm staying.
Vasa inspected Roman's pristine coat and pants, all the way down to the leather of his boots, his Asterian blue coat glaring back at her. The set of iron keys hanging near his hip bone was the only break in the blue. They were too close. She was tired and losing her grip on her composure. She stood from the couch. If I am truly to be an empress, I should be afraid of everyone. And if you are truly my lead sentinel, she sighed, shaking her head. So should you. Roman pursed his lips, but didn't argue. I should go, she whispered.
You should.
He agreed. She paused, not entirely sure how to let the moment go. When will I see you again? A soft smile spread across his lips. Even wary from no sleep, he'd never broached Haggard. Still sturdy, still handsome. Bits of the expressions she'd once known leaked through, and his youthful excitement shone again on his face.
I suppose there's no use in hiding from you any longer. I thought you needed time with the lords, but...
He trailed off. I don't need time with the lords, she said. He nodded contently.
Then you'll see me soon. Good night,
he told her, though she knew the night was long gone. Good night, she whispered. It was the last thing she said before she turned and fled the room. A new guard waited outside, and she knew Roman would have the better sense to find a way out of the old wing that didn't lead to anyone thinking they'd spent the night alone. They were well practiced, after all. When she entered her mother's and father's quarters again, she curled up on the couch beneath a blanket and breathed deeply. Her mind whirled with everything she had just come to know. Ozik had placed Roman strategically, had given her this crumb for a purpose. It was another piece of this puzzle she couldn't quite put together. Yet she had seen those iron keys dangling at his waist, and she was willing to bet one of them led to Amelie's prison. He had held her hand. She looked down at it, and shame washed over her. She had gotten a taste, had heard the sound of Reed's name, and suddenly she was breaking. The carefully crafted dam of her feral longing cracked. Desperation filled her like a well. Every cut she had tried and failed to stave off opened in a chasm. Vasa buried her head into her blankets, tears streaming down her face. It may have been warm, but the very depths of her still felt cold. Where was Reed? Did he know the merchants were the only way he'd survive the K's, and that they would betray him the moment they heard his Icurian tongue? Did he think he could make it around the sheets or navigate the Bay of Inisture with its mysterious fatal tides? Did he know that he would not reach her, no matter how hard he tried? Chapter 10. Reed stared at the pirate, torn between lying and telling the full truth. Strategy, at least between people, had never been his area of expertise. On the battlefield, he could maneuver soldiers like chess pieces, yet conversation had always gotten the better of him. In hindsight, it was foolish to assume he could keep his identity concealed for long. But what he hadn't expected was for a pirate to be the person to uncover it. For her to have a map of the continent more accurate than any of his armies. She smiled as if her ability to be 2 steps ahead thrilled her. I'm not as ignorant as that merchant. If he'd known who you were, he'd have brought your head to Magus. Reed pursed his lips. The warmth started to seep into his body, providing a disarming relief he was suddenly terrified to lose. Is that your plan? To turn us over to Asteria? Leaning back, the pirate held his eyes firmly as she said, I would rather set myself on fire than give that empire something it craves. Perhaps she was closer to an ally than Reed thought. The corners of his mouth tugged into a smile. If you know who I am, then you know I can make good on my deal. She tilted her head. Can you? I told you. Name your price. She gestured to the chair in front of her desk. Take a seat. Reed settled in as the pirate's knife clattered on the desk. She used a torn green cloth to wipe her hands of the acrid-smelling polish covering her fingers, then tossed it down next to the knife. Your blades must be ragged, she said, extending a hand. Are you asking me to hand over my weapons? She gave a one-sided grin. You're smarter than you look. Reed scoffed, crossing his arms, waiting for her to continue speaking. Instead, she passed the polish and the green cloth to him. Have at it yourself, then. He slid a knife from his belt and began to polish it, waiting patiently for her to tell him what she wanted. For a long moment she was quiet, discerning. It reminded him of the times he had sat in silence, waiting for Vasa to collect her thoughts and tell him something worth hearing. He had never pushed her into speaking, but it was a testament of patience, just like waiting for this pirate was now. She let out a sigh. I want a pardon. Reed looked up through his lashes, only taking his gaze off his weapon for a moment. I'll give you letters of marque. You can pirate the rivers all you wish. It's not for me, she clarified. And I don't need some useless document giving me permission to do what I already do. I need an Icurian pardon for someone. He will need asylum. Why? 6 months ago, my brother was imprisoned by Dominic Kazar. Reed's hand didn't miss a beat as he continued to work the polish into the blade, yet his mind reeled. She was asking for a pardon for her brother, a seemingly selfless act. It contradicted his initial impression of her.
Done.
She quirked a brow.
You don't even know what his crime was.
With a shrug of his left shoulder, Reed said,
I don't need to. Done. What else do you want?
The pirate pursed her full lips.
I need help freeing him. I know a lord who has a connection to the prison, but it's going to cost far more than I can ask my crew to afford. That's where you come in.
Reed ran his tongue along his teeth, but the truth was that he didn't care what it cost. He set down the green cloth, still holding his blade in his hand.
Give me a figure. I want access to your salt.
Reed remained composed, trying not to give his shock away too quickly. These sorts of deals were not his strength. He did far better with a battlefield than he did the economy. But his predecessor had laid a blueprint he could follow. He could, at least in his mind, pretend to be Mark. The man's impassive face shone behind Reed's eyes. That was one of the ways Reed had gotten through the more difficult economic decisions in the past 5 years. He asked himself what Mark would have done.
Access to my salt,
Reed asked.
A line of trade will be enough to sate the lord I'd like to work with,
the pirate confirmed.
He is a friend who works closely with the lord of the prison. I'm confident he can get us answers about how to break in. Perhaps even assistance from his men.
Reed was not usually one to make a false deal, or bargain something he didn't actually intend to give. Truthfully, he had no interest in working with the lord in question, though he needn't say as much. This deal was temporary. Ikuria couldn't guide forces through the Lorsavane Gap just yet, but Reed believed that someday they would. Someday soon. And when that happened, when Asteria finally fell, he saw no need to keep delivering salt to some lord he would inevitably remove. For now, Reed had one goal, and one goal only: to get his wife back. Whatever it took to accomplish that goal was worth doing.
Fine. I'll facilitate some kind of trade agreement.
The pirate gave a firm nod.
I have one more demand. I'm listening.
I want your witch to train me. The floor might have slipped out from beneath his feet. He narrowed his eyes.
You want her to train you?
Yes, in magic.
It's the only thing left I don't already have that your party can offer me.
Could a Varaji witch even help someone from another coven? Knowing his mother, she would try. She would do it out of the goodness of her heart. If he knew anything of magic, it was that left untrained, it became incredibly painful. Luckily for him, he wasn't as kind as his mother.
Only if you bring my party to the Iron Bay, and then take us back to Ikuria. All of our loved ones in tow.
Reed got the feeling this woman had never done anything without a backup plan, and the thought concerned him, especially as he glanced at the iron-wrought map along her wall. She could very well lure them into the Iron Bay, slaughter them all, and dump his body in front of the gates to the fortress. She could demand her lost prisoner as her reward, and surely Ozic would grant it to her. It all hinged on the thread of rage, of hatred, that sparked in the pirate's eyes at the mention of Dominic. The greatest problem for conquerors was that they had no shortage of enemies. Whatever had been stolen from this woman needed to be enough to make her an ally. Given her flawless use of Icurian and the magic that soaked her veins, she must be from a bloodline native to Icuria, to Seguth. But if she was here, It was possible Icuria had made an enemy of her too. Still, the woman balanced her blade in her fingers, letting it tip from left to right as she stared at him. I want asylum for the members of my crew who choose to take it. All the best comforts in your capital. When this is over, they won't be able to return to Asteria. And yourself? She merely shrugged. Sure. The pirate confounded him, but she was right. If they succeeded, without a doubt this crew would never make it back in and out of Asteria alive. This would be the end of her pirating. It would sever any relationship she had with Megas. Deal, Reed said. Deal, she repeated. Reed reached out his arm, the Icurian way of greeting and symbolizing trust. But the pirate looked at it. She scoffed. I'm not your friend, Wolf. He chuckled, perhaps nervously, and dropped his arm. What is your name, then? Power threaded the room as the pirate, or witch, whatever the hell she was, said, Sasha, captain of the Red Corsair. With each moment Reed spent above deck, he got a better understanding of the long stretch of sea that led into the Iron Bay. Cays littered the ocean between Zatara and Asteria, and their ship carefully avoided coming too close to any of them. Each island belongs to different crews, Sasha told him one morning as they stared out at the open ocean. Kings in their own right. Some even have castles to prove it. The entire way of life confounded him. They're like individual nations, then? Reed asked. No. Sasha stared out at the water, her hands curling around the gunwale. Everyone gets in bed with Asteria or Zatar at some point. Some hold themselves to both. Those people wind up rich or dead. At that, Reed went rigid. He wondered if that was what had happened to Sasha's brother. The enormous glaciers and icebergs of the sheets lent to tumultuous, freezing cold water. Assurance rode his bones. The Icurian army could not navigate this side of the continent and avoid the pirates in time to conquer Mechas. They would need to go through the Lorsaving Gap. Dressed in warm leathers, a fur-lined cloak and thick gloves, the numbness of Reed's hands had ceased, the ever-present trembling of shivers long gone. Sasha had made their entire party comfortable, had treated them like members of her crew. They'd been given one of the private quarters in the hull to share. They slept on hammocks that were strung from the ceiling, and though it was nothing like his bed at home, it was far superior to the floor and thin padding they'd slept on in the merchant's boat. Off the stern! The quartermaster, who Reed had learned was named Yonash, alerted. Reed and Cohen turned at the same time. Behind them, a set of white sails billowed in the wind, a ship moving with incredible speed. To keep up with Sasha's boat was a feat itself, but to overtake... She slowed down. Cohen whispered from beside Reed, realizing how this ship had caught up to the Red Corsair in the first place. Sasha had wanted it to. She'd been standing here, waiting for this very moment. How long ago had she spotted it? A loud boom sounded. Something splashed in the water just off the port. From beside him, Sasha laughed into the wind. I love when they want to play, she mused, sprinting back up the steps to where Yonash waited by the helm. Reed wasn't certain how Sasha moved so nimbly in the cold, but it was as if the ice in the air didn't affect her. Reed's mother was below deck, and he silently hoped she'd stay there. Another boom sounded, and this time, Reed watched as a cast-iron cannonball hurled toward their ship, his adrenaline pounding. Mid-air, the ball flew to the left and slammed through the surface of the sea. Somewhere near the helm, Sasha, arms raised, cackled with pride. The boat lurched to the side, and Reed stumbled, grabbing a hold of a mast as the ship turned at what felt like an impossible angle. Within moments, their boat was sailing directly at the opposing ship.
"Sasha!"
Reed yelled in warning. He took 2 steps at a time as he ascended to the helm. She stood with her eyes glued to the Asterian vessel. Wind lifted her red hair, and a vengeful grin crossed her face.
"Sasha!"
He yelled again. It was a futile endeavor. Sasha was glued to the Asterian ship, her body taut with rage, her hands shaking as they waited for the next onslaught of cannon fire. A loud boom rang through the air, and another cast-iron ball flew toward them. Sweat accumulated on Sasha's brow, but she lifted her arms, and it was as if she'd caught the ball in mid-air. She flung her strength to the side, and the cannonball followed, drifting past their ship with a splash into the water. Magic. Over the past few days, he'd learned that Sasha's strength lay in maneuvering large objects. It was the smaller details she couldn't manage with precision. Locks, buttons, the clasp of a necklace. Jonas sprinted up the steps at the same time Reed yelled over the wind.
"What am I looking for?" "Cannons!"
Jonas confirmed.
"I don't understand. What do they need to power those cannons?"
Jonas asked, his voice booming across the deck just as Cohen ran up the stairs to join them. Reed stared at the boat for a moment, his mind turning. He looked to where the cannonballs fired from, and considered the Icarian weapons he could equate to their Asterian cannons. They ran on
"Black powder,"
he muttered. Then,
"Black powder!"
he yelled.
"Black powder,"
Jonas repeated each word like it was its own sentence, giving a thrilled, toothy grin.
"There's only one thing more valuable during wartime."
"What's that?" Cohen asked. Jonas's expression darkened.
"Revenge."
Sasha kept her eyes on the opposing vessel.
"Don't you want to know what else is on board, Wolf?"
A part of him felt deeply ashamed at the thrill that coursed in his veins. Yes, he wanted to know. Their boat grew closer, and with each inch, Reed held his breath. They barreled forward, too close now for the cannons to be of any use. The red corsairs slowed next to the ship, sliding into a parallel position. The men on the rival ship scurried like ants, their shouts echoing in the wild air.
"Let's go!"
Jonas yelled. And just like that, members of Sasha's crew swung from ropes and boarded the mercenary vessel, and the men aboard didn't stand a chance. Every member of the mercenary crew fell. Sasha slaughtered the captain last. He bleated in fear, but she showed no sympathy as she lifted a knife and thrust it into his gut, twisting the blade. Pirates carried chests of provisions and luxuries across a makeshift bridge. They were incredibly careful with the large wooden barrels that Reed knew contained the explosive material so difficult to find outside Zatar and Icaria. It was one of the advantages they had against the Asterian forces. The main ingredient in the explosive powder could be sourced from the sanguine, which Reed had long suspected was part of Vass's father's attempts to infiltrate eastern Icaria. This substance fueled the most terrifying weapons Reed had ever laid eyes on. Standing near the edge of the boat, Reed pulled the top off one of the barrels and sucked in a breath, sticking his fingers into the black powdery substance. Far too much of it for the number of cannons aboard. At his side, Cohen silently darted his eyes from barrel to barrel, likely doing estimates in his head.
"They were bringing it back to Mekes, weren't they?"
Reed asked.
"Likely from Zatar,"
Sasha confirmed as she ambled up next to him. The boat swayed with the tumultuous sea, though the sky itself was merely overcast. Small drops of snow fell in soft movements. Vindication dripped from her easy posture as she looked upon the bodies scattered across the deck. Reed was numb to such a thing, but he knew Cohen wasn't. When he glanced at his friend, Cohen stared down at the body of the captain that Sasha had slaughtered. Reed could imagine what went through Cohen's constantly whirling mind. Perhaps the nature of violence, or the worth of justice. Cohen had ponderings about the world that Reed couldn't shoulder. And he wondered how his friend kept his spine straight with the weight of all those questions.
They were one of Sutherland's crews,
Jonash said, bringing out papers from the captain's quarters. Reed only got a glance, but he noticed a torn wax seal of what appeared to be an adorned key.
Hired by Vlasic?
Sasha asked. Jonash gave a sharp nod.
I have no doubts.
Sasha skimmed over the papers, jostling them in her hands as she switched from one letter to another.
Who are they?
Reed asked. Neither name was familiar, but given they still spoke in Icarian, Sasha and Jonash weren't hiding anything.
Lord Vlasic of Privisk,
Sasha said, with a lip curled in disgust, not bothering to take her eyes from the papers.
In these waters, it's always Vlasic.
She said nothing on the other name, Sutherland. Instead, she handed the papers back to Jonash and sauntered to the other members of her crew. As if it were second nature, she helped them transport goods across the gaping drop between ships.
Who is Sutherland?
Cohen asked.
A pirate king,
Jonash explained.
One of the nastiest. Neither Sasha nor I have ever laid eyes on the man, but he has more control over the trade in these waters than just about any other crew. The day he dies is the day Sasha and I beach that ship and live our lives on an island somewhere away from this wretched continent. Somewhere warm.
Is he the reason Sasha's brother is in the Mekis prison? Cohen asked. Jonash glanced at Reed from the corner of his eye, though he seemed unsurprised that Reed had told Cohen of the details of his and Sasha's agreement. He stared directly at Cohen as he answered the question.
Yes.
Reed wasn't sure if it was any of his business, or if Jonash would spill a word of truth, but he asked,
What for? We left his crew.
Jonash muttered before walking away.
And now it's him. Or us.
Chapter 11. Vass awoke in the early afternoon and stood at the edge of the right hallway, staring at her mother's door down the dark corridor. Was the necklace inside? She took a step forward. Her body felt disconnected from her, like she was floating above it and staring at herself. The seed of her panic sprouted. She could see her mother's body, could smell and taste the acrid magic. The quick rewinding of time brought her right back to this place, staring at the remnant of her mother's life. Vasa's future hanging in the air and suffocating amid all the wicked power. It was my mother. Her curse passed down to me when I found her dead. Vasa's breath came quicker. Like roots bursting from a shell, they plunged down, an invasive species, this panic strangling all the life inside her. She could feel it again, the magic bursting like a dam inside her body, spreading like blood in the water, sliding down each muscle and winding around her bones. The visceral fear of that moment. She'd believed she was dying. She had been convinced of her fate. Her legs wouldn't move. This paralysis was entirely against her will. She tried to lift her leg, but she couldn't. Vasa turned away, gritting her teeth. She let out a frustrated groan and covered her face with her hands. Her chest rose and fell with her breaths. It's okay, she whispered to herself, pretending her voice was Amelie's or Melisina's, pretending for a moment that she wasn't alone. It's okay to be afraid. She stood there for minutes, maybe more. Everything swirled in her mind. Ozic, Lord Vlasic, Roman, Reed, Amelie, her coven. Vasa retreated to the couch and buried herself beneath her blanket, shutting out the sunlight, shutting out anything and everything at once. She didn't emerge from her rooms for the rest of the day. She didn't see Ozik. She didn't see Roman. And when Lord Karev called on her, she told the attendants she was ill. The next day, Vasa followed the path her body had finally deemed safe into her father's office down the left hallway of the Emperor's quarters. Sleep had evaded her, though she'd known better than to go seeking Roman again. She had been too close to her past. She would need to rest today, to reserve her energy for more pandering with the lords. She couldn't fake ill with Lord Karev for long, given what was at stake. She parsed through every single thing Dominic had written, and in a file deep in a drawer, she found the letters he'd exchanged with Mathgen, Reed's traitorous advisor. The man's face flashed behind her eyes, the ice of his irises, the twist of his mouth, the sheer terror she'd felt at finding herself tied up beneath the Colosseum of Dara, left for dead at the hands of her brother. And yet she could still see it. The pain etched into the wrinkles of Mathgen's skin as he spoke about his daughter and unborn grandchild, who had been slaughtered by an Asterian soldier. His was a death she hadn't allowed herself time to process either. She wondered silently if Reed missed him, if he was experiencing the same churning, tumultuous emotions she was. What she wouldn't give to ask him. She devoured every word of the letters, every detail of the steel Dominic and Mathgen had smuggled to Ton, of the rebellion they'd stoked in Rultho that had ultimately bled all over the Icurian election. She couldn't believe that the late foreman of Rultho had been foolish enough to make deals with the son of the very Asterian emperor who had scorned him the first time. Ton must have been desperate, more so than ever before. Dominic's notes made it clear that the brazen invasion of Icuria had been in pursuit of precisely what he'd been working with Lord Vlasic to uncover. Magic. Vasa understood now. That was why he'd gone to Murray. The night he'd tried to poison her, Vasa had all but given him a show, thinking he would believe she was struggling to control a curse. Had he already known what her magic was? Had that been the real reason for arranging her abduction? Possibly even her death. Vasa shuddered. Even though Dominic's journal of drawings sat open on the desk beside her, stark proof of his humanity, the evidence of his evil glared up at her in the form of these records. He had tortured other witches, had likely intended to torture her. With Lord Vlasic and the clergy involved, conspiracy was a crack in the foundation of this city, of this empire. They wouldn't stop until they had decimated what was left of Icuria's already dwindling covens. It wasn't enough to escape Megas. She would find a way to stop them. Which begged the question of why Ozik had left something like this for Vasa to find. Why would he want to turn her against the very empire he intended for them to rule in tandem? Locking everything back in the compartment in the desk, Vasa set her head down for just a moment, just to rest her strained eyes. "Long night?" a voice asked, and Vasa shot up from the desk, stray hairs plastered to her face. She sucked in a sharp breath as she stared at Ozik across the office. He stood in the doorframe, and she looked around, wondering how she hadn't heard him enter. She peered at the clock standing in the corner. Hours had passed. She smoothed out her wool dress and nodded. She didn't feel inclined to speak to him. Part of her wanted to come right out and ask about the necklace, about all the witches he had let die. Yet she knew better than to show her cards immediately. It was an assumption that he knew the secret drawer in her father's desk existed at all. She had no intention of giving herself away this quickly, not until she'd managed a real search for her mother's last gift. He gestured for her to stand. "Come with me." "I'd rather not." He tilted his head predatorily. She swallowed. The feeling of a fork driving through her hand was fresh in her mind, and Vasa tensed. She breathed in through her nose and curled her fingers against the desk, pressing down in a subtle form of grounding. Then, Vasa indignantly crossed her arms over her chest. "Tell me why you brought Roman here." A small pause.
"Empresses have lovers all the time, Vasilisa."
Bile threatened to push up her throat. He would know. He had been the Empress's lover, her mother's torrid affair. She curled her lip in disgust. "I have no interest in a lover."
"Then don't have one,"
he suggested. Vasa narrowed her eyes, though she didn't get up from the desk. Ozic gave a heavy sigh, as if she were nothing but a petulant teenager. The sound of it was so familiar, a relic from the days he had tutored her.
"I thought if you could see yourself here, perhaps you'd be more willing to rule. It is nothing more than that. I've known he was alive for quite some time, and when he arrived here, I agreed to let him stay. It was the least I could do, considering your brother and father sent him off to his death."
"I don't believe you," Vasa said. "What's his bargain?" Ozic arched a brow.
"Not everyone I come across is a person I waste magic on. Sometimes old-fashioned politics are enough."
Again she said, "I don't believe you." He pursed his lips like there was a thought caught between his teeth, then relaxed his shoulders.
"Your skill for observation is a gift, dear Vasilisa. Don't ever underestimate it."
Vasa wasn't certain why she'd asked the question in the first place. Ozic was never going to give her a straight answer. She looked down at the desk for a moment, composing herself.
"I've answered your question. Now come,"
he said. The cords between them circled one of her ribs and gave a sharp tug. Pained breath pushed out through her lips, a reminder that his willingness to answer her questions at all wasn't a compromise. It was a gift. She fell back into whatever version of herself she had been before Icuria, pliant and obedient and afraid. Uncrossing her arms, her body moved without much thought. She stood from the chair. She hated herself for the way he grinned. They exited the Emperor's wing without a word, neither of them speaking to each other as they walked. Sun poured through the stained glass windows, throwing color all over the floor and walls in particularly well-lit passages. A cold gust of wind bit at Vasa's cheeks as Ozic opened the door to the courtyards at the back of the fortress, all placed at different levels on the mountain and connected by large stone bridges. Snow piled on the capstones in soft white, a few flurries falling harmlessly from the red and orange sky. Ozic took one set of stairs after another, reaching a new level each time, until he led them to a familiar stone walkway on the far side of the fortress near the entrance to the game park, which sprawled in a valley behind the fortress. She realized quickly where they intended to go. "The greenhouse?" Vasa asked.
"It's warmer there,"
Ozic said, as if it were explanation enough. She hadn't considered the intensity of being back here in Mechas, of what it would mean to see everything from a time in her life that she had become so good at making hazy. Every place her father had stepped, every hallway she'd seen Dominic in and then spun on her heel. Her mother. Roman. She hadn't grieved. Not in the way that provided closure. She had simply pushed it down as far as it would go. In Murray, her exploration of magic had felt like ripping off all the carefully placed bandages she'd used to staunch the bleeding of her youth. She had bandaged it over with something new. But now, every time she rediscovered a memory, that wound ripped itself back open.
"Vasa!"
Ozic called. She looked up. Towering on the other side of the fortress, The sloped roofs of the greenhouse poked out from behind walls of berry-colored holly. Built of iron and half-silvered glass, the building comprised 3 major rooms, 2 in the front and 1 larger chamber in the back. The glass gave the illusion of light bouncing, making one see their own reflection instead of whatever was inside. Each chamber of the greenhouse felt like a world of its own. Being embedded into the treacherous cliffside with no expansive path to the main fortress, it was an impregnable area, and an assault from the water was fundamentally ill-conceived. It was one of the few places that stood mostly unguarded. Vasa quickly followed Ozic inside. He walked along the glimmering gravel pathway that wound through the greenhouse, providing access to all 3 chambers. Heat wafted around them, a perfect balmy temperature to grow the sorts of things that could not thrive in the snow. Vegetables and legumes grew in the front 2 rooms, yet the room tucked at the back, closest to the ocean cliffs, was covered in flora so unlike the daphne and primrose that burst through the snow along the courtyards. It would be impossible to see from the outside, even with the floor-to-ceiling glass walls that provided an unobstructed view of the ocean, given the peculiar glass they'd used to build it, instead of the stained glass most of the fortress utilized. It was unexpectedly refreshing to gaze out at the world without viewing some artist's rendition of her family's sins. Stone-hewn statues of people Vasa did not know, set into the ground sporadically as the path intertwined on itself, guarded the greenhouse. Veins of gold and silver threaded through black stone, and when the light hit them just right, those lines seemed to pulse. Sometimes she wondered if they were frozen there in time. When she was younger, she'd made up stories about them, each a character in the life she'd planned to live. Like Icarian air coasting along her skin, she reveled in the heat for a soft, stolen moment. Warmth mingled with her memories of Murray, and it became a cavern in her chest. She shed her cloak as she entered the farthest room. Vines hung from the ceiling with purple and pink buds exploding from them, like droplets of rain about to slip off the leaves. Vasa entered slowly, eyes trailing over every detail. The gravel pathway continued, lined on each side by flowers in pink and white and lavender. Bushes filled the empty spaces, and iridescent stones decorated the pathways, all of which led to a gnarled olive tree in the back. Vasa stopped. Roman stood there, waiting. Vasa's heart slammed against her chest. "What?" she started. Roman stepped to the side, revealing a bench beneath the olive tree, and a woman who immediately stood from it. Amelie. Chapter 12. Amelie! Vasa kicked up gravel around her feet as she sprinted, tossing her cloak to the floor. She ignored everything else in the room, her eyes only on her closest friend. Amelie stepped forward just as Vasa slid into the space in front of her, shaking, inspecting her, running her hands over Amelie's shoulders. She had been cleaned, given new Asterian clothes, her brown hair brushed. There wasn't a trace of wounds or cuts on her olive skin. Nothing like what had been done to Vasa in the prison. The only indicator that Amelie was a prisoner were the 2 iron shackles clamped around her wrists, bound together by a thick chain. Undoubtedly, they were made of that same magic-stifling material as the collar Lord Vlasic had forced Vasa to wear in the prison. "I'm all right," Amelie said quietly. Vasa looked up at Roman, who observed Amelie suspiciously. His shoulders were taut, like he was prepared to move at any second, to intervene if Amelie revealed herself to be a threat. Vasa couldn't place what he knew and what he didn't, but he had brought Amelie here. He had access to her.
"As you can see, she is recovering from her curse,"
Ozic said, his voice coming closer.
"Your lead sentinel was kind enough to retrieve her."
Vasa looked over Amelie once more, frustration mingling with her relief. Ozik was still selling this curse narrative, even to Roman. Her words slipped through gritted teeth. What do you want, Ozik? Don't give him anything, Amelie snarled in Icarian. Ozik whipped his head to her, eyeing her suspiciously, like he anticipated a fight.
To remind you that it is worth it to cooperate,
Ozik finally said.
Thank you, Katyev. You're dismissed. Return the girl to her cell.
Amelie froze. Stop, Vasa begged, turning to Ozik. She had no magic to strike, nothing to fight back with. The powerlessness of it seeped into her bones. Her fists balled at her side. I'll give you whatever you want. Just let her stay. Don't, Amelie warned. You should run, Vasa. Whatever you do, flee this place. Ozik tisked, gesturing toward Roman that he should remove Amelie. He held Vasa's gaze sternly.
Cooperate. That's what I want. Do that, and you will see her again. Unharmed.
Vasa looked back at Amelie, tears welling in her eyes. Roman hesitated, confusion marring his features, but finally stepped toward the witch. Amelie recoiled, snapping, I can walk on my own! Roman grabbed a hold of her arm anyway. I'm sorry, Vasa choked. I'm so sorry. And then Amelie met her eyes with a burning fury. Something new seemed to emanate from her, this otherworldliness that Vasa hadn't seen before. This rage. You aren't the one who will pay for this, Amelie said. She slid her eyes to Ozik. He stepped back. Now, Roman. Vasa's breath caught as she watched Roman drag Amelie out of the greenhouse, the entire exchange marking itself upon her. She swore she'd just seen trepidation in Ozik's tight grimace. Vasa watched Roman's back as he exited the room with Amelie. Was everything Roman had said to her a lie? He had cowed to Ozik within seconds. Vasa turned to face Ozik, prepared to argue further, or at least attempt to pry information from him. But softly, gently, there came a whisper of something in her body. Magic sprang from wherever it was hidden inside her, curling around her muscles and bones, fortifying her like armor. It sloshed into her gut and burned in her chest. Magic poured from her fingertips in tendrils of black mist, cloaking the ground around her feet. Vasa stumbled back in shock, finding Ozik standing just a few feet away.
I can and will take your magic back, should you get any futile notions of attacking,
he drawled.
You've always been a good student, Vasilisa. Do not prove me wrong.
The advisor held the same confident air about him that he had when she was young. He appeared as though he'd come to teach her something. Their daily lessons, sometimes multiple times a day, flashed before her eyes. The stern pull of his mouth, the crinkle of his brow when he found himself disappointed in her, all touchstones of her childhood. Building blocks of the woman she was now, who questioned the motivations of every person around her, who had never been safe enough to trust anyone. So much so that when she'd finally been faced with authenticity, she had spent months convincing herself the people who loved her were lying. Except Melusina had begun to banish that fear. Amelie, too. Her entire coven. They had taught her magic because they loved her, which made it far more difficult to look Ozik in the eyes now. He had never taught her a single thing for her benefit. It had always been for his. What are you doing? Vasa choked out.
You're weak,
Ozik said, as if that was an explanation. What do you mean?
What do you know of your magic, Vasilisa? What has your coven taught you?
Vasa could hardly process his questions. She focused instead on the snake, on the shifting of magic once again within her body. It was like something came loose within her, the power itself burrowing into her organs and tissues. It lapped against her insides as she transformed it from snake to water to bird of prey. Though it still felt different, this was closer to herself than anything she'd felt in weeks. Cooperate. That's what I want. Do that, and you will see her again. What do you know of my magic? Vasa asked, emboldened by her renewed connection to Varaji, the goddess of witchcraft herself.
I know that in order to make the most of it, you must learn to wield it, even through pain,
Ozik said. Is that why you let Lord Vlasic torture me? She dared to ask. Ozik pursed his lips.
Your mother survived for years because of what I could show her. Did you think she got lucky? Varaji witches are the most tumultuous, the most haunted of the bloodlines. Your magic is an art form that has been sorely lost.
Silence coursed between them. There was nothing Vasa could say in response to him. Only listen. Only absorb. Once again, she saw the man she'd known as a teenager. Harsh, sharp, but incredibly intelligent. Though she feared him, she, in a strange way, trusted her value to him. There had been a time when Ozik's tutelage was the one thing she clung to, desperately hoping the skills he taught her might lead to an ambassadorship instead of a marriage. And now, Vasa was forced to reconcile that man with the one who stood across from her, who had murdered her mother, killed the love of her life, brought him back in a twisted bargain, and then locked her up in a prison to be tortured. The one who still held Amelie as leverage.
I saw the wolf,
Ozik said, crossing his arms over his chest.
You've at least uncovered the most basic thing your magic can do. Manifestations. You know mine well enough.
Realization dawned upon her. The Miro dog. A manifestation. What does that mean? Manifestation.
It is an expression of our magic, of our souls. That is the way with sentimental magic.
Sentimental magic. His words swirled in her mind, connecting with everything she'd learned thus far. Admittedly, there were large gaps. Things Melusina and the rest of the coven hadn't taught her. Things they perhaps didn't know themselves. Focus on what you do know, they'd repeated over and over. Sometimes those words had set her free. Other times, they had felt like a consolation prize for the fact that most information about magic had been irrevocably burned away. Vasa tilted her head. Your manifestation is a demon. What exactly does that say about your soul? Ozik remained deadly serious as he said,
that it is dark and wicked, and was lost long ago.
Vasa stared blankly, hoping her impassive grimace would be interpreted as a result of her deep-seated hatred for the advisor, not her own incompetence. He sighed.
There is only one person in this world who can teach you what has been erased from history, and that is me. The question is whether you are willing to learn, or whether you are going to waste this opportunity.
Opportunity? She shot back, poison on her tongue. You are holding me hostage and torturing my best friend. Ozik merely chuckled.
The witch is alive and has not been harmed. Lord Vlasic hasn't touched her. We are trying another way.
He had put a stop to the torture. Vasa crossed her arms. Fine. Let me see her.
Earn it.
Why? Why teach me anything at all? His severe gaze could have turned her into one of the statues that guarded the greenhouse.
Because soon you're going to do something for me, Vasilisa. And in order for you to accomplish it, you will need to become a more formidable ally.
Vasa narrowed her eyes. I will never do anything for you. Not willingly. Ozic shifted his weight, frustration coating his features. She hadn't been this obstinate with him since she was a teenager. Her magic tugged in her abdomen and then leaked onto her hands. She startled, stumbling backward a step, shaking her wrists like they were covered in water. What are you doing? He began to walk, circling her.
What do you know of the Witches' War?
Vasa hesitated, unsure if she wanted to engage. The magic tightened and she sputtered. I know that before it, Icuria was ruled by magical bloodlines. The Witches' War extinguished most of them and made way for Icurian unification. He nodded, his steps slow. Her magic calmed, and she let out a small sigh, her shoulders going slack.
The Covens used to rule Icuria, he said. But during the Witches' War, most of the old texts were burned. And when the common tongue replaced the old dialects, it was the death of oral tradition. Therefore, the relative death of the gods and goddesses that the independent city-states worshipped.
It had always surprised her that the Icurians did not have deeper religious traditions. Most of their deities were now fables, or fuel for celebrations. The gods and goddesses that the sodalities were named after were the only real landmarks left. The deities had become cultural. The witches were the last remaining remnant of the gods and goddesses' power. The information curled in her ears and settled there, giving her that same inextinguishable hunger she'd had from a young age. She gathered history and languages like weapons, because that was what understanding them could turn someone into. That was the weapon her father and Ozic had created. So she couldn't help herself. She leaned in to listen, and by the subtle curl of Ozic's lips, he knew he had her.
What the Icurians refused to speak about is that the deities were wicked, evil creatures, he continued. They need witches in order to keep their foothold in this realm. Without their covens, they can be sealed into tombs scattered across this continent. But even then, their bloodlines still pop up in unexpected places. And so if even one witch emerges, the deity has a foothold again.
Vasa leaned farther forward, memorizing every word he said, even if she didn't entirely believe him. There was no telling whether this version of history was true. What is sentimental magic, then? She asked.
Begin wielding your magic again, and I will tell you.
Vasa pursed her lips. She shouldn't obey. She knew the right choice. Yet the allure of knowledge pushed her forward, magic spilling from her fingertips. It coated the floor around her once more, spreading like fog on the water. Ozic began again.
There are two types of magic, two types of covens, just like there are two classifications of deities. Ones that rule the outer world, the physical, and ones that rule the inner world, the emotional. Corporeal versus sentimental. Viraji is a sentimental deity. The most powerful one, as her witches have a skill unlike any other.
Vasa swallowed. Her magic slithered at her feet, then spread out into the greenhouse. She tried to bring it back inside herself, but Ozic shook his head. As the black tendrils coated the stones marking the pathway she stood upon, Vasa tried not to rear back from her own power.
Push it forward. Use everything around you instead of everything within you, he said.
Vasa's eyebrows slammed together, his words not making sense. She stared down at the magic, hesitating. And then it reared forward out of her control. Knots in her body tightened and tugged, an outside force now guiding her power. She gasped and stumbled as it burst out in sharp tendrils, one of which snapped against an iron bench to her left. It knocked the bench sideways with a crash, and petals flew into the air, drifting softly to coat the ground. "Stop," she said. Her magic slithered back up her dress, the wolf nowhere to be found. Vasa's heart beat faster, fear growing within her as the magic curled around her body, her waist, her chest. It consumed her arm, then her shoulders, brushing the nape of her neck. She knew better than to let the power reach her face. As it brushed her throat, terror slammed against her ribcage. "Stop!"
It is a void because you don't know what else to make it. But that doesn't have to be its final form,
Ozic said, voice unbelievably calm as he watched her panic.
Your mother saw a spider, so afraid of being crushed beneath everyone else's feet. What is it you're so terrified of becoming?
This information about her mother sank its teeth into her. Her mother, a woman afraid of being powerless, of being too small to fight back. Vasa heard it again, the hiss of the snake, felt the ridges of scales as it wound around her throat. Ozic tilted his head, enamored by the creature. The gold in his eyes was swallowed by the black snake that slithered along her skin. The manifestation rose to rub against her cheek. It was cool to the touch, its sharp sibilations a warning in her ears.
A serpent,
Ozic said.
The very thing they called your father.
Stop, Vasa whispered, this time tasting the power as the snake slid across her lips. Ozic inspected Vasa, saw how her hands shook. His eyes narrowed upon the magic circling her throat, and all of Vasa's emotions played upon his face. However their bargain linked them, they shared the intensity of this moment. They shared her fear.
I am not controlling this any longer. You are.
Vasa forced herself to suck down air, and the hiss of the snake rattled in her ear. She met Ozic's eyes, and he stared at her, his hands clasped behind his back.
All magic needs fuel, he said. Think. When did you see the wolf? When did it finally make itself known to you?
The look on his face seemed to say he already knew the answer. There was ancient wisdom behind his eyes, and she wasn't certain how she'd never seen it before, how she'd never recognized the churning of power within him, or the unnatural years that stared back at her. It was as if his own magic had grown unruly in the time she was away, in the time her mother had been dead. No longer able to be masked, to be hidden. Perhaps it was all a trick, some mind game. Yet she thought back to the height of her own magic, to the times it had felt utterly out of control. At the beginning, in the library of Una, when she'd searched desperately for a clue as to what this magic was. With Kasana, when she'd found herself outmatched by the warrior as they trained next to the Satara. Again, when Reed had told her that Dominic was coming to Murray. Most notably, when she'd looked at her brother and decided she'd lost enough. When she'd accepted her death and let go of that fear. Every time the magic had reared to the surface in an uncontrollable wave, it had been a reaction to fear. Fear she would never find answers. Fear Kasana would prove her worthless. Fear Dominic would harm all the people she had just begun to love. Fear that she would die, that Amelie would die, and the greatest tragedy of her life would be not having enough time. Her magic churned in her gut, a ruthless force once again as she stared at Ozic across the pathway. Fear of him. Fear of everything, always. The very thing that had given the snake its shape, that had made a monster out of her. Fear of herself. But she didn't need to be afraid any longer. She was not what they had tried to make her. Something tangible and powerful poured out of her body, mist and magic and everything she had ever felt up until that point. To her left, the wolf took form as naturally to her as breathing. Its smoky edges curled into the air, white eyes shining from a shadowy face. One paw swiped at the stones beneath it. The corner of Ozic's lips curled into a knowing smile as he gazed upon her manifestation. Your magic was never out of control, Vasilisa. It was feeding, because that is what sentimental magic does. It's what makes Viraji magic so spectacular, so threatening. You are starving, and so you are feasting on yourself, the closest and easiest source. But what would happen if you feasted on everything around you instead? Vasa looked to the wolf, felt every edge and subtle sway of it, felt the desire to send it forward and strike. The manifestation took a step, lowering its nose to the ground and letting out an audible growl. Ozic watched it closely. Think. Observe. You have always perceived the emotions of those around you. Perhaps now is the time you start weaponizing them instead of internalizing them. Vasa stared at him, and despite what she wanted to believe, she swore she could feel his subtle fear. She could taste it. It slid across her tongue in satiating breaths. The relief it brought was palpable, instantaneous. The wolf grew sharper, more defined. No longer were the edges glimmering tendrils of smoke. She could see and feel the texture of hair, of claws, of teeth. Her eyes snapped to Ozic. She was feeding off him. This was unnatural, perverse and wrong. Vasa dismissed the magic, obliterating it into mist that dissipated in the air. Ozic frowned as he stepped forward, hissing, "What are you doing?" A memory threaded her mind of the day her coven crawled beneath a table with her. Melusina's soft voice echoed, "Just cry. Let it out." And Vasa realized Ozic's tutelage wasn't one she was willing to accept. Not anymore. Her coven had shown her the power of gentle love, and she would no longer squeeze a stem of thorns for the sake of the flower. I won't twist magic this way. I never asked you to train me. The look on his face was stifling. Fury and grief carved into the pale lines of it. A bargain goes both ways, Vasilisa. Vasa's fists tightened. So if I don't let you train my magic, you'll murder me like you did my mother. Ozic grimaced. I did not kill your mother. She broke a bargain. I don't control the rules of magic. And how do you intend to survive if you refuse to learn them? Then why not release my mother from the bargain? Vasa demanded. Why not release me? Are you so powerless that you cannot free your own thralls? Ozic's voice rose. You cannot handle the answers to your questions until you learn to use your magic. I will tell you what you need to know when you are ready. But you are not ready. How could I be? She barked back. I am not my mother. I am not so desperate for love or power that I'll eat it off a dagger. I am not afraid of being crushed. I'm afraid of being you. It was as if a sharp blade cut directly through her muscles. Her magic severed from her body once again, this time immediately and without rebellion. Ozic walked forward. Gasping, Vasa lifted her hands to her throat as if to defend her own life, an innate reaction. Her knees buckled and scraped against the stones beneath her. You are an ignorant child, with no understanding of who your mother was, or what she gave to keep you alive. So long as you are in my presence, do not speak of her as if you knew her. You didn't. Vasa wanted to spit at him, to remind him that it was his fault that she'd never known her mother, that all she'd gotten was the cold, aloof version of a woman fighting to stay alive in a place that hadn't kept her safe. And if Ozic had loved her, he would have saved her. But he hadn't. He released the hold he had on Vasa, and she fell forward, hands catching her just before her face hit the iridescent stones. Nausea tightened her throat, but she didn't give in. She was at least tolerating their connection, tolerating the use of her magic. No darkness lined the edges of her vision this time. I said I was trying things a different way, Ozic said. He picked up his cloak from the bench she'd draped it over. Every morning you will come here, and I will train your magic. Each time you make enough progress, I will have the witch brought to you. Vasa looked down at the stones cutting into her knees. He had all the leverage in the world, and she had nothing. Any grasp on the life she had found in Murray was smothered now. No. Even in darkness, even on the verge of death, Vasa had never been helpless. She had an arsenal in her mind, and it was time she started using it. You cannot handle the answers to your questions until you learn to use your magic. Ozic wanted her to grow stronger. Each time he'd allowed Lord Vlasic to cut at her skin, or for her magic to overtake her, it had been in pursuit of her endurance. He was training her, teaching her, just as he had done when she was a child. The question was why? What was it that Ozic wanted her to become, to accomplish? I will see you tomorrow morning, Ozic said. He disappeared into a different room of the greenhouse, and Vasa was left staring up at the olive tree, the words of her mother's letter playing out in the back of her mind. Whatever you do, stay in Murray, and do not unite the other pieces. The price is far too great. The following day, Vasa found Ozic waiting beneath the olive tree. He stood at her arrival, striding forward with ease. Like it had yesterday, her magic unfurled in her gut, melding to the snake she had thought about all night. She swallowed down her fear, prepared to do things his way, if that was what it took. She didn't like the idea of the magic he claimed she could access, to feed on other people's emotions instead of her own. But what choice did she have? For now, her breath came easier. She let the power flow through her veins and leak onto her fingertips. Dark smoke licked the air, then curled around her hands and wrists. Are you ready to begin? Ozic asked. Vasa met his eyes. Everything about him was calmer in here, brighter, as if, with the flora and the late morning sunshine filtering through the glass walls, he was a different person. The warmth brought relief, and with it, the space for curiosity, for her to focus everything she had on finding out precisely what this man needed, so she could take it all away. I'm ready, Vasa said. Ozic grinned. Chapter 13. It was almost morning when Vasa woke, gut clenching and burning, the feeling of her magic being torn from her bones pervading every nerve she had. She cried out, turning over and pulling her legs up to her chest, rocking in agony. The pain seared down her neck and spine, spreading to every inch of her body, as if her very core was being flayed in two. Magic writhed beneath her skin. Vasa tried to breathe. She couldn't. Tears streamed down her face as Ozic used Vasa's magic for something she couldn't name, couldn't see. She dove into that pain, tried to connect with it, to find some thread to grasp between her fingers and give her access to whatever it was Ozic was doing. It pulled her in as if it were her own body moving, her will manipulating the connection. The pain began to ease as she followed that feeling, as she gave in to the connection that guided her. And then, behind her eyes, she was staring at the shimmering string between them that threaded down what looked like an underground tunnel. Everything was blurry, but there was something along the walls that sent a shiver down her spine. She couldn't quite make out the shape of it, but her body knew to keep its distance. Her instinct told her not to look closer. She stared down that shadowy corridor until she came upon a massive archway, the stones ivory white. Despite herself, Vasa walked inside. Everything except for the space immediately in front of her was blurred, the edges smoked and details indistinguishable. But glowing in front of her was a red pool of something. It swirled in on itself, too bright to be blood. The longer she stared, the longer she felt the sentience of what existed within it. Breathing, writhing, waiting. The red pool began to ripple. Something terrible, something ancient. Death. She felt it. Someone was dying. She smelled the metallic carnage, the fear. She experienced it as Ozic did, as if she were him and he were her, connected, intertwined. His horror and agony were hers. Every moment of it was miserable. Their magic was one and the same, and he was the fuel while she was the fire. It was oil on her skin. The rancid smell of burning hair and flesh pervaded all the air around her. And then she was falling. Something crashed. The magic extinguished, and everything in her mind went dark, and she was thrust back into her own body as it hit the ground. Her eyes flew open as her heart thudded rapid fire against her chest. She'd rolled off the couch, and to her left, an end table had fallen over. The small iron figurines that graced it scattered on the floor. Black mist coated the blankets around her. Vasa scrambled to her knees and gasped. This magic making sense to her. It was familiar and kind and home. Black tendrils rose and dipped playfully around her. Some wrapped around her wrists, cool to the touch, mist on her skin. Viraji magic. It was hers. Vasa breathed in deeply, savoring the feel of it around her. And then it snapped back into her body, buried once again in her bones and sinew. Gone. Just as quickly as she'd had it, the force disappeared. An emptiness conquered every spot where hope had just bloomed. The door to the Emperor's quarters burst open, and Vasa tried to move, tried to defend herself. She turned just in time to see Roman with his sword drawn, staring at the room empty of anyone but her. "What happened?" he demanded. He must have been standing outside her door, must have been waiting that entire time. He'd likely heard the table crash. "I had a nightmare," she choked out. His shoulders fell sullenly at the words. He looked at the table, at the figurines scattered on the floor. "You're sleeping out here?" Vasa bit her lip. She didn't confirm or deny his assumption. Her placement did that for her, with the blankets strewn across the rumpled couch. Why were you outside of my door?
The sentinels rotate. Tonight was my turn to guard your door. I've debated coming and speaking with you.
Vasa scowled. Roman walked past her to the spilled table and lifted it with ease, kneeling down to pick up the iron figurines. His eyes drifted to the couch. After a moment, he asked,
Is there anything I can do?
Her heart still raced, concern lingering in each of her nerves as she considered exactly what Ozic had been doing with her magic. She didn't understand any of what she had just seen. And she didn't know whether she could trust Roman. I need to see my friend, she whispered. Roman paused his cleaning.
She's still dangerous. I don't think Ozic has been able to break her curse. He made it clear that seeing her without him present could be extraordinarily dangerous for you.
Vasa didn't believe that for a second. It was a lie Ozic spun to keep her from seeing Amelie. She almost came right out and told Roman everything, but the voice in her head told her not to give an inch. Roman had never been deeply religious, but he'd bowed his head and read the teachings of the clergy without much question. If he found out her magic wasn't some curse she wanted to expel, would he turn on her? Would he wish her locked back up in that prison in hopes of finding some impossible cure? She trailed off. She had to think of something. Anything. The idea of lying to him was a knife in her gut, but she didn't have another choice. How much do you know of Ozic? Roman pursed his lips. Even with both of them on their knees, he was still taller than her. He placed the figurines back on the table, but didn't lift from his place on the floor. His soft brown eyes were shielded, though that didn't strike Vasa as stemming from loyalty. They were still wider, more fearful.
I know I won't survive disobeying him,
He finally said.
Not until you are formally the Empress.
Was that his plan, then? To obey Ozic long enough to make it to her wedding? I think you know as well as I do that a title won't save either of us from him, she whispered, the two of them staring at each other in the dark.
You believe he will kill you?
Vasa knew Ozic wouldn't. Not as long as he needed her magic, and given the strength and youth he had gained from their bond, she suspected Ozic would do just about anything to keep her alive. No, she said, but he intends to rule with me as a puppet for life. Likely, once there are heirs, he will kill whoever I marry. Roman didn't move. His expression melded to one of impassivity, even more guarded than he had been before.
Is that why you accepted Lord Karev's invitation for tomorrow night? To move forward with one of your suitors?
Vasa sat more upright, trying to keep her composure. I don't see what other choice I have. It was the best she could do to create the illusion of a real competition for her hand, for the Asterian throne, and delay an actual marriage. She wasn't certain she could outmaneuver Ozic, but if she had the opportunity to sow discord between the lords, it might be enough to damage any chance they had at gathering an army strong enough to outlast the Icarian central forces. Perhaps that was her only way to escape, to lie in wait. I don't want to marry any of them, she confessed. At those words, Roman crawled to the fire, stoking it, and the flames roared back to life. Light flooded the room as he turned to face her again. With the fire at his back, his face was still shadowed, making him look almost ethereal, truly and wholly a ghost. He paused for a moment.
I don't know what to do, who to trust.
Trust with what? Roman pursed his lips, then started to crawl toward her again. The closer he came, the more her body recognized him. He had snuck into her rooms countless times before. They had been in similar positions as this. He stopped just before where she sat, her back against the couch, his knees only a few feet from her.
Did you love him?
Roman asked, so quietly.
The wolf of Moray.
The wolf. Her wolf. The person her magic had seemed to model itself after, as if it, too, wanted to be more like him. Her soul and his, similar enough to reflect in her power. The thought of Reed caused a knot to form in her throat. This was the first time they had spoken of him, had acknowledged that she'd been married to another man. She and Roman were incapable of casual conversation, she realized. It was impossible to know someone and then unknow them. Without trying, they would pick up where they'd left off, because that was what people did. She saw the anger in Roman's eyes. He had always been a jealous creature, and she couldn't bring herself to break his heart. Not yet. She pulled her blankets over her lap, careful to keep the majority of herself covered. Being in Icaria saved my life, she said. Dominic would have killed me. Roman pursed his lips.
I don't think you would have stayed anywhere you were in danger. That's why I find this whole story about Icaria difficult to believe.
That Ozic came and rescued me from the clutches of a violent warlord. A pause, and then,
How did Dominic die?
Vasa kept silent. She kept waiting for that serpent to coil, for the wolf to raise its head and howl, but was left with an utter sense of emptiness that was almost more consuming than the magic had been. Whatever trickle of it she'd felt earlier had gone. Roman waited, eyes burning into her.
Was it Reed of Moray? There are so many rumors.
Her defensiveness reared up. It was instinct. I killed Dominic. Roman raised his eyebrows, and then looked her over like he was seeing her for the first time. His gaze dragged up and down her, to the line where her nightgown met the blankets.
You are not who you used to be.
No, I am not.
Neither am I.
She bristled. No, I am nothing like who I was, Roman. You can't even begin to fathom.
Do you believe me afraid of you? With one death on your hands.
He chuckled with a desperate lilt.
I went to war, Vasa. I was a prisoner. You have no idea what I have seen and sacrificed to be sitting here next to you.
Vasa glanced at Roman's hands, as if the blood would still be there, but they looked the same as they always had. And though she could tell him everything, of the magic she had gained and the lives she had taken with it, she didn't. You're right. I'm sorry, she said instead. Vasa didn't tell him the other things she had pieced together here, or the questions that plagued her. She didn't quite know how to breathe correctly in his presence, like there was still a part of her reaching backward, seizing at her chest. Roman ran his tongue over his teeth.
The wolf. He was kind to you then?
Vasa fiddled with her hands. Yes. Kinder than any other person had ever been to her. But what good did it do to reveal such a thing to Roman? Does it matter? She asked.
Of course it matters.
He gritted his teeth and looked away from her, staring into the fire once more.
When I found out you were marrying him, I was sick, Vasa. Terrified. And when I heard he was parading you around his city, and that your brother was opening trade with Icaria, It just destroyed me. I know what kind of man Reed of Moray is.
Vasa paused. It was odd to hear of hers and Reed's escapades, their games of love that had blossomed into the real thing, from someone who heard the whispers they had purposefully stoked. Ikeria had always been a secret, yet upon her marriage the curtain had fallen. Trade had assured it. Still, it was personal. The flicker of hatred that marked the way Roman tightened his fists. What do you mean? You know what kind of man he is. Roman finally lifted his chin, a muscle feathering in his jaw.
He often passed through Rultho. His father was the head of their squadron, but I noticed him the first time he arrived. Young to be the leader of anything, and brutal. People whispered about him, about the sheer amount of Asterians he killed along the Sanguine.
Roman shook his head.
It doesn't matter. Each time he returned, he was decorated with something new, earned from yet another mass slaughter on the river. He was a cruel man. There's a reason they call him the Wolf of Moray.
Stoic as the stone around her, Vasa didn't dare breathe. Cruel was not a word she would ever use to describe Reed. Vasa looked down at her hands. The choice to lie to Roman fully, to spin some mistruth about her marriage. It was a choice she couldn't undo.
Did you consummate the union?
Roman asked outright, leaning forward as if he'd been anticipating this very line of conversation since the moment they found each other again.
What an outdated Asterian concept,
Reed had once said to her. Vasa parted her lips, then snapped them shut. Each moment she'd spent with Reed had set her on fire, no matter how hard she'd fought it. When she'd finally had him, had his mouth on hers and his bare skin against her own, she had never wanted anything more. It wasn't a consummation. It was a choice. And if the world hadn't done exactly what she'd predicted it would do, if Dominic and Ozic hadn't ruined everything, she knew with certainty she would still be there with Reed, sleeping next to him now. But what of that could Roman understand? Especially after what he'd just told her. She sighed.
I did.
Roman closed his eyes, shook his head.
Of course you did. I don't know why I thought otherwise.
But it upsets you, she noted. Roman shrugged, leaning back onto his hands.
It was foolish to believe you hadn't been with someone after me. That I'm the only man to know you that way.
Vasa couldn't explain the anxiety that welled in her at this line of conversation, the insurmountable guilt for having lived when she thought he hadn't.
I mourned you for a very long time, Roman.
He stared at her for a drawn-out moment.
I don't believe I've stopped mourning you, Vasa.
Breath stilled in her chest. How many times had she wished for the chance to see him again, to hear his voice? Yet he was looking right at her, and she would trade just about anything to be staring at another man. What kind of person did that make her?
Reed of Moray sacked Innistor,
Roman said, changing the topic before Vasa had the opportunity to say more.
Slaughtered the young lord there and hundreds of civilians. He tore down the dam and demolished the entire city, claiming his marriage to you makes him Emperor of Asteria.
Ozic told me he crossed the border, Vasa said. Roman narrowed his eyes just slightly.
He's been injured. He retreated from battle.
The world seemed to stall on its axis. That word stole the air from the room. Injured. Roman's eyes searched her expression more closely than he ever had before. She pushed it down. The wanting, the panic, the pain. Now was not the time. She had already given away too much. Roman stood abruptly, taking a few steps away from her.
Vasa, are you in love with him?
Roman,
He's already killed hundreds under the pretense that he has a claim to your throne, to our empire.
She saw Roman so clearly now. Saw the betrayal written in the lines of his face at the thought of her having fallen in love with an Icurian, with his enemy. But it was more than that. There, in the depths of his eyes, was a glimmer of desire. Our empire. Suddenly, he morphed into someone entirely new before her. Gone was the remnant of the boy who had loved her, of the rebellion she'd found in him. He had been the safest thing. A man who couldn't take anything real from her. It wasn't like she would have ever been allowed to marry him. And now there was a throne dangling above all their heads, and she wondered, was it enough to tempt Roman too? Was that why he was here? To make himself a contender? It hurt to think about Reed, even more so to pretend he wasn't the love of her life, that each inch of her didn't ache for him now. But survival demanded the worst of people, and she had always been capable of deception. A voice in her head whispered that she must lie, that she must spin whatever tale she needed in order to keep this inextinguishable truth from coming out. She was in love with the man who should be her greatest enemy, and if given half the chance, she would tear her home apart in his name. I was married to Reed of Moray, Vasa clarified, voice growing sharp. He became my only political ally while Dominic was 2 steps away from taking my life. If you're asking if he was cruel or if I hated him, the answer is no. It was purposeful, to twist his question and then to say the word no. He was waiting, hoping, craving that exact word in response. It gave the appearance of disagreement, manipulated a palatable answer, and put the onus on him to continue demanding further truth. Roman pursed his lips, digesting her words slowly. Likely he would interpret them to mean what he wanted to hear, because that was far easier than stomaching reality.
And what did he want then? Your throne?
Vasa shook her head, falling into the same wretched version of herself who could tell a part truth and call it whole. It is what I wanted, Roman. I wanted my freedom. I wanted my life back. I wanted Dominic to pay for each time he took something from me, and I was willing to trade anything to get it. To manipulate Reed if that's what it took. Truth. That had been exactly the place she'd started in when Reed had brought her back from Dara.
And what did that manipulation entail?
Roman demanded. Bold. He was so very bold. She pulled the blankets further up her body and basked in the seed of rage simmering in her gut. His words reminded her of Lord Vlasic and the claims he'd made about her, of the things she knew they called her behind closed doors. An Icurian's whore. Her competence would always be reduced to this. The world could not imagine a woman clever enough to outsmart a man, so they simply labeled her a temptress. Are you asking if I fucked him to get what I wanted? If I let him play out his little fantasies so he would start a war for me? Roman's jaw flickered with anger.
I suppose I am.
No, she snapped. I didn't have to do a damn thing to convince Reed of Moray to attack the border. Dominic and Ozic did all the work for me. But I suppose I should be flattered you think I'm a good enough fuck to incite a war. Roman's eyes caught fire, but he seemed to notice the deep insult that had elicited her poison, and reined in whatever response he'd conjured in his mind.
Vasa, I never should have said that.
No, you shouldn't have, she seethed. The Icurians never would have crossed the border if Dominic and Ozic hadn't stoked a rebellion and tried to murder the major leaders of every city-state. My brother caused this war, and it had nothing to do with whose bed I was sold off to. He was more tense than she had ever seen him. Yet his shoulders fell, breath coming back to him.
You're right.
I know. He hung his head.
You were always smarter than Dominic. Always a better choice to lead.
Yet I still need a husband to do so. He shifted his weight, still standing near the fireplace a few paces away from her.
And that's not what you want. To marry.
There was a part of Vasa that wanted so badly for Roman to be on her side. It thrummed in her chest, that wretched hope. But though she had wanted to trust him, to take a chance, she was not naive enough to let it come at the expense of her freedom. No. I want the throne I sold my soul for, not because some husband is too stupid to outwit me, but because it has always belonged to me. As she said the words, she realized there was truth woven into them. There was a part of her that did want the Asterian throne. She did believe it belonged to her now, that she had sold her soul 1,000 times over, each time she learned a new language, only for her father to bring those people to their knees. She had lied because of it, betrayed her own heart because of it, killed her brother because of it. But it did not belong to her just for the things she had done. It was for the things that had been done to her. They took everything from me, she hissed. Rage, authentic in its origin, spewed from her. First they took you, then my mother. Then they sold me off for bags of salt. So I want the throne because I have sacrificed enough for it, and I will not stop until it is mine. Until I have torn it apart, and it can take no more from anyone else. Roman squared his shoulders, lifting his chin and inspecting her face for any sign of mistruth. He wouldn't find it. Her confession held too much honesty, even if an omission lived between the words. Resolution crossed his mouth in the form of a firm line. He stepped forward and sank to his knees again, this time closer to her. Tentatively, he reached out, fingers extended and brushing softly along her cheek. She tried to look away, but his hand slipped behind her neck and his thumb held her jaw, forcing her to meet his eyes. The brown of them burned.
I never should have spoken to you that way. I'm sorry.
She wanted to forgive him. That was the worst part.
Don't do it again,
she whispered.
I won't.
He pushed a strand of her hair away from her face, tucking it behind her ear. His hand hovered there, still holding her cheek, though less forceful now.
I must be the one person you don't lie to. Promise me that, and I'll give you whatever you want.
It was a dangerous line to walk, a terrible tearing of her soul. But she needed access to Amelie more than she needed anything else. If Vasa could find a way to get to Amelie, she could begin plotting an escape. The lies slipped out as naturally as breathing. I promise. This place did not breed honesty. She had been born into lies. And anyway, secrets were what her relationship with Roman was built upon.
You want to see your friend?
He asked.
You believe it's a risk worth taking?
She nodded silently.
All right. On a clear night, I'll take you.
Roman looked around the empty room.
I should go. I've already stayed too long. Will you be able to sleep?
Yes, Vasa said. Thank you. His touch slid from her cheek. Roman stood from his place on her floor and walked to the entrance of the quarters, looking over his shoulder at her. His hand hovered over the doorknob. What is it? Vasa asked. Roman held her stare for a moment longer than he should have.
I hate him, the wolf, for many things. But if he has known you, and you are not the reason he went to war, then I hate him even more.
Vasa's lips parted, but no words came to her. What could she say? How could she explain the way her chest tightened in anxiety when she'd heard Reed was injured? The way she wanted to pull the blankets over her head and hide from it? Because she knew. She knew she was exactly the reason Reed had crossed the border. He didn't want the Asterian throne. He wanted her. And here she was, staring at the previous love of her life. Vasa whispered goodnight, just as Roman closed the door. The moment it latched, she leapt up from her makeshift bed and pressed her ear to the wood. Footsteps moved down the hall, away from her, and she let out a long breath. She replayed the entire interaction, simultaneously enraptured and disgusted with herself. Quietly, she settled on the couch once more. Vasa stared at the fire as it crackled, and considered all of what Roman had said tonight. Thoughts of Reed being injured enough to retreat from battle haunted her. And then Amelie, eyes flashing white with something unknown, the rage with which she'd stared at Ozik. Her mother's necklace, a puzzle piece she certainly needed to find. Lord Karev's invitation tomorrow night. Vasa's fear turned her empty stomach into a pit. She hadn't wanted to lie to Roman, but her choices felt narrow. Another piece of her disappeared as she became exactly what she'd been raised to be. Manipulative, a backstabber. Someone who believed their own lies, or at least their reasons for telling them. But what if she wasn't the only one? A larger question lingered in her mind. One detail Roman had yet to mention. How did a man who was supposed to be dead earn the very position that put him in proximity to her? At the exact moment the Asterian throne hung in the balance. Lord Vlasic was trying to use force. Lord Karev was trying to use charm. Was Roman trying to use her heart? Chapter 14.
I don't believe we need to stand watch tonight,
Cohen confessed, leaning against the railing of the Red Corsair and staring out at the vast, churning sea. Reed didn't disagree. Splitting the night between Cohen and himself was a pointless endeavor. Even if Sasha's crew did turn on them, their group was pathetically outnumbered. A single guard wouldn't make a difference.
If they wanted to kill us, they would have already.
He agreed.
Or perhaps they're waiting until we make port. Perhaps.
Cohen mused. Reed turned to get a better look at his friend. The closest thing he had to a brother. Cohen's adoptive father, Kier, Reed's predecessor as head man, had been a close family friend to Melusina. It only lent to a closeness between Reed and Cohen as well. They had never once been able to escape each other, but the truth was that Reed had no interest in escaping Cohen. In fact, he wasn't certain anything could separate them for long. Which was why he knew when something troubled his friend.
You're worried,
Reed noted. Cohen slid his eyes to Reed and adjusted his spectacles.
Only a fool wouldn't be.
Neither of you needs to be out here, Sasha said, sauntering down the stairs from the deck where she and Reed's mother had just been training. Her shoulders had dropped, and her jaw had unclenched. Melusina was teaching her to release the magic slowly instead of allowing it to build to a breaking point. So far, it seemed that many of the techniques his mother knew applied to Sasha. Yet, the feel of their magic was vastly different. Sasha's made the air around them sharp, whereas Viraji magic felt more like prying, seeking threads.
You should get some sleep. It takes energy to infiltrate the capital of Asteria. You speak of treason, pirate,
Reed said.
It is not infiltration when I am the rightful emperor.
She scoffed.
You're a jilted divorcee at best, Wolf.
Reed shook his head. though Cohen let out a small chuckle at the pirate's boldness. Sasha would have gotten along swimmingly with Kasana had the commander been here. A calm comfort had overtaken the crew at the group's presence. Even Jonas had already begun to spend time with them willingly. Reed didn't know how to explain it, but he had a gut feeling that trust could be found here.
We need to cut your hair,
Sasha said.
and shave your beard.
Reed furrowed his brow, and Cohen snorted.
Good luck,
his friend said.
You look Icurian,
Sasha reminded him.
You look like Reed of Moray.
She had a point. Reed ground his teeth.
How much farther do you estimate?
Sasha pulled a spyglass from her waist, extending it to Reed. When he took it, she pointed to the horizon.
Do you see those mountains in the distance?
Reed peered through the glass, seeing the dark shadow of something along the line where the sky met the sea. The moon was bright enough tonight to illuminate the dark and give him vision. Even the persistent snow had halted.
Yes. Those are the Iron Peaks. We'll make port tomorrow.
Cohen stood up straight, hand snaking out to steal the spyglass right from Reed's hands.
Where is the prison?
He asked. Sasha's tone went cold.
On an island deep inside the bay, off the shore of the main port. You won't see it until we're much deeper in. Do you have an escape plan yet?
Reed asked.
Oh, well.
She rolled her shoulders, as if she needed to revel in the calmness while it lasted.
I can cut your hair now, or I can cut it tomorrow.
Reed released his hold upon the gunwale, sighing.
No is fine.
He tried to exchange a glance with Cohen, but his friend's attention was still occupied. Still entirely glued to the spyglass, pointing to the Iron Peaks. He stayed like that, perhaps trying not to laugh. Faintly, Reed knew that he and Sasha weren't the only fools sneaking into this port in order to find someone. While Cohen would have come here in service to Reed, in service to Vasa, these circumstances were different. Reed understood infatuation. He himself had been transfixed by Vasa the moment he met her, even in the nights when he'd tried not to be. There was nothing that would have kept Cohen from this city. Not with Amelie still missing, and not a single word about her whispered at any port. It had been confirmed that Vasa was alive. The same couldn't be said for Amelie.
You can take the first shift,
Reed said, though both he and Cohen knew they had just agreed to end their separate watches. Cohen simply wanted quiet. A chance to think. Cohen glanced at him for a moment, a readable gratefulness in his eyes at the fact that Reed had not yet asked the question, hadn't tried to pry information from Cohen about the depths of his feelings for the young witch. Perhaps Cohen didn't know the extent of it. Perhaps Cohen, not knowing something, made it all the worse for him. With a strong breath, Reed sauntered after Sasha. Mekis was more massive than Reed had ever imagined.
Are you prepared?
Reed's mother asked. He looked to where she stood beside him, and his heart sank. The weeks on the water had worn her down. Darkness shaded beneath her eyes, her usual warm smile replaced with a downward tilt of her mouth. The hammocks did no favors for her older limbs. A bit of magic darted around her hands, a telltale sign that she was too tired to contain it.
You should have stayed in Inistor,
he whispered. She shook her head in resounding disagreement.
They are my girls,
she said, voice softly cracking.
And they are in pain.
His jaw clenched. Reed had asked a few times whether his mother had heard the voice of Varaji again, but each time he asked, she only shook her head in defeat.
I'm prepared,
he told her, instead of asking another time. He couldn't manage to hold his voice steady. Fear plagued him, and though he did his best to swallow it down, the truth of it still lingered. He had no indication as to what waited for him here. His mother turned to him, and when she looked at him like that, he realized it wasn't just Vasa and Amelie she had come for. He was foolish to suggest she stay in Innistor. His mother, no matter his age, was never going to let him walk into danger without her. The most powerful Viraji witch in history, a fact that had complicated their relationship at times, but that had taught him to live with the nuances of others' identities. People were hardly ever the singular version he wanted to see them as. His mother had made it easier for him to accept people for who they were.
I'm not certain I can get used to you with short hair,
she confessed.
And no beard, just like on your wedding night.
At that, Reed conceded a small chuckle. Sasha had taken the lengths down to what she assured him was an Asterian style. It no longer hung to his shoulders, and instead was cut much closer to his head, with the locks of it framing his ears.
I look less like father,
Reed confessed. The auburn color of his hair had come entirely from his father's side, and Reed had grown it out the moment he could.
Ah, but you will always look like you,
his mother said. She rested a hand on his shoulder, and they stood quietly together, taking in the granite-built silhouette of the city. Somewhere in that cluster of buildings, Vasa lay in wait. Amelie lay in wait. By the time the sun had fully risen, they had docked in the Mecca's port and unloaded the silks and fabrics they'd pilfered from the dead merchant Reed had first paid to bring them here. The barrels of black powder stayed aboard, and Sasha confirmed it was best they remove those when night blanketed the port once again. Reed's gait adjusted to land, even with the sway of the docks beneath his feet. This transition had become like breathing to him. 5 years working in the High Temple of Marae had not taken the river from beneath his feet. The smell of fish rode the air, so different from the crisp salt and light breeze of his home. This scent was rancid and cold, painful to the nostrils. Up on the slope leading to the Iron Peaks, the fortress of Mekis loomed. He gazed at the many towers, at what appeared to be patios and bridges connecting them all, and wondered exactly how much black powder it would take to send them cascading down the side of the mountain. It took considerable restraint not to storm up to the gates at that very moment and begin looking for his wife. "Come," Sasha said, gesturing with her head toward one of the narrow streets. Cohen stayed at his side while his mother stayed aboard the ship. The less they traipsed about the city, the better. Their language would place a target on their backs. Members of Sasha's crew stayed aboard the ship at all times, and though it pained him to leave his mother, she'd assured him that she felt safe. Reed trailed behind Cohen as if he were a guard, his hand on the sword Sasha had loaned him. This was their agreed-upon disguise, to present the man who could speak Asterian as a wealthy merchant and relegate Reed to what they already believed about him, an Icurian brute. They meandered down a pathway, snow pushed to either side, as if a young boy had just worked a shovel down the center of it. The route led them to a teeming fish market, which smelled just as pungent as the sea. It seemed all roads led to the north side of the port, where Reed could see the spire of their Asterian cathedral. He turned, narrowly avoiding slamming his shoulder into a scurrying fisherman in dingy clothes that didn't seem nearly warm enough. On the other side of the square was a large building that could only serve as their house of government. Between those two buildings was a stark iron pole, and when Reed flicked his eyes to the cobblestone, he noticed a drain. It was meant for execution, then. Sasha gestured with her head for Reed and Cohen to follow her down a narrower walkway to their right. It led to a seamstress's shop, unassuming, and settled nicely on a less crowded street. Sasha ducked inside, and Reed followed, cloak pulled around his shoulders, his face covered and his sword ready. Cohen kept just in front of him, playing the powerful merchant well. A bell sounded at their entrance, and 2 older women came shuffling out from behind a row of fabric. All around them were sewn dresses, cloaks, pants, and other intricate winter garments. Reed scanned a display of ladies' intimates, eyes catching on black lace. Sasha exchanged words with the owners, one of whom scurried out to see the loads of fabrics she brought in, the other going in a separate direction in a hurry. The bells of the door rang.
"Sasha,"
a voice threaded through the air, causing Reed to turn and peer around the fabric, coming face to face with a dark-haired man. Dressed in a decorative black coat and pants, the man appeared nothing short of a lord, though seemingly young to command so much from his presence. His gray eyes were daunting, analytical, and keen. Reed immediately distrusted him. The man looked over both Cohen and Reed, then spoke again in Asterian. Reed wasn't able to understand much past the basic topic of their discussion until Cohen leaned in and translated.
"He said that he heard her ship was in the port. He's inquiring as to who we are."
The man fixed his eyes upon them. Striding forward, he extended a hand to Cohen.
"Lord Patrick Karev,"
he said, and that much Reed understood. Cohen gave some kind of nicety back, taking the Lord's hand and shaking it in the strange Asterian gesture, though not offering up his own name.
"A Curian?"
Lord Karev asked. Cohen spoke quickly and with a direct, matter-of-fact tone. Frustration bloomed in Reed at his inability to understand. Sasha dragged the Lord's attention back to her, and the 2 started to walk down one of the rows of fabric. He gestured to a row of dresses, and Sasha nodded, the 2 falling into easy conversation, yet Reed was able to discern a few key words, heiress being one of them. One of the seamstresses came scuttling out and joined their discussion, waving her expressive arms toward a row of velvet dresses at the front of the store. Sasha led the Lord away from them, running her finger over the different garments as she went. Cohen turned on his heel and walked away, looking utterly bored, and Reed took it as an invitation to follow him.
"What are they speaking about?"
he whispered once they were down a different row and out of earshot.
"The 2 seem to have done business before. He's inquiring about the pirate Jonash told us about, Sutherland. And the other lord he mentioned, Lord Vlasic."
Cohen hushed for a moment, listening, and then added,
"He said something about Sasha running her own crew now."
Reed bent to listen, desperate, but within a few words he was lost. Each time he thought he caught on to the topic of their discussion, the words jumbled together into something unrecognizable, and Reed sighed.
"He claims to need a dress for Vasa,"
Cohen said. Reed went rigid. Why would that man need anything for Vasa?
"She's helping him pick one out. Sasha offered to have it sent on his behalf to the fortress."
Breath caught in Reed's throat. That was how he could reach Vasa. He could just sneak a letter into that box. The bell dinged, signaling the Lord's departure. Reed spun, finding Sasha as she wound around the garments and came to meet them at the back of the store. She leaned against the fabric stacks, but kept her voice intentionally low.
"That's the lord I told you about. He's interested in the black powder, for starters, but he's more interested in you 2. I said I would explain later, so he's invited me to come see him tomorrow night. He said he would be with the heiress, but it didn't mean we couldn't speak." "We're going,"
Reed asserted.
"Don't be a fool,"
Sasha practically hissed.
"There are far too many nobles where he's going, and it will make him suspicious. The goal is to gain access to the prison, not find ourselves locked inside of it."
Reed considered her words, hating how quickly he had to agree. It was a knee-jerk reaction to try and get closer to Vasa, to find any path to her he could.
"Are you sending her address?"
Cohen asked. Sasha nodded.
I need a pen and paper.
Reed managed through his gritted teeth. He started to turn, but Sasha shook her head.
It's too dangerous for you to put something as obvious as a letter in that package. You have no idea if the fortress guard is searching her deliveries,
she reminded him.
Think of something else.
Shit. Sasha was right. It would be foolish to risk this. Reed's shoulders slumped in defeat. Yet Cohen tapped his foot, a sign he was moments away from something brilliant.
What about the leather tie you used to hold your hair? Do you still have it?
Cohen asked. Reed reached into his pocket where he'd stashed the leather tie. At one time it had belonged to his father, and he just hadn't found the strength to leave it on the ship.
It's here. Sew it into the dress,
Cohen suggested. Reed's lips parted in shock.
That might work.
Indeed, Sasha agreed.
We just need to pick a dress. He said he didn't care which.
To not care. Reed bit the inside of his cheek. He stared at the velvet dresses lining the back wall, his heart clenching and searching for just a taste of her, just to see Vasa, to know she was okay. What would he do when he found her? How would they escape Mekis, escape Ozik? Would she come with him at all? That last question was the strangling one, the thing that welled in his body like a pool of fire. He had only had her one night. He'd heard Vasa tell him she loved him, but she had never promised him that she would stay. Even if she had risked her life for him, had sacrificed her magic for him. That was the worry that haunted him. He wasn't sure that was a worthwhile sacrifice at all.
May I?
Reed asked.
Pick the dress.
Reed nodded. Sasha shrugged, and Cohen looked at him with understanding. Reed split from them, venturing around the rows of fabric and pre-made garments, his eyes scanning the smooth velvet he saw at the back. Each of them was richly colored, so soft to the touch, such depth in the starkness of the fabric. His eyes landed upon a dark navy dress with no extra decorations or appliques. It was so simple in its design, yet his eyes couldn't leave it. She would look stunning in a dress like this.
This one,
he said, running his index finger along the fabric. Sasha stared at him like he was a lovesick fool, and perhaps it was an apt description. He didn't care. He clenched the leather tie tightly in his fist. Sasha merely nodded, walking to find the seamstresses. In moments, the navy blue dress was pulled down from the wall, and Reed handed Sasha the tie. Chapter 15. On the morning of their first outing, Lord Karev sent Vasa a gift. It came in a large box, one the sentinels hauled into her rooms after Vasa had finished training with Ozik. When Vasa opened it, she came upon a pile of deep navy blue velvet. Carefully, she ran her fingers over the soft fabric before pulling it from the box. It was a long-sleeved dress, so stark in its simplicity, the real decoration of the dress being the fabric itself. With a narrower skirt that didn't hoop out from her waist, she was silently grateful for a more utilitarian shape that didn't feature such useless grandeur. She lifted it from the box and inspected the dress, her heart racing. It was stunning. For a moment, she paused, wondering if this was all more than she could handle. Still, she slipped the dress over her chemise and adjusted how it hung on her body, admiring the fit. There was a small scrape against her hip, and she felt along the dress, noticing a bump. She slid the dress off again, turning it inside out to get a better look. Her breath hitched. There, sewn into the inside lining of the dress, was a leather tie. She knew such a leather tie, had run her fingers over it, had watched it in the heat of an Icarian summer, had fought the temptation to pull it from Reed's hair and run her fingers through the strands. It looked a lot like Reed's leather tie. Vassa's hands started to shake. How had Lord Karev gotten this? Was it a threat? Was it possible the Lord was more than what met the eye? She held the tie to her chest and breathed deeply. Every nerve she had went on high alert, and she did not calm by the time evening arrived. Roman waited for her outside her door. She greeted him politely, his eyes lingering on where the dress clung to her.
A gift?
He asked. Vassa nodded. As they walked through the fortress to the main entrance, Roman whispered,
It's a clear night. After you're done with him, I'll take you.
Vassa almost stumbled to a stop. He was going to take her to see Amelie. Tonight, Roman confirmed. Vassa's chest tightened ruthlessly. All she had to do was make it through the evening, and then she could see her closest friend. It gave her the courage to lift her chin and walk as if she were already an empress. Lord Karev waited for her at exactly the time he'd promised. Dressed in a black petticoat that was cropped at the top of his waistline in the front, the Lord was once again the image of new wealth and status. The iron buttons on his coat were a nod to Asterian strength. Despite what she wanted to think of him, his looks were enough to sway a room. With his sharp jawline and thick brows, Lord Karev was far more handsome than he deserved to be. He waited in the main courtyard next to a large, ornately decorated carriage that held his family's seal. A coronet sitting upon a spool of fabric, 2 stars above the scene. It was drawn in honor of the Karev family's humble beginning as fabric merchants. Lord Karev smiled at her as Vassa approached, dipping at the waist, much like he had done the night prior. This time, however, she wasn't alone. Roman trailed her. He had come out into the daylight, now taking the full responsibilities of her lead sentinel. She wasn't certain of his schedule, but he had been standing guard since the early afternoon. Lord Karev flicked his eyes to Roman, looking the sentinel up and down. He seemed to measure the distance between the guard and Vassa, brow furrowing.
And who is this?
He asked. Roman dipped his head in feigned respect, though Vassa noticed a tenseness in his posture.
Roman Katiev, the heiress's lead sentinel, sire.
Lord Karev pursed his lips for a moment, then nodded sternly. Ever the polite Asterian.
Well, thank you for escorting her to me. My guard will take over from here.
Roman shook his head.
With all due respect, the heiress won't leave the fortress without me or my men.
Lord Karev looked to Vassa, and she nodded in resignation. In Roman's defense, it was utterly foolish for Lord Karev to believe he would be allowed to take her from the fortress alone.
So be it. I would have brought another carriage had I known. I apologize.
No burden, Roman said, and just as he did, a small group of men on horseback entered the courtyard. With their group was a riderless horse that could only be for Roman. The sentinel turned on his heel and walked to the men, quickly loading onto the horse and adjusting his royal blue cloak. They all spoke with affability, a few of the men laughing.
Where we're going, they'll have to wait outside,
Lord Karev told her quietly. Vassa looked up into his gray eyes apologetically. She wasn't sure how to play their interactions now, given the leather tie. I'll order them to stand the perimeter. Lord Karev watched Roman carefully, not bothering much with attention on her.
Does he always follow you like a lost puppy?
The truth was that this was the first time any of them had been in this position. Yet that wasn't the safe answer to give. So Vasa resorted to nodding, deciding it was best that Lord Karev not believe they could be alone. Perhaps they truly couldn't. This arrangement with Roman was uncharted territory. Yes. Was all he said. Then he opened the door to his carriage, and though she thought it was akin to stepping right into a spider's web, Vasa gracefully took the step and crawled inside. They arrived at the Emperor's Theater, and Vasa couldn't help but stick her nose to the window to stare out at the massive building. One of the jewels of Mekis, the theater had been built in her father's honor when she was just a child. It was one of the few places in the city that Vasa had never looked upon with disgust. Untainted, lively, innocent. Most of the city was dark by the nature of the iron and granite used to build it. But this building had a stained glass window almost as large as the ones within the fortress that seemed to shed light upon every shadow of the exterior. It was anything but plain. Scenes from famous plays had been carved into the exterior walls, statues of legendary characters walking along the sloped roofs. She'd made a habit of visiting the theater frequently before her parents had died. If she closed her eyes, she could almost see her father walking up the beautiful granite steps, could see his royal blue cloak billowing out behind him and the calmness of his indigo eyes, a perfect match to hers and Dominic's, as he looked over his shoulder and beckoned her to follow. Father's fucking favorite. Dominic's voice slithered in her mind. Vasa looked down at the leather seats of Lord Karev's carriage, stealing her gaze away from the crowded theater. It was a strange thing to remember two conflicting sides of a person, like the dual faces of a coin. One that made her ache with loss, one that made her glad of it. In the absence of her family, she was no longer certain what was real and what was amplified by specific memories. Did she miss them? Or was she clinging to a story she could now tell herself because they were no longer there to prove her wrong? Her heart twisted in on itself, each memory a thorn. She turned her body to face the Lord, putting on her best surprised grin. We're seeing a show? Lord Karev leaned back in the seat, taking as much space as he pleased. You could call it that. Her brow furrowed, but the carriage came to a stop. Lord Karev quickly exited, then held his hand for Vasa to follow. Before she got the opportunity, the Lord turned to Roman, who had dismounted from his horse and followed them up the snow-covered steps. Hold the perimeter. We'll just be inside, Lord Karev commanded. Roman stared at him for a second, seemingly dumbfounded at having received a command from the Lord. Then turned his attention to her as if to ask, What are my commands? Vasa could see it there in his eyes, a desire for her to undermine Lord Karev. Yet she knew better. She couldn't. Not if she wanted to keep her and Roman's history between them. It would do irreparable damage if anyone else was to learn of the ways in which they'd known each other. The line she walked with Lord Karev was precarious enough already. The perimeter is fine, she confirmed. Roman's jaw clenched for only a moment, but he didn't challenge her. Instead, he walked away quickly, like none of it mattered to him, like she didn't matter to him. It was a fair, even appropriate response. Still, it stung somewhere deep within her chest. This was precisely what their world would have been. Them only knowing each other intimately under the cover of night, having to pretend that they didn't matter to each other when other people looked on. It was momentarily infuriating how seamlessly that same potential future had found her. Vasa followed Lord Karev up the rest of the steps and into the theater. Yet the moment they entered, he veered left, away from the stunning chandelier and the 3 levels bustling with people. They trailed around the main corridor until they came upon a servants' hallway that had a guard standing in front of it, though, once again, he was less at attention, less disciplined than she remembered the city guard to be. As they approached, the guard gawked at her presence, a gesture entirely out of character. Quickly, he sketched a bow. Beside her, Lord Karev remained tense, keeping watch on the sentinel. He kept his posture closed, controlled. Either Lord Karev didn't trust the city guard, or this sentinel wasn't who he pretended to be. Without another word, he opened the door he stood in front of, revealing one of the many servants' passages built into the theater. Every building the nobles frequented had been designed with these small corridors. Vasa watched each step Lord Karev took as they descended into the dark, dingy hallway. When they arrived at a staircase that would lead to what Vasa assumed was the basement, she stopped hesitantly at the top. "Where are we going, Lord Karev?" She peered down the shadowy descent, her stomach turning. Karev grinned as he placed one foot on the first step.
"Do you need a sentinel to protect you, heiress? Or will a lord do?"
It was a strange mixture of flirtation and condescension, though Vasa knew enough of men to know she needed to look charmed. It was once again difficult to ignore how blatantly perfect he might have been for her so many years ago. Bold, scheming, witty. In another life, this man would have driven Dominic to the point of insanity. With a rebellious little smirk, she gestured for him to go on. "I suppose a lord will do." They climbed down the stairs into what she realized were likely storage spaces. Costumes, candelabras, and other props littered the room. Yet the raucous sounds of laughter floated through the walls. The clamor grew louder with each step. Before long, they arrived at yet another door, which was guarded by a different sentinel. This time, the guard didn't speak to them. He simply opened the door. Loud cheering and the banging of fists on wood echoed around a large crowd. Eerie yellow light emanated from the enormous basement that Vasa hadn't even known was there. People stood on all available sides of the room in a horseshoe, their loud screams pointed at a lifted platform in the center. Upon that platform, two men, both with chains on their wrists, dove at each other. Vasa almost gasped as she watched them swing fists and elbows. They tumbled to the ground and spun, swinging punches, blood spewing. It was disorganized fighting at best, like a street brawl between boys. And one was a boy. Red hair, no older than 16. Beside the platform, even the guards remained absorbed in the fight. They congregated together, no formal positions around the room. Who had trained these men? Vasa gazed around and watched as men exchanged coin, while their wives or other escorts whispered under the hush of the crowd. "They're betting on the outcome," she said quietly. Lord Karev nodded.
"They're prisoners, heiress. The ones who win tend to live longer than the others. From what I hear, their cells are more comfortable, too."
Nausea immediately swept over Vasa. It was an underground fighting ring. Who is responsible for this? Lord Karev gestured with his head to a group of people standing on the opposite side of the room. Within it were a few merchants or other nobles, but Vasa recognized the warden of the prison. She froze. Beside him, the two high-ranking sentinels who had played an active role in her torture stood there casually, as if they were guests instead of on duty. And in the center of the crowd, Lord Vlasic. Vasa tried to keep her composure, swallowing against the feeling of bile rising in her throat. The city guard. They work for Lord Vlasic. Karev flicked his gaze to her, looking smugly impressed.
"You're quick, aren't you? Those aren't guards at all, though."
Anxiety kept its chokehold on her, but Vasa forced herself to tear her eyes from Vlasic and instead look up at Karev. "Who are they, then?" Karev leaned forward with his gray eyes glimmering. His voice caressed her ear.
"The pirates, Aris. Your entire city is infested with them."
How? Vasa hissed. He remained close to her, his words still a conspiratorial whisper, and she paid attention to every twitch of his body, every movement.
"Because the infamous Captain Sutherland is deep in Vlasic's pocket. No one has seen the pirate in months, but his crews have infiltrated the prison. And, thanks to your brother, the city guard. They are high-ranked officers now, hardly distinguishable from the men who rightfully earned their status."
Vasa contorted her face into a smile, as if Karev had just told her a joke. Anything to make it seem that their closeness was a flirtation, not gossip. But she knew of Captain Sutherland and his empire on the sea. He was a pest her father hadn't been able to quash, or perhaps he'd never felt it worth the resources. Sutherland's name had only begun to circulate a few years ago, as if he'd just popped up out of nowhere. Too long had passed between the Lord's words and Vasa's reaction. Karev offered his arm to her, picking up on her intention to seem as though they discussed something else. She took it, once again pulling close so their sides pressed together. "This started under my brother's reign?" she asked on a whisper.
"Your brother was content to allow Vlasic more power," he told her, "to give his council positions and the greatest exemptions and trade opportunities to the old Astarians. Beneath this theatre, he made Lord Vlasic quite a lot of money."
Dominic's connection to Vlasic unfolded in Vasa's mind, made more complicated by the torture they had been conducting in the prisons. To allow Vlasic that close to the throne had been a mistake that was so unlike Dominic. He had always consolidated power, not given it away. Her brother must have desired knowledge of magic more than just about anything else. But why? Was it because he'd wanted to wield that magic himself? Or was it something more desperate than a race for power? He'd found the necklace their mother had left Vasa and chosen not to deliver it to her. He'd needed it then, or felt threatened by the idea of Vasa having it. The necklace meant something, did something, and it seemed like Ozic was guiding her in that same direction, like he wanted her to find the necklace. Then it occurred to her that perhaps Dominic hadn't just hidden the necklace from Vasa. Maybe he'd been hiding it from Ozic, too. Vasa fought the urge to close her eyes, if only to avoid having to see her brother's sharp features behind her lids. Another stark reminder that the line between who she wanted her family to be and who they actually were really was sharper than she thought. "Do you bet on this?" she asked. Lord Karev merely shrugged.
"From time to time. But pick any noble from our dinner the other night, and you'll find the same answer. This is how Lord Vlasic keeps his foothold, now that his father is dead. Plenty of families are indebted to the Vlasics. His connection to Sutherland on the seas and his infiltration of the prison and city guard have made him the most powerful man in Mekis."
That was the sort of economic power that no noble should hold, especially not one with sadistic tendencies like Lord Vlasic. Yet, it made her situation even more perilous. He was a true contender for the throne, even without her. He could likely use such debts to take control of the empire, and all he would need to face down was Ozic. In fact, his awareness of Ozic's power was probably the only thing keeping Lord Vlasic at bay. Perhaps that was why the Lord was so hell-bent on understanding magic. It wasn't just to weaponize it, but to defeat the Zeter witch who stood between him and the throne. Maybe Dominic's partnership with Vlasic had been in service of that same goal. Vasa turned to the fight still ensuing on the platform. The younger boy had a peculiar fighting style, one far wilder than the older man he faced. It was almost Icurian. Quick, to the point. Deliberate gaps in his defense led his much older opponent into his next strike, leaving the boy always one step ahead. This was how Kasana fought, how Asoti moved. Longing almost broke through Vasa's careful composure. For the sight of those Icurian warriors, for that salt lake in Moray, for a place and a people that felt so much more like home. The boy gave a quick combination with his hands and caught the older man on a right hook, which sent the man barreling down. The boy jumped on him, digging his elbow into the man's throat, and the fight was over. City guards jumped on them both, tearing the fighters apart. The young boy was escorted by a few guards out of the room, one of whom had assisted Lord Vlasic during Vasa's confinement. Her fists tightened. She remembered the sentinel's dirty blonde hair, his patchy beard. She searched the crowd, eyes passing over each face she recognized. Once again, she found Lord Vlasic, dressed in his Asterian blue coat and black pants, iron brooches stark against his chest. He proudly displayed his identity. His vile, sharp blue eyes met Vasa's from across the room. He grinned with all his teeth. She could feel his hands on her, feel the sharpness of a blade as he dragged it across her palm, as chains bit into her wrist. Cold iron chafed against her skin. The visceral memory of it might never leave her. She had to control her breathing, fight the urge to shake. Vlasic bid the men around him goodbye, and Vasa went still. Fear curled in her gut. Though she knew her father and brother to be capable of cruelty, she didn't believe them quite capable of this. Her flashback haunted her as Vlasic approached. "Lord Karev," he greeted the man next to her first, an expected gesture that reminded her just where she was. "Surely this isn't the place for an heiress." Lord Karev chuckled with an artificial friendliness, and the space between them grew tense. Two beasts at the top of a mountain, prepared to sink their teeth into flesh if it meant being the only one there. "I believe you underestimate her, then," Karev said. The way both men spoke about her as if she weren't standing right there, as if she didn't have a mouth to speak with herself, lit a fire in her. It took true restraint not to let a remark slip from her lips. Just as she had the night prior, she felt like a snake, shedding anything true or decent or real about herself. She was shrinking right where she stood. But that fire didn't die. The throne did not belong to either of these men. Not yet. Another group of men was brought to the ring, and the raucous crowd picked up volume again. Vasa's heart wrenched. She remembered the combat circles she'd been a part of in Icuria, remembered how the training and fighting felt empowering when consented to, when it was done with people she trusted. But this, it made her sick. "I don't believe she's enjoying herself," Lord Vlasic noted. "I'd like to see you out there," Vasa suggested, narrowing her eyes on him. "Against anyone who's lost a fight tonight. Betting on that is something I'd enjoy." Lord Vlasic's eyes flared in anger, but he kept his mouth shut. Lord Karev, on the other hand, let out a barking laugh. The sound caused a few people to look, which turned Lord Vlasic a particular shade of vermilion. "A pleasure as always," Lord Karev said, before extending Vasa his arm in a clear gesture that the interaction was over, that he was closest to her, and no one else. Vasa lifted her chin, taking Lord Karev's offer. In this room, she needed to show no fear, no disgust. These people could turn on her quicker than she could think to stop them. As Lord Karev guided her through the crowd, people turned to stare, watching them with shock in their features. Just by being here, she was signaling approval. If she had acted as she wanted, if she thought it would have made a difference, she'd have stormed out. But as she gazed around, she realized that an act such as that, to try and change people's minds, was an act of love, of grace, of an attempt to save them. And she did not want to save these nobles. She wanted to burn their houses to the ground. Vasa held herself with an air of power and dignity, shedding all signs of weakness, and Lord Karev lifted his own chin to match her posture. To the crowd, they likely looked in cahoots, and she realized that was Lord Karev's intent all along. He'd brought her here for the specific purpose of undermining Lord Vlasic. She had a begrudging respect for his political prowess. She thought of Reed then, and a small voice in her mind whispered that the woman he'd found was still inside her, sewn into her being, much like his leather tie sewn into her dress. But where was he? "Lord Karev!" a voice said over the reverberating sounds of the fight reaching a climax. The Lord spun with Vasa still on his arm, pulling her with him. She came face to face with the owner of that voice, a woman. Hair a stunning shade of red that was braided over one shoulder. Eyes of moss looked at them both, catching upon Vasa for a visceral, stolen moment. There was only a flash of an expression, something Vasa couldn't read. And then the woman was all business again. "Aris," she said, dipping her head in respect. "Meet Sasha," Lord Karev said, taking interest in the woman. "She is a fabric merchant, much like my parents once were. In fact, her family created your dress this evening." Vasa controlled each breath she took, but she memorized every detail of the woman. Sasha was sharper around the edges than most other nobles. Though she was dressed as richly as any of the other women in the room, there was a harshness about her, a strange air that spoke of a life beyond a rich merchant's daughter. "My family owns the shop in the market square," Sasha said, gesturing to the fabric. "My father is abroad." Vasa plastered on a smile. "It's lovely to meet you. The dress is beautiful." "It suits you. At least, that's what he said when he picked it out," Sasha said, her words seeming to carry some undertone that Vasa didn't understand. When Vasa furrowed her brow, Sasha gestured to Lord Karev. "The Lord, that is." Lord Karev smiled down at her. "And wasn't I correct? The dress is made far more beautiful by the wearer." Vasa snapped back into the version of herself she needed to sell. "You're too kind," she said, with just enough sugared sweetness that it sounded casual, like she heard such compliments all the time. "You'll have to come visit the fortress," Vasa added. "Since coming home, I'm in need of a new wardrobe." "I would be honored," Sasha said. "I've just come back from a journey myself. I'm in need of a new friend." Lord Karev chuckled, turning his attention to Sasha and moving his body so he blocked most people's view of her. "I would love to discuss the wares you've returned home with." The woman moved an inch, putting herself entirely in the shadow of Lord Karev, like she was hiding. "Silk, velvet, the likes," she confirmed. "And a few other things." Lord Karev raised his brow. This held his interest, as if he already knew the answer to his question and was just seeking confirmation. "Other things? I was lucky enough to come upon some resources that are rare," she said. Vasa tilted her head. The woman looked around them to ensure they weren't being listened to, then leaned in closely. Her eyes held Vasa's as she whispered, "So..." Vasa's heart leapt into her throat. "You don't say." Karev smoothly leaned forward, his interest apparent. Trepidation seeped from him, though. especially as he flicked his eyes to Vasa.
From the men I met earlier today?
The men? Who had Lord Karev met? Sasha nodded.
I'm also here to follow up on my brother's deal.
He gave a carnal grin.
Well, perhaps we do have something to speak about then.
Perhaps, the woman replied in a less concealed tone, no longer keeping a secret between them.
I thought we could meet tomorrow night at the Lady.
The Lady Fortune, the brothel in the city that Lord Karev had accused Lord Vlasic of frequenting. If they intended to meet at that establishment, then whatever business they were doing was not the kind that should be so openly discussed in a room such as this, surrounded by nobles. The woman was no regular merchant's daughter. Vasa was beginning to wonder if she was a merchant at all, if instead she was like the other people who masqueraded about. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Lord Karev glanced at Vasa, seeming to gauge her reaction. She didn't dare give one. Instead, she looked out at the crowd and to the stage as if this entire interaction bored her. Like his entrepreneurial interests weren't anything that could keep her fickle attention.
Send word in the afternoon,
Lord Karev said. The woman nodded, then dipped her head once more.
Aris, it was lovely to meet you.
Vasa looked once more at the woman, taking the full picture of her in, memorizing every single detail she could. I hope to see you again, Vasa said.
I'll be in touch about a wardrobe,
the woman said with a smile. And then she walked off without another word, her gait strong and commanding. She crossed the room and immediately ducked out the door. Vasa went still. Had that woman sewn the leather tie into Vasa's dress? She said she had gone on a journey, that she had returned with salt. If Vasa hadn't known better, she'd have thought Lord Karev was doing business with a pirate. A pirate who knew something about Reed. Chapter 16. Reed paced in a back room of the fabric shop where they had been sleeping, Cohen's analytical eyes trailing every step he took. Sasha had been gone all night, and all Reed had been left with were the whispers he had picked up on in the fish market. Though he did not speak Asterian fluently, the soldiers he'd served with in eastern Icaria had at least taught him enough to understand what their Asterian prisoners were saying to them. The first words he'd learned had been the obscenities. It didn't take much to put two and two together, to reveal the general point of what people were claiming. And Cohen had confirmed his translations.
The heiress was a whore. The heiress was their savior. The heiress was cursed.
Reed's sense of calm had entirely left him. He was certain Cohen had left out some of the more choice rumors and opinions. While Reed had known it would be difficult to be here, he hadn't imagined how different this city would be from his own. You must stop pacing, his mother said.
It does not make time move faster,
Jonas insisted. His mother gave a gentle smile to the quartermaster, the two having become familiar with each other so quickly. His mother had that effect on people, something Reed wished he'd inherited. Just then the door rattled. Sasha came in, and Reed furrowed his brows. He had spent an unusual amount of time with this woman for weeks now, and there was something in the sharpness of her gaze that gave Reed pause.
Did you find Lord Karev?
Sasha crossed her arms.
I did.
She turned to Jonas, who seemed to analyze her body language with the same intensity that Reed did.
He's willing to meet. Of course he is,
Jonas replied. Sasha was so rigid she almost appeared to vibrate.
I found your consort too,
she said suddenly, turning to Reed. Reed's heart hammered in his chest, his knees growing wobbly for the first time in as long as he could remember.
Was she hurt?
Melusina stood from the bed, and Cohen moved to the space next to him, as if he were ready to catch Reed, should he lose his balance. Sasha shook her head.
She appeared uninjured.
She's safe?
Melusina asked. Sasha scoffed, leaning against the ladder. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. She's on the arm of Lord Karev, who's as much of a double-dealing bastard as Vlasic. In their pissing match for Asteria, they will send her to an early grave. Reed's brows slammed together. What do you mean? Both of them are courting her, Sasha said. It's all the room could talk about. But Vlasic has control of the prison and the city guard. Oh. Sasha clenched and unclenched her fists. She and Jonas had what seemed like a silent conversation, and she appeared to nod a concession. Jonas sighed, turning to face Reed and Cohen. When Andrzej Kazar died, and his imbecile of a son took the throne, Sutherland leveraged his connections to Vlasic and infiltrated the city guard. When we defected from his crew, Vlasic turned on Sasha's brother as punishment, threw him in the prison. It must have been a favor Sutherland called in. And was he there tonight? Cohen asked. The captain you once served. If I'd found him, he'd be dead. Or I wouldn't have returned, Sasha said, her voice more of an angry croak than the sturdy tone Reed had come to expect from her. But it's possible I missed him. He masquerades as a high-ranking sentinel, one of Vlasic's own personal guard. Jonas took a small breath, like he was suffocated by the enormity of Sasha's emotions. Even Reed could feel them from where he stood. He knew this of witches. Their intensity echoed around them. Sometimes his mother could be felt so completely that the room became too small. Very few people know Sutherland's identity, Jonas finally said. Only the people in his inner circle. But they all know his name. So, you were in his inner circle then? Reed asked. Sasha pressed her lips together. It was Jonas who replied, disgust riding his tone. He knew of Sasha's magic, and so our defection was more than a severing of loyalty. It was the loss of his greatest commodity. Sasha shook her head, raising her hand in a clear gesture that she wanted this line of conversation to end. I just hope the heiress is as clever as you say, because I told her where I would be meeting Karev tomorrow night to discuss my recent acquisition of salt. Reed couldn't breathe fully, his chest burning. If Vasa did figure it out, would she go there? Would he be able to flee with her then? She's the cleverest woman I know. She will understand. We need to be there, Cohen said. Sasha nodded. I agree. Lord Karev already knows I have an interest in gaining access to the prison, so he wouldn't have offered unless he intended to give that to me. Reed realized then that their interests weren't entirely aligned. If he found Vasa, could see a way to get her out, it might delay their escape to wait for Sasha to gain access to the prison. He wondered if Sasha had considered this too. But as he looked over at her, Sasha grit her teeth, and he realized she was holding back tears. What happened? Reed asked. At first, it seemed as though Sasha wouldn't answer. But then she batted at her cheeks, the tears falling despite all the effort she had put into holding them back. My brother was there tonight. He was in that fucking fighting ring. Sasha, Melusina started, speaking for the first time since the witch had arrived. She scoffed. He won, and he's alive, so at least there's that. Tomorrow night, Vlasic will get exactly what he deserves. Reed furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Karev believes his only competition is Vlasic. Sasha turned her knife in her hand, nimble fingers narrowly avoiding the blade. So in exchange for my brother, I'm going to remove the opposition. Chapter 17. This way,
Roman said, gesturing to the end of the hall. Vasa had changed from the dress Karev bought her into the warm clothes of a fortress guard, prepared for the shocking cold of the Iron Bay at night, for the way wind whipped around the prison. Clear skies served as an omen or an irony. It all depended on whether they could get out of the fortress unseen. They slinked through the corridors on quiet feet, dipping into the servants' halls in order to avoid the other guards. Roman knew their placements and schedules by heart. The costume Vasa wore would only work from afar. If any guards came too close, they would immediately know she wasn't one of them. She couldn't shake the fear that one of those guards would alert Vlasic. It was possible any one of them worked for him after all. Roman was truly her only ally in this city. They took a narrow passageway into the bowels of the fortress. The gray stone walls mirrored the ones built in the old wing on the far side that she and Roman had gone to the first night she found him. They were built at the same time, before Vasa's father had expanded the fortress to even greater heights and architectural miracles. He'd built around the original structure, so it often ebbed and flowed, old to new, much like Asteria itself. This part of the castle was warmer, further in the depths where heat was trapped. They took a wide staircase decorated on one side by a statue of the monotheistic Asterian god, arms raised in triumph. Vasa stared at it for only a moment before sliding around the corner. She collided with something. Someone. Ozic. He looked at her, lips drawn. At the bottom of his neck, where his cloak clipped together with an iron buckle, black crept up his veins. Vasa didn't dare gasp or make any indication of what she'd noticed. There was something deeply different about Ozic in this moment. He was far closer to the advisors she had faced upon the platform at the Icarian election. Dressed in his usual blue regalia, with his bright white cloak, he looked ready for an important dinner, not for the stroke of midnight. Roman rounded the corner next. His footsteps halted, and the air in the stairwell shifted.
My.
Ozic crooned in Icarian, voice dripping like the oil of his magic. Slick, dark. Fury lit in his gaze, dragging between her and Roman. Threads of crimson bled into the brilliant gold of his irises. This was doubtlessly different than how he'd been that morning at training. The tight control with which he'd held himself was missing.
If it isn't a perfect rendition of the past, just history repeating itself.
sire.
Roman tried, but Ozic lifted a hand to silence him.
You're using your position a little too liberally, aren't you?
Ozic snarled. Roman paled. But Ozic turned his fury only on Vasa.
If I were a lord,
Ozic asked, stepping into her space.
If I were Lord Karev.
Vasa narrowed her eyes. Roman said nothing. An act that felt like a betrayal. Vasa sneered. You aren't a lord. The red of Ozic's eyes grew, no longer whispers of color, but a full claiming of his irises that bled into the whites. Hand snaking out, he gripped Vasa's throat, cutting off her airway before she could draw another breath.
You think you are so clever,
he growled, his voice taking on a tenor it never had before. This was not the man who had helped raise her. Panic tore at her body from within, and she had no chance to stifle the choked plea at her lips. She couldn't breathe. Ozic tipped back his head and laughed, the veins in his neck growing darker beneath his pale skin.
Sire,
Roman tried.
Silence!
He boomed, voice echoing around them. Ozic lowered Vasa to her knees, power swirling in his angry expression as his fingers loosened on her throat. Breath filled her lungs painfully, and she took in whatever air she could.
You are just as meddlesome as your mother,
he whispered. His eyes were on fire, a blood-red glow emanating all throughout them. And just behind him, the Mirodag took form.
You will die like her too.
Vasa froze. Panic overtook every instinct she'd honed, stealing away her usual ability to keep her composure. She thrashed, but he only gripped her neck tighter, his other hand snaking out to take hold of her shoulder. The creature screamed. Fury twisted Ozik's mouth into an angry frown. Faintly, she heard the sound of Roman's sword unsheathing, a command falling from his lips for Ozik to let her go. Fear clawed its way through Roman's shaking tone. Yet Vasa couldn't take her eyes off Ozik. There was something in his gaze, some rebellion, some spark of logic or recognition or consciousness that hadn't been there a moment prior. It was like she was looking at two different people. His eyes flickered once more, gold fighting for dominance in the red.
What are you?
Vasa gasped, with what little air she could manage. Ozik's hand upon her throat shook with strain. One finger lifted, then snapped back down. He seemed at war with himself. His fingers tried once, twice, and finally they released her with a spasm. He drew back, releasing her entirely. Vasa buckled over and put her own hands around her neck, desperate to protect it. Her knees dug into the hard staircase beneath her. The Mirodag approached, the smell of rotting flesh and burning hair stuffing itself up her nose. She looked into its crimson eyes, the same color that had seeped into Ozik's, and the churning of power within them was a living thing. Magic, raw and unfiltered, shone back at her.
Vasilisa,
Ozik said, suddenly back to the professorial tone that he'd held with her just that morning. Every morning so far. He took 2 careful steps back, left foot finally reaching the bottom of the staircase. Desperation stained his gaze as the crimson winked in and out of his irises. He was silently asking her for something. She just didn't know what. Roman's footsteps sounded as he ran to her side. He bent to where she knelt on the staircase, trying to pull at her arms to help her stand. Silver glinted at the corner of Vasa's eye, and her hand snapped out like a snake biting prey. Grabbing the dagger sheathed at Roman's belt, she pulled, and using all her strength, she struck upward, the sound of her boots sliding on the stairs. She stabbed the hooked blade into Ozik's throat, cutting through skin and sinew, and tugged it back out with a ruthless grunt. Blood oozed from the gaping wound on the advisor's neck, the color of it tainted by streaks of black. It ran down the column of Ozik's throat and soaked the neck of his white cloak. As he choked, Ozik's eyes flashed with rage and pain, and then they bled entirely to gold. All the red gone. Pain lanced through her core, her magic activating once more. Wide-eyed, Vasa stumbled back and tripped, falling to her rear on a step. A twinge shot up her spine. But Ozik didn't fall. His knees didn't buckle, and the floor didn't welcome him in a slump of lifeless bones. The wound at his neck began to sew, skin stitching back together in a seamless line. A smile graced his lips as color returned to his mouth and cheeks. Even though black blood still stained his skin and cloak, there was no trace of the wound anywhere.
Your effort is noted,
Ozik said, perfectly level and controlled. And then he turned his attention to Roman.
If you disobey me again, I will put your head on a pike.
Roman went pale as a ghost. The burning within her ceased. Please, she begged. Let me see her. Ozik simply shook his head.
Earn it,
he said. He gave Roman a withering stare.
And do be more discreet.
Ozick turned on his heel and walked away like the entire interaction had never occurred. Breath pushed in and out of Vasa's lungs. Hot, heavy, desperate. She was certain the floor would give way beneath her, that the fortress would swallow her whole. The gravity of her situation settled in her stomach. Her suspicions from the moment he'd healed her hand fully confirmed. Ozick couldn't die. Not like a mortal could. As she stood, she tried to take a step, but Roman grabbed her wrist, pulling her back and catching her off guard. She rammed into his chest and he hauled her up the stairs. Her feet caught purchase, and she ran with him. The moment they were out of the stairwell, he turned and caught her shoulders, inspecting her fully.
Are you all right?
It all played in a loop in her mind. Roman had simply watched, so terrified of Ozick that he couldn't move. For whatever reason, his lack of interference stung. She hadn't ever needed someone to protect her, but she wished there was someone to help her keep this fear at bay. She wanted Reed. Roman's jaw clenched.
We need to get to the old wing. I need the truth. Now.
Adrenaline still fogged her mind. They couldn't be alone. She was going to lose her grip on herself, let something slip without a plan.
Vasa,
he said, trying to calm her down.
I'm here for you, to protect you. But I need your honesty.
You call that protecting me? She whispered. His features contorted in insult.
I am your only partner in this,
he reminded her in a curt whisper. She twisted her shoulders and broke his grasp, careening down the hallway as he hissed for her to stop. She burst into the servants' hall, and Roman ceased trying to speak to her the moment another guard came into view. It was too much of a risk. Vasa kept her quickened pace, mind turning in an unstoppable loop, until she slipped back into the Emperor's wing, using one of the hidden passageways. And then Roman pounced. His hand caught her wrist, and he tugged her against his body. She struggled against him, but he didn't release his vice grip. Instead, he dragged her toward the wall, attempting to pin her against it. Instinct told her to twist the wrist he held and break his grip, yet exhaustion crested over her in a dizzying wave. She stumbled and fell, back slamming against the wall. Weeks of pain caught up to her in a flash. Weak. She was so fucking tired and weak. Tears welled in her eyes, but she bit down on her cheek to hold back any noise.
What happened?
He said, each word its own sentence.
What the hell did Ozick just do to you? Why didn't he die?
Anger caught fire within her, swiftly replacing her desperation with something more familiar. Rage. You know why. She wrenched her wrist free and slammed her hands into Roman's chest, pushing him off her, her strength finally enough to demand space. Roman stumbled back, eyes going wide.
Vasa,
why would I trust you? You've all but come back from the dead, and you are lying to me.
I haven't lied.
Vasa spun on him. You know he has magic, that he's a witch. Roman paused. Words seemed to dance on his lips. Finally, he asked,
will it be truth between us? Or should I question everything you say?
You have no right to ask me that. Her chest bones seemed to splinter. It was as if the light from his lantern revealed a side of him that Vasa had never met. A terrible spinning of everything she'd once believed about him. There was a time in her life that Roman had been one of the only people who hadn't lied to her, hadn't used her. She remembered the sound of his voice as he whispered those promises in her ear.
I am here. I want you. I will never betray you.
Those words provided her the opportunity to see him as she had once seen him. This younger version of her reaching across the hallway, hoping those promises still held true. "My friend," she said, stepping forward. "Take me to her. Now. Please." As Roman gauged the distance between them, he shook his head. "I can't. You heard him, Vasa. He'll kill me." Magic. He was scared of magic, and he was going to let it stop him from helping her. Just like he had when Ozik had wrapped his hand around her throat on the stairwell. Roman had done nothing. Vasa closed her eyes. Disappointment slithered through her, and she realized she might actually have told him everything if he'd given her a reason to. She lifted her chin so she could meet his gaze with all the malice she could conjure. "I was under the impression I was the future ruler. Not him." Roman stepped forward, but Vasa shook her head, pulling swiftly away from him down the hall that led to the Emperor's private rooms. "Go back to your post," she spat. "You are my post," he argued. "Just go," she said without looking back. "Vasa." She stopped and turned, dropping her voice to a clinical neutral, as if he were any guard in the palace. As if his lips had never touched hers, his body had never twisted in her sheets under the cover of night. "I can't risk this throne on the rumor that I'm having an affair with my lead sentinel. And as the current holder of that position, you shouldn't either." Something broke on his face. Something awful and deep. He set off down the hall without another word, and Vasa stood there alone. Chapter 18. As Vasa walked to the greenhouse the next morning, it was hard to keep her hands steady. Quietly, she worked out what she had seen in the stairwell the evening prior. Ozik should have died, and yet he didn't. And the way he had spoken about her mother, it was a direct contradiction to everything else he'd said about Venekazar. Those were not the words of a man who had lost someone he loved. They were the words of a murderer. The red of his eyes haunted her while she slept. The battle between gold and crimson. There was something Ozik wasn't telling her about his magic, and she got the feeling her mother had died trying to figure it out. That perhaps Dominic had been working toward that answer too. It must have been tied to the necklace her mother had tried to send her. Vasa had torn apart the office again, but to no avail. When she walked into the back room of the greenhouse, Ozik greeted her with his usual professorial demeanor. "Good morning," he said, as if nothing had happened the night prior. She wasn't certain if he was ignoring it or if he had no memory of the altercation. Her eyes dropped to his throat, which showed no sign of injury, not even the faintest remnant of a scar. "Good morning," she muttered. He gave a puzzled tilt of his head, but said nothing else. Instead, the lid on her magic opened as if blown by a strong wind, and the force shot into her with a terrifying velocity. Vasa steadied herself, digging her feet into the ground, and Ozik caught sight of the movement. "Good," he said. "Ground yourself." Vasa fought the urge to double over. She forced her face into a stoic neutrality, instead of the pained scowl she'd taken to in the mornings they worked together. "Calm it," he commanded. Vasa tamed the intensity of the force as if she had a tide all her own, smothering its power with a wave. "Now, summon its physical form." Vasa did as she was told, the two of them moving through the beginning exercises as if this was no different from strength training or blade work. Magic pulsed in the air, and the connection between her and Ozic grew steadier with each manipulation of the black mist around her. Their connection was strongest when she wielded Varaji magic like this. Mist danced up her arms and made it to her shoulders in seconds. It curled around her neck, and this time she didn't flinch.
"Now summon a manifestation,"
he said. The magic in her body obeyed her will. It was easier than ever to call upon the wolf, to let it out of her body and into the world around her. Every day they trained together, she distinguished more of Ozic on the other side of their bond. His emotions coursed across it. She had never felt anything so intense. This sadness, this overwhelming grief. It was a feast to her starving power. Magic rang in her ears as the canine took shape, each tuft of fur defined, teeth sharp as knives. It growled, head low, nose almost touching the stony pathway. Tendrils of black mist licked the air around it. She looked upon Ozic. Her rage grew in her, reaching for new heights, spreading into each of her limbs and up her throat, begging to get out. The wolf stalked, step by step across the distance between them. Ozic didn't move. The wolf sniffed at his feet. More details took shape. Different shades of black and purple and blue and green, all shifting on the wolf's fur as it circled Ozic's legs. A corner of the wolf's lip raised on a low growl. Sharp teeth with fatal incisors. She could feel it. In her mind, she pictured it lifting on its haunches, front paws slamming in Ozic's chest and dragging him to the ground. The wolf widening its jaw, fangs gleaming as it clutched Ozic's neck and sunk its teeth.
"Vasa,"
Ozic said calmly, drawing her attention back to where she stood. The wolf was poised to strike, positioning itself with its head lowered and back raised, prepared any moment to leap at him. Razor-sharp teeth poked out as it growled louder. She wanted the wolf to attack him. She wanted to cause harm. But she knew what leverage he held, and it didn't matter what pain she caused him. He wouldn't die. Vasa dismissed the magic, and the wolf disintegrated into nothing but tendrils of smoke that floated on the air like a lost wind. Ozic frowned.
"You should have struck."
He yanked Vasa's magic from her body, and she cried out, this time unable to stop herself from doubling over as his own manifestation took form. She could feel the Mirodug in the greenhouse, feel where its taloned feet sat on the stones of the pathway, before ever looking up. But when she did, she saw those crimson eyes, and something in her cowered. She was right back on that platform, Reed's lifeless body in her arms, the blood of both their nations wetting the dirt. "Stop," she gasped. But he didn't. Ozic stalked forward with an angry expression, the Mirodug just steps behind him.
"From now on, you strike,"
Ozic said, voice churning with words unspoken, like an echo. He stopped just in front of where she stood and grabbed her chin, forcing her to lift from her cowardly, protective pose. With her core exposed, panic sluiced down her spine. She tried to pull away, but he shook his head in irritation.
"You gave up your opportunity, didn't you? This is the price of hesitation."
"Ozic,
"Do you want to end up like your mother?"
he growled, then shook his head like a dog. His eyes held hers starkly, and then a red glow emanated from behind the gold as his face contorted in rage. Their connection dimmed, and Vasa felt herself breathe, felt the pull on her own magic lift, as if Ozic had lost his grip on it. Whatever bound them was suddenly moving in both directions, an energy humming along that cord that she wondered if she could grasp. The strings that bound them were simply an instrument, So she strummed. And there she was again, standing in that dark tomb, staring down at a pool of red. It churned and writhed, the water rippling, the glow of red growing brighter. It was precisely where she'd been the first time she pushed their bond this far. Power and rage simmered on the other side of the water. And then, from within it, something wicked and ancient pulsed. And she saw eyes. They peered up at her as if she were staring at her own reflection. "What is that?" Vasa whispered. Then, gold spread like a stain through the pool, extinguishing the crimson. Their connection clamped down on her, and her vision of the dark tomb fractured. "Get out of my head!" Ozik's voice boomed. He slammed his hands against her shoulders and sent her rocking back. Gravel cut into her hands as she landed on her back, and her own magic rose to choke her, black mist smothering the windows and snuffing out the light in the greenhouse. "Ozik!" she called out desperately, gaping up at him. His eyes were a brilliant gold again.
"You should be afraid, Vasilisa,"
he warned, walking toward her.
"We are running out of time."
Running out of time for what? He shook his head again, clenching his eyes closed, and the cords between them ignited in flames. She kicked her legs at the gravel to back away from him, struggling not to cry out in pain. This was no natural magic. This was nothing of what she'd read in Dara. There was something terribly wrong. Vasa eyed the door, prepared to run, but he blocked her exit. There was no way out. Fear struck her, and... fear. It was his fear. She felt every inch of it in the room. His rage and terror and grief grown so large they could have cracked the windows. She didn't want it. She didn't want to wield magic this way, to give in to the version of herself that he wanted her to be. Ozik leapt, and then he was on her. Vasa slammed into the stones and rolled, his body weight more than she had anticipated. He caught her there, pressing her arms into the small stones beneath her. It was possible he'd drawn blood, but there was no time to tell. Not as he dug his knee into her gut and leaned near her. His voice dropped to a low warning.
"There is a part of you that is capable of great horrors to get what you want. If you don't let her out, I will tear her from your bones."
Rage curled in the air. It slid along her lips, her tongue, her throat. It joined everything within her. Vasa reacted on pure instinct. Her wolf snapped out of her again on a loud howl, and then an ear-shattering wail escaped Ozik's mouth. He was dragged off her, black oil splattering everywhere as the wolf feasted. Gravel flew through the air as the wolf dragged Ozik farther and farther away, his new fear and pain only giving Vasa more to feed off of. She forced her feet beneath her and snapped up to a fighting stance. Ozik screamed in pain, and for a moment Vasa worried someone would come for them. But then the sound of his agony filled her with such delight, she couldn't make herself care. "You may not be able to die," she snarled down at him, "but you can suffer." Bloodied and pinned beneath the wolf, Ozik laughed. Through injuries that Vasa knew were fatal to anyone else, Ozik shook with a raucous fit. The wolf disintegrated, and Vasa stepped back closer to the olive tree. Slowly, Ozik turned onto his back, his chest still convulsing with his hysterics. His arm fell to the side and calmed, laughter fading to a chuckle. He turned his head so his golden eyes met hers. Voice imbued with pride, he said,
"There she is."
She had done it again, had fed upon him instead of herself. Her hands shook. Vasa started toward the door. unable to gaze upon his torn skin or bloodied features. The magic snapped back inside her, and as she walked, she savored every moment her power stayed. It was only temporary, she knew. At any moment, he would take it back. As she reached the door, he coughed, and his voice drifted between them.
Good. You must be willing to save yourself at all costs.
Vasa stopped. Had she just heard him correctly? Whatever you do, stay in Murray and do not unite the other pieces. The price is far too great. Her magic slipped away like the wind. But when she turned, there was nothing but sprays of blood upon the gravel. Chapter 19. Despite the weariness she felt, Vasa dressed carefully, strategically for her task. She tugged on her boots and pulled her cloak over her shoulders, dressing for warmth. She untangled her hair and used a hot iron rod she'd warmed with the fire to twist her hair into a different curl pattern. As she stared into a mirror, a drained indigo stared back. Shadows had grown around her eyes, an incurable tiredness, so she patted cosmetics over them in hopes of counteracting the dullness. She dragged kohl across her lid and darkened her lashes, doing everything she could to seem different from how she normally looked. Finally, she wrapped a scarf around the lower half of her face, leaving only her eyes exposed. Vasa scurried into the hallway and took one last look at the door she knew a guard stood behind, hoping desperately they wouldn't try to come inside and speak to her. If they found her missing, they'd alert Roman immediately. Her best hope was that the attendants had all retired for the night, and no one would know she'd gone. She slipped into her father's office and approached the iron owl statue, letting her hand drift over the cold trinket. She pulled, then pressed, and the door swung open. The eerie, dark tunnel beyond waited. Lifting her lantern, Vasa stepped inside. She needed to be at the Lady Fortune tonight. The passageway wound out of the fortress and into an apartment in one of the richer districts of the city. So many merchants and lords spent time away that these dwellings were often left empty when not loaned out to close friends. Burglary was a blight, but to Vasa's surprise, the apartment was untouched. She wondered silently if Ozic had been using it, but there was no sign of him here. She didn't linger inside. It was only fond memories that lived in these walls, and Vasa had no space for them. The streets next to the fortress bustled with only Asteria's richest families, and tonight it was busier than usual, given the sheer number of nobles who had come into the port. They kept homes here so they might be more comfortable upon visiting. The streets, at least in this part of the city, were fairly safe to walk through. Coldness bit at Vasa, even her warmest attire not enough to sate the snow. Stone buildings were built along narrow walkways, some of which were steeper than others, the ground slick in places it had been worn down, or along staircases. Snow coated the narrowest ones, as no one bothered to guide a cart or horse-led carriage through those alleyways, and therefore no one shoveled them. Those were the streets Vasa stuck to. Every once in a while, she passed a rich noble or merchant who was returning home, but they didn't make much of her, and they were shielding their faces from the snow, too. Vasa veered into one of the town squares, which, during the day, held the fish market. The stench of fish still lingered in the air, but at this time of night, the only people braving the cold were boat captains too drunk to feel the chill, or the women who made a splendid living from those men's darkest desires. Though several brothels studded the city in different neighborhoods, there was one in particular that most of the nobles frequented, the Lady Fortune. As Vasa entered, scarf still covering her face, she tipped her head at the beautiful hostess. The tawny-skinned woman gestured to the wall behind her, dotted with masks, each of which hung on pegs that went all the way up to the ceiling. There were hundreds of options. Vasa pointed to one, and the hostess climbed a ladder and plucked it from the wall. She led Vasa into one of the many changing rooms, where Vasa picked a costume from the closet, chuckling at her choice. White as snow, a tight bodice hugged her hips and breasts, then fell in sweeping fabric to the floor. It paired with a set of white wings, an Asterian angel, something Vasa assuredly was not. White fabric framed her eyes and cheekbones, silver swirls of thread covering the intricate thing, and small crystals were strung on clear line that hung in different lengths around her cheeks, making it seem as though the mask itself was crying. The hostess retrieved her. Vasa held her breath as they walked through a set of double doors. Laughter echoed off the walls, music threading through the air, the raucous sounds of a party teeming around her. The main receiving room had a different theme each night. Some nights, Vasa remembered, it was set up to look like a tavern. Others, it was a lounge. Others, a theater. Tonight, it looked exactly like a high-end art gallery. Duplicates of famous paintings were hung along the walls, and the women themselves were dressed as exhibits. They draped themselves over chairs, clad in little but silks or thin chiffon, the many rooms heated by enormous fireplaces that blazed along the walls. Vasa meandered from room to room without making conversation with anyone, eyes on the masks and costumes that hid their identities. Privacy was paramount, given the status and riches of the patrons. People didn't come here just for the sex. The mistress had turned this brothel into as much a social club. In the third room she entered, there was a group of 5 people in the corner. 4 men and 1 woman, all with their heads close. The woman had red hair the same as Sasha's. 2 of the men had their backs to Vasa, but one was thin and the other had broad shoulders. Her heart lurched at the thought. For a moment she let herself dream it was Reed, that something like that could be possible. And then she noticed the white blonde hair of one of the men facing her. Though she couldn't confirm it, she had a sinking feeling it was Lord Vlasic. It had to be. He sat next to the final man at their table, one with dark hair, who raised gray eyes to her. Lord Karev? As naturally as she could, Vasa scurried into the next room. The owner of the brothel sat in a chair, chest bursting from her beautiful gown, her head tipped back in laughter as she sipped on a goblet of some kind of sparkling liquor. The woman took one look at her and tilted her head. Her mask was thin, no real attempt at hiding her identity. Vasa pushed her hair from her shoulder and touched the side of her neck. An old signal of sorts. The woman stood, excusing herself from the group of people she spoke to, and grabbed a hold of Vasa's elbow as she led them up to the 3rd floor and past a roped-off hallway into what Vasa knew was the private quarters the woman kept for herself. "Regina," Vasa said as they entered the woman's receiving room. Adorned with ornate wallpaper and large red sofas, the space was meant to host only those Regina wanted near. "I was wondering if you would come back here," Regina said, giving her a tantalizing smile. The woman had coiled brown hair and pale skin that was taut around her eyes. Silver earrings dangled from her lobes, matching the circular pendant she wore, inlaid with a fat ruby. Voluptuous hips rocked with each step she took, and despite herself, Vasa relaxed a little. "Did you think I wouldn't resume our business arrangement?" Vasa asked. Regina slipped off her fox mask, revealing her entire face to Vasa. "I did not, but a woman can hope." The women who worked the port were some of the highest earners in Mechas, maintaining one of the largest industries in the city. Though the fish market and the spices and jewels all had their place in the sunlight, these women were trained in the art of desire and were paid quite well for it. Moreover, they knew everything in the city, and Regina did more than trade in sex. She traded in secrets. It was here that deals were struck, that men truly bartered and made their fortunes. That had made Regina one of Vassa's closest allies, though she had never been foolish enough to consider the madame a friend. Vassa reached into her pocket, pulling out a gold coin that immediately caught Regina's eye. The weight of it was enough to cover far more than Vassa asked, but to reveal the identities of her patrons was a cardinal sin for Regina. Vassa knew the only reason she'd ever gotten information out of the woman was because of her title. Regina wanted the full protection of the crown in case the clergy ever came knocking. Lord Karev and Lord Vlasic are meeting downstairs, aren't they? Vassa asked. Regina raised her brow. If I'm to marry either of them, I need to know the truth, Vassa said. Regina's eyes went wide at that insinuation, and Vassa thought for a moment it was fear she looked into. Regina took the coin from Vassa's fingers. Long live the Empress, she said, tucking it into her bodice. Yes, during your brother's reign of terror, Vlasic and Karev would meet here regularly. Tonight, however, they're at odds. I overheard them speaking about a missing shipment of black powder. Black powder? Vassa hissed. Regina furrowed her brows. We are at war. The woman at their table, I believe she's a pirate. She reserved 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. Vlasic reserved his usual suite. Vassa crossed her arms, tucking away the information. What else? The 2 other men at their table, I've never seen them here. They speak Icarian. Vassa's heart slammed against her ribs. What? I overheard them whispering the language earlier. The lanky one calls himself a Salt Lord. An Icarian Salt Lord was here? That was a blatant disregard for the economic sanctions at play in Icaria. No one traded with another nation without the headman and counselor's consent. Ton of Rultho, the now dead foreman of Rultho, had made that error years ago, and it led to a dam erected in Innisjord that had choked eastern Icaria's water supply. It had defined the election and ultimately fueled his attempt at a coup. Given the controversy the Icarian election had undoubtedly stirred in the nation, this Salt Lord was either profiting off a war and risking his life to do it, or he was lying. Vassa had met many of the Salt Lords, and she filed through each of them in her mind, trying to pinpoint one with such a lanky build. Not a single lord came to mind. But 2 men, one tall and thin, and the other with broad shoulders. No, it was impossible. Wasn't it? Was one of them wearing spectacles? Vassa asked. Regina seemed to take careful note of that detail, leaving Vassa anxious at the thought. But when the madame nodded, Vassa could hardly breathe. Thank you, Vassa said. Regina pursed her lips warily. You be careful, you hear? Those lords, they're no regular monsters. Vassa nodded, her adrenaline reaching a peak. I will, she said, then hurried back into the main rooms, desperate to catch another glimpse of the Icarians at the table. Chapter 20. Vassa went from room to room until she found them again, though by the time she returned, there were only 3 people remaining: Sasha, Vlasic, and Karev. Her pulse quickened, entirely out of control. The full view of them was covered by drapes that hung from the ceiling, looking like an art exhibit all on their own. She found a couch and stretched herself across it comfortably as she spoke with a few of the patrons. A merchant's daughter, they probably assumed. Spoiled, immodest. She made up some story about her recent travels to a coastal territory, having assumed these men had more in common with the old Astarians than the new. A few of the women joined the Lord's table as time passed. One slid her hand down Lord Vlasic's chest, fingers drawing circles on his shoulders. He was lost in the trance of it, and soon enough the two excused themselves through a set of doors that led to one of the staircases Vasa knew granted access to the private suites on the upper levels. Perhaps Vlasic's room was reserved for that exact reason, and nothing more. Sasha leaned in closer to Karev, the two now whispering. Vasa forced herself to look away, to maintain some semblance of nonchalance. This place and its norms weren't unfamiliar. Vasa had snuck here quite a few times during her young adult life, mostly with Roman and his friends. She thought of their fight for only a moment, not allowing herself to get caught up in the memory. She bided her time, conversing with the women who had grown more comfortable in her presence, though when they realized she was unlikely to pay them herself, they moved on. She kept her secret glances at Sasha as subtle as she could, doing a few turns around the main room and gazing upon the gallery portraits as if they were real, and she was nothing but an admirer. Someone sauntered up to Vasa's left, the way he held himself distinct and familiar. Gray eyes looked down at her.
I don't believe we've met,
Lord Karev said quietly. It was certain. His voice and his eyes were too recognizable, even beneath a red opera mask.
You don't look like any of the women who work here.
Slipping into another accent was second nature for Vasa, and she did so with the same gusto she once had used to convince entire rooms of her father's guests that she was able to confidently speak their language, that she was just like them. The way she spoke concealed her true voice. Don't you think it's a bit pathetic that you've memorized all the women who work here? Lord Karev grinned, only half his mouth visible beneath his mask.
Apparently, not all.
Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Sasha scurry toward the double doors that led to the stairs. For only a single moment, the woman looked up, and their gazes locked. Vasa looked away. She wanted to kick herself. Her entire plan seemed to crumble through her fingers. If she followed Sasha now, it would tip off Lord Karev. If she didn't, she might never know who those men were. She'd hoped Karev would excuse himself and give Vasa the opportunity to speak with Sasha at the table first. The sound of a door opening drew her attention immediately, and she almost cursed under her breath. A man walked through those doors. Though he wore a costume coat and had even changed his boots, Vasa knew damn well who it was. He donned a familiar mask made of crow's feathers. Each time they'd met here, he'd disguised himself as that very bird. Roman. Someone must have found her gone. If you'll excuse me, she said, turning to leave. Shit.
Here for someone, then?
Lord Karev asked, eyes lifting to where Roman had just entered. We all have our hidden tastes, Vasa purred, shielding the sound of her voice once more and moving out of his orbit. If she had any luck, he would believe her some random woman waiting for a forbidden love she couldn't have in the daylight. Vasa fled the room through the double doors and ascended the staircase in a hurry, hiking her dress up so she could run faster. Her only choice was to try and explore the second floor A hand gripped her arm, pulling her away from the stairs while another covered her mouth before she had a chance to speak. She'd only caught a glimmer of him. A hard body and short hair, his features covered by a full-face mask. Her back fell harshly against his chest, and the door next to them opened. The two of them went spilling into the room. She tried to pull away, but his grip on her was too secure, and then he pressed his back against the door, holding it closed, still locking all of her against all of him. A voice rose and broke on her name, so quietly spoken in her ear.
Vasilisa.
Her body froze. It had been so long since she had heard her name in his voice. And this time it wasn't unfamiliarity or anger that rode the words. It was salvation, thick and piercing, in how he let the entirety of it spill from his lips. His hand released her mouth at the same time the scent of him registered. Salt. Amber. Home. How? She breathed. The sound of his Icarian accent curled in her ear.
Not even death could keep me from you.
Reed. Her voice cracked, and then she spun and threw herself at him. Her arms wrapped around his neck at the same time his own dragged her against him. She fought a wretched sob, forcing herself to stay quiet, afraid someone might hear them through the door. But she felt him, felt his heart beat wildly in his chest, felt the intensity of each thud. She tore at his mask. It fell from his face and revealed the stunning line of his jaw, lips and cheeks. Orange eyes and dark auburn hair, cut short now, his broad shoulders a beacon of home. He looked so different without his long ponytail and dressed in Asterian clothing. Yet there was some instinct in her that recognized him perfectly, the one that yearned for every part of him. His fingers gently lifted her own mask, and her heart rose as she watched him take in the sight of her unobstructed face.
Finally.
He traced her cheek with his thumb.
I found you.
You were never injured? She asked. It earned her that confident smirk of his, pride in what she now realized was his own small scheme.
No, just on my way to you.
Reed, she said again, because she could, because she wanted to, because it was hers to whisper. She leaned into his large hand, the roughness of his skin a breath of fresh air, a relief of disproportionate measure against the deceiving softness of everyone else in this city. She could stand no farther distance. Vasa wound her hand around the nape of his neck and pulled his mouth down to hers in a searing kiss. The intimacy seemed to unwind him, to confirm something for Reed that Vasa didn't understand. But she felt the loosening of his body beneath her hands as he kissed her back. He backed them further into the room, his free hand trailing behind him for only a moment before he twisted it into her hair. His tongue pressed against the seam of her lips, and she parted them, deepening the kiss. Her hands clawed at his shoulders, dragging herself against his body as tightly as she could go.
Run away with me, wild one,
he whispered against her mouth.
Let me take you home.
For a stolen breath, she pretended that it was that simple. That they could sprint down the stairs and out into the snow and steal a boat from the harbor, rowing all the way home. But then reality returned, and Vasa remembered exactly who was searching for her downstairs. Fear yanked her upright. It caused her world to tilt and shatter. You have to hide, she said, head whipping around and looking for a good spot. There was a closet on the far side of the room, but would Reed fit into it?
What is going on?
He asked, his thick Icarian accent weaving between them. His body had gone stiff again. Vasa didn't know how to explain. Nerves racked against her ribcage. To contextualize everything with Roman would take far longer than they had. My lead sentinel didn't give me permission to leave. He's trying to find me downstairs. If he sees you, if he...
I've locked the door,
Reed assured her, inspecting her frightened gaze.
There was no one behind you on the stairs.
Are you certain?
Positive.
Vasa stared up at him. Perhaps Roman would think she wasn't here and just leave. If she waited it out. They were alone. How did you know it was me? She whispered. The very edge of his mouth turned up into that amused grin, the same one that had at one time sent anger rushing through her. His Icarian accent played with her, all soft vowels and strung together words.
Do you think I wouldn't know you through a mask? I've seen through everyone.
Her entire being reached for him, as it always seemed to. Her hands rose to touch his jaw, his cheeks, to trace the lines of his face just to be sure it was all real. But it was real. Reed was here, in Mekis. Roman was right downstairs. Karev and Vlasic were under the same roof. Yet all she could focus on was him. Her body knew, and the tautness in her muscles loosened. She could finally let fear fall. This was the undeniable effect Reed of Murray had upon her. Before him, no one had ever brought her peace. "How are you here?" she asked. He loosened his grip upon her, gesturing toward the window.
I'll tell you everything later. For now, we need to find Amelie and run. We've gotten luckier.
"He has Amelie," Vasa interrupted. Her hand wrapped around his wrist. "Ozic has her in the prison. If I go, he'll kill her." Reed's eyes darkened, anger playing on his clenched jaw, and he cursed through his teeth. The hand she wasn't holding raised to rake through his short hair. He looked so strange in Asterian fashion, his borrowed clothes one of the costumes all attendees wore. Gone were the sweeping, jewel-toned fabrics of Icuria, and she missed them.
All right. What's your plan?
He asked. Measured, strategic, calm. The same as she had always known him. Vasa bit her lip. "I don't have one yet." His thick brow raised.
Oh.
Vasa stepped away just long enough to undo the ridiculous wings that covered her shoulders. Reed took them from her and placed them upon the bed. It caused her chest to tighten. In affection, in agony. It was the simplicity of him wanting to help her. A small task, yet something they could do together. He approached again, his eyes scanning over her. He went utterly still.
What are those?
Reed demanded, hand raising to trail over her upper arm. Bassett didn't need to look to know he was referring to the small silvery scars that Lord Vlasic had left her with, the ones Ozic had allowed to remain on her, a subtle reminder of what could be inflicted upon her if she misbehaved. A story he could spin about what had happened in Icuria. "Don't worry."
Do not avoid the question,
he demanded. "Please," Vasa whispered. Reed's voice shook with grief and hatred.
Who cut you?
"I don't want to discuss it."
Was it Ozic?
Vasa shook her head. "Please."
Do they still live?
Vasa nodded. His finger caught her chin and lifted her eyes to meet his, refusing to allow her to hide.
One more thing, and then you never have to speak of it again. A name. Just a name.
Vasa swallowed. Lord Vlasic. Reed looked up at her, something blooming to life in his gaze. A familiarity. Of course, he had just met with the man. Vasa went stiff, and by the way he pressed his lips together, she knew he hated to see her afraid. His composure melted then. Gone was the anger and the violence, and the wolf. He replaced it with that gentle simmer, still a fire, yet one that was meant to keep her warm instead. He kept to his word. He didn't speak as he checked both arms for the marks.
Did you get my message? The leather tie?
He finally asked. Vasa closed her eyes for only a moment, her heart thudding in her chest. "Yes," she whispered, opening her eyes again. She reached into her pocket and extended the tie to him. "I did. I thought..." She gritted her teeth as she breathed in. "I thought it might be a trap. Is she really a merchant's daughter?" Reed shook his head. His fingers glided over the leather like it meant something precious to him, and then he pocketed it.
Sasha is a pirate, and a witch, too. Her brother is in the prison. We're trying to break him out. Cohen is downstairs negotiating with a man named Lord Karev. Are you familiar with him?
Cohen was the other man, the lanky one. She had been right. You're masquerading as salt lords, smuggling black powder.
How do you know that?
Lord Karev is meeting with an Icarian. We're at war, Reed. You had to know that would gather attention. She raked a hand through her hair. You have to stop. If Oza catches wind...
Breathe, wild one,
he murmured.
I know. We're going to have to be careful, but there is no other way forward. I've considered my options all day. There are 100 underhanded deals happening in this city as we speak. Hopefully, we'll just be another one. Cohen is using the name Remy Letourneau, my grandfather. I'm supposedly his bodyguard.
Vasa pursed her lips. She had to tell him the truth of who he was bargaining with, about why it would never be just another deal. Lord Karev is a front-runner for the throne. Him and Lord Vlasic. Reed's face darkened.
Sasha told me. Ambitious, aren't these